Okay.
Nosso objetivo sempre vai ser ganhar o Ascension.
Olé.
Foi difícil o percurso até aqui, tanto a classificação
The GOAT.
quanto os playoffs, e com certeza a gente chega mais preparado para essa nova etapa.
Para forzar la economía y, oye, una primera baja, una primera eliminación bastante buena. La segunda
Sheesh.
con la asa, tiene que lanzar, tiene que quitarle toda la utilidad. De hecho, le saca la acechadora, no lo ven y nunca lo ven.
This was so sick, man. What an ace that was. Goddamn. Bro. I am back. Oh my god. I've been so like away mentally from this for like 2 days. And so just seeing this, just, oh yeah, let's fucking go. I'm back.
They have worked so hard to get here. We're still on the stage. We still have to make sure they're ready for a things gen, but whew.
Under 20 minutes late
it's
is
get
crazy.
Intense. And I actually just remembered something that M80 said in their last interview, because it was something like,
If you didn't
well,
have that
we
cute
have a
Stitch
message for
picture,
2G, and they said, yeah, stop smack
I'd slap a
talking,
ban
it
on
only
you
makes
hard
us
right now.
better. And that's such like the the style of
But
2G,
Stitch do be the GOAT.
because they're a confidence driven team, like I said, almost to a fault. But that smack talk also gives the energy of 2G, because they know they're better, they think
up,
they're
Orange?
better, and they try to execute.
When
like
will it
they're
get
better. And I
started?
like that.
Well, we are in a live venue now, so the question is like if it'll get started, you know? You know, like we are really throwing a wrench into things today. Fuck. If you thought there were tech delays before, that was a tech delay. This is a tech the whole day doesn't happen. Like we're not even delaying anymore. We're just tech reformat the tournament. That's what it's going to be called when we're all said and done. Because there's not going to be enough time. You know? That's what we're looking at today. How does that sound? Wait, what happened? Oh, nothing. Just setting some expectations.
God, what they can run going up against these opponents. And I think,
What's
too,
up,
that
bro?
even if it is a confidence that maybe once you get into the server, we can see in a couple of rounds of it maybe being their downfall, I think it's also what's led them to go to get to this point here. God,
Just
to be
setting
able to see that
expectations to
aggression and
avoid
how they're able to
disappointment. That's
push.
all.
I mean,
I
you're
do
talking
this
about the mistakes.
from
If you
time to
just have a
time with
couple of
myself.
less mistakes going on today, then yeah, this could be a series that's completely flipped on its head, completely flipped the expectations in this outcome.
I think that's another thing too. Like we've been talking a bit about Galorys and I'm sorry, not Galorys. Whoa, where did I go? 2Game Esports. We've been
What's
talking a bit
happening
about
right now?
them and things that they could fix here. And like what
The desk. So like the people talking, do they exist or are they just the voices that we hear today? You know? Are they voices or are they people? That's what I need to know.
very humble, they kind of sit back and relax, but they
Right
also
now, they're seeming
know
like a bunch of
that they're
voices.
better. And I think that's what carries them so far as a team. is
Oh,
that
you
there
should. Yeah,
isn't
you
an
should
ego behind it.
definitely get comfortable.
And one person that I think
100%. I would say grab a snuggie. I mean, all 10 players look like they're sitting down, which is quite deceiving actually, because you could see like there's no agents or anything like that. So you probably have enough time to make a dinner or something, I would imagine. What's the scheduled start time? 12? Yeah, I'm looking at about like 2, maybe. We'll get a couple rounds at around 2. Maybe plan for dinner around like... Get your dinner out of the oven at around 1. So you about like 45 minutes from now, get your dinner out the oven. And then maybe like wrap it up around like 12, maybe like 1:45. So you have quite a bit of time. You have like 45 minutes to eat dinner. That's like a real EU dinner. Like you can actually talk to people and, you know, not just American wolf it down and not even look at the other person. So enjoy that. And then you even have time to probably do the dishes. And then, yeah, just be back in about an hour and 45 minutes. And then you, if you want, of course, that's only for like 5 rounds of the opening game. And then probably one more tech delay. And yeah. How does that sound? What? No! 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 I was supposed to jinx it! No! No, dude, no! What the fuck? It actually is true. No, it's actually gonna happen, dude. It's actually gonna happen. Oh, it's over. A 10-minute off the rip. A 10-minute countdown when we're already 15 late. Oh, and we haven't even seen the analyst. Hold up. I need to find something. We need to like actually hear something right here. Let's see. We need, because is this what I'm looking for? Oh, this is not what I'm looking for. I just want, why is the audio of the turbulence message on a plane not available to me? Like, I thought normally when I Google stuff, like when I'm looking to like play for you guys like some fucking meme, it's just like right there, but you can't get the turbulence warning PSA. Like, it's just not here. That's kind of weird.
Case of turbulence.
I just want to be able to fucking
watched it all happen.
Weird. That's pretty crazy, Kenji. That's actually nuts. Wait, how? I don't get how you're doing the first two. How are you doing the first two? Is that actually Nismo's brother? This has to be a troll. This is a fucking troll. There's no way. There's no way. I don't believe it. ID. Give me your ID right now. I don't believe it because Nismo is a troll. What do you guys think, chat? ID is crazy. What's our second game again? It's All Knights versus Galorys. That's right. That's right. All right. I know they're starting late because I'm on time. Imagine. Crazy, actually. It's crazy how this plays out. But chat, I got time. I got time to cook. You guys want to see me cook? Let's cook. Let's cook together. We'll figure this shit out all together. All right. Ready for this shit? Here we go. What do we need here? We need. What do I need? What do I need? I need that fucking image. I need M80. We're gonna yoink. Do that because I don't know what's gonna be in here right now. Wait, let me delete this. Let me delete that. Let me delete that. And that. Okay, we're safe now. Okay. my chat box is so small, dude. I think it's pretty fucking huge, actually. That's crazy. We need the M80 explosion, is what I was thinking. So, like, I was trying to get this shit added. So, like, when M80 pops off, it's just, wait, no, why is it fucked up? It's very good, huh? But since it's transparent, it's kind of fucked up. And then I actually came so prepared. Watch this. Tech delay. This is me trying to creep out the fucking room on the tech delay. This is going to be me. I don't know why he's moving so fast, dude. How do I get him to slow the fuck down? Why is he going so fast? Bro. Surely there's a property here that can slow his ass down. How do we slow him down? Bro is going so fast. Oh, we're going to figure this shit out. We'll figure it out. How the fuck do we slow this motherfucker down? Dude, he is cracked out. This is not what it was like on my screen, I swear. Hold up. Why did he get like this? He got fucking tweaked out. This guy... This is fucking Dante or something. Where is it? You know what? This guy is... Let's just keep him. Fuck it. You know what? We're just going to keep him. I honestly do not care. What was the other one? Cat with baby on top? Yeah, this is a little wild. I don't really know what to say about this. I don't even really know what to do this for. This is just when we've literally lost our mind at some point in today. And then we've got... What else do we... I don't even know what I fucking... What is this? Fuck. I'm rude. I was like, what is this? What is this? That is fucking awesome. I don't even remember half the shit I saved, dude. I don't even remember like 90% of the stuff I save on my computer. And then I stumble into it later on and I'm like, oh, this is great. I double dip on memes. It's actually great. I think we're good. We're good here. We're done. We don't need to go deeper than that. We leave him here. He could just stay there. Fuck it. There it is. Otter space. Boom. We're done. All right. Nade shot one? Where? And this is what... Wait a second.
Prescott was throwing that inside slant to CD Lamb. Savage saw it the whole way. Took it back for 6. Prescott was throwing.
Don't say anything, Chad. Be very quiet. We don't want to fucking accidentally talk too loud and hit a wire or something. Use too much internet.
Well, hopefully our players are a little closer to getting ready. It's big stakes ahead of the matches. So
That looks pretty good on AMD though, right?
it's 2-game. The first round here of our playoffs. Losers not out, but they will have a much more difficult journey ahead. And Jen, these two teams played so
Bro, look at 'em.
recently.
What
There's a lot to go
happened?
off of for
What
that.
happened to the guy I
I cannot
saved?
wait to get started with today.
It's
to
like
see
he entered
what
my computer and
adaptations each is making.
ate meth.
Yeah.
Like, what did he do?
Neon's
Like,
in the crowd too.
what the
Get in
fuck?
there. Spike needs ya.
What?
He was
Or maybe
zooming.
Spike's in the crowd. He's
Oh my
like,
gosh,
when
that's
do I
so
play?
good. And there's
When
the,
do-
Oh,
we
fuck,
got
there's a team.
everyone there too. Do you not see the Cypher hat next?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Sage. I see Sage. Do you see Sage?
Wait,
all the
what?
way on
Look
the
at
left?
these cosplays are going
Sitting
crazy,
down.
actually.
Oh, sitting down.
Wait,
I say
ISO?
KJ, Neon, Cypher. Is that maybe you're next to the Cypher? And then a Viper? I don't
Wow.
know.
We,
Called
I
ISO,
wish that we
you're
were there to, like,
disrespectful.
just the camps to be able to see these like as sick like cosplays and stuff. This is absolutely awesome. But we're gonna distract her from the match. It'd be awesome if they went up and played at some point on the stage. But we got to talk about the M80 and the 2 game of it too. We reiterated and talked a lot about the series ahead of us, each one of these individual players. But to refresh, Jen, win cons, what we're looking at heading into this.
So since M80 are on defense first, at least the last time they played very far back. They're so okay with giving up the site.
Wait, where do you
and,
see
and
Hanzo?
letting
No
the,
shot.
the opponent plan.
What are you
It's the
talking about?
retakes from M80, and that's where they dump all of their util.
You're
2G, they're
It's Jolly that said it. I fucking fell for a Jolly line. God damn it.
you don't want to be overconfident, feel too much of a sense of security.
Yeah,
you
I
still need to be
know.
hyper vigilant.
Sometimes
and
I don't
try
read
to
who
get some
says
first
shit.
Bloods going. 2G really suffered with that
I just
in the
trust-
last couple of matchups.
but-
So I think if they can catch Koala Noob, who's
I'm
usually
not gonna lie though. I've had some time to reflect on that last stream. If it was the last stream, I don't even remember, to be honest. It's been so crazy. When we played the drawing game, I am very proud of you guys, chat. We played a drawing game on stream with like 20 people drawing. Nothing inappropriate was drawn. For a while, like we had multiple cycles. Like I am super proud of chat. Like low key, it makes me want to do something like that again, which is literally playing with fire. Like, what am I doing? But you guys were really well behaved. I was very impressed. I'm not gonna lie.
Don't come out of the gate absolutely firing all cylinders, which, as we've seen in the past comps, isn't
It
necessarily
was
the
nice
most
to
common thing
actually
for
be able to
them.
do something fun.
2 games.
Like, I say it right now, and it almost like entices someone to fuck with me. Like, oh, I'm gonna be the funny guy next time. But that whole time when I'm doing stuff like that, or any streamer is doing anything like that, if one person fucks up, it ruins it for like everyone. Like, and I think everyone was just, dude, everyone was tryharding. No one was being stupid. No one was like writing words. It was actually a pleasant experience. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't actually believe it all played out as if we weren't on stream, other than the stream sniping, of course. The stream sniping was the only thing that truly is different about what happened, which was amazing. Because I expect the least out of you guys, you know? I set the bar very low.
Out about what they were doing.
walk out. It's walkout time.
Respectfully, of course.
It is time for
Respect-
players to hit the stage and start getting started with
Oh.
the match up ahead of
Oh.
here. This is the playoffs. We started with 6 teams, 4 remain, and at the end of all of it, only 1 will ascend. We've talked about how close it has been with these teams throughout everything, Jen, and I honestly, with how everything else went in the group stage, as much as we set the stakes, anything could realistically happen.
Yeah, I know I said that. I don't think we're going to Haven as a decider, but I don't know. It's getting really intense out
Guys,
there, and I think our
wait,
players are
we
warmed
got
up,
to
ready
do
to go
this.
soon. And 2G picked right. They went into overtime and lost on Sunset to
2G
M80,
picked
but
Sunset?
I know it's hard to find a
Icebox,
fault in
Haven.
M80 with
What was the
the
first
whole
match?
undefeated thing. But they only dropped like 3 games, 3 maps, and Sunset was 2 of them to TSM and to Galorys. So yes, the series goes quite the distance, or the rounds go quite the distance for M80 on
This is
Sunset if
scary.
they do lose. But this could be a pain point for M80. And now that a lot of their strap book has been out there,
M80
because,
has
you know, the whole
their
16
icebox
14
in
overtime
here,
against
chat.
2G,
And you guys
I
know
think
how I
2G
feel
can
about
just
that.
play
14 and
counter,
1.
But they really have enough time
1,
to do
2,
that
3,
since the
4,
last time they
5,
matched up was only, what, like a week
7
ago or
straight.
something. So I wonder really how much prep
7
2G
straight
did
on
for this
icebox.
map specifically.
I mean, when I look at M80, their strat book and what they've had, like, there's a lot of tape on these teams for these couple of, say, maps that they like to go to, but at the same time, they're still able to come out on top.
Sunset.
And even at different forms that we've seen coming out here in the group stage from what we've seen from
Definitely
challengers,
their
they will
weak
adapt.
spot.
They've been working
Curious
hard.
if
They
M80
definitely
changed
have this
anything.
opportunity here,
M80
Fox.
could very well go back to this chat
Opportunity
right
is there.
now.
Like, you know, and
This
even if it
comp?
was a couple days before,
They could.
If you're serious about playoffs and making it to Americas, you're going to be serious about the time you're putting into the game
Koala
for
played
sure.
the race.
And that's that. I mean, just putting in the effort here.
The crowd so hyped to see how this is going to be going down. Getting started with our first
Oh, I think we're going.
match
I think
of our playoffs. M80 going up against 2Game Esports, just facing
Wait,
off a couple of
M80?
days ago, where M80 were able to take this
I wish I had audio.
2-0 win. But
just like
coming
the stream,
down
we get no audio with the
to
visuals.
multiple overtime
Just
rounds.
pretend.
2Game, they have this opportunity. They have the chance. Let's hear the walkout.
Wait, we actually. Why am I literally fucking predicting this shit?
Campeones de Norteamérica, estos tipos nadie los sienta. Una vez más para M80.
Yeah, this is a fucking. This goes crazy, guys. Oh fuck! This is such a good song. Oh fuck! I love hearing it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Was that those like
It's just another
vuvuzela
day
things
at the
from
office
soccer
for
like years ago?
M80. They are
What the
undefeated,
fuck was
only
in that
dropping
song?
3 games, but that's first map of
It was
Sunset
sick. I loved
was
it.
2 of their
I loved every
losses,
second of
not
it.
To 2G though.
Audio-
This is the rematch that they did
Fuck
at the
it.
last week of groups. Really excited to see how 2G look coming out here, Sierra.
What is
100%,
happening right
but gotta bring out 2Game, bring them out to the stage. This was the number 2 seed coming from Brazil. And look at the confidence, the smiles. This is a team. There is this upset potential. I think it's one that when we're looking at M80 favorites aside, they have the
goat
confidence.
necklace.
They have the mechanics and the strength. Do they have enough in the tank to take it to 3 maps or even the series?
now? M80 chose their song, bro. It's like M80 was like, oh shit, you know that timeout song? We want that, but we want you to up the tempo by like 500%. We add some bass in there, a couple vuvuzela or whatever the fuck those things are called from the World Cup years back. Throw them in there, fucking make it triple as loud. That's what we want to walk out to. Like fuck, dude.
25,
that was an
26-year-olds,
insane
there's
walkout
20-year-olds, there's
sound.
17-year-olds,
It went
2G,
crazy. I loved
have
it.
a wealth of experience, one that can motivate each other, carry each other through the highs and the lows, and I think they got a very good favorable map set, so I'm excited to see how 2G will try to rewrite this story against North America's greatest.
Bro,
And when
I
we
feel
have
like
to
a
talk
tooth
about-
cracked. I'm not gonna lie. I was like gritting my teeth through that shit. That shit's like going to the dentist and tells you grind your teeth.
Spike on this neon.
No, I just
My
actually
eyes
watch
are
M80
to Spike
walkouts.
and kind of this redemption to be kicking
They
things
actually
off
don't grind my
right for
teeth at sleep.
Sunset.
I think redemption is
I watch
honestly
M80
key, and
walkouts.
Redemption will happen. They've learned from their mistakes before. They finally got a taste of what M80 is like. And they can work off that. They know Koala Noob's honestly pretty
Can we play
territorial
the
when it comes to the
the
Euros. They
G2
understand
walkout
nets
song
and
for
the play
every
style that
team?
They like to push.
Just promote the G2 bundle. That would be hilarious, dude. If Riot was like, no, we're only gonna play bundle specific songs. So until you get one, we're gonna keep playing the G2 one.
Maps out of him dropping 6 and 19, and very uncharacteristic, but it's kind of, it bodes well for Sunset.
All of a sudden, M80 submits theirs. It's Nismo talking over what we just heard. Backfired. Fuck it. Let's just keep letting them do what they're doing.
On Sunset last time, and he is terrifying. How will 2G handle this? We'll find out.
We definitely will, 2G. They have to be coming out of the gate strong here for a chance in this series. Do they have what it takes? Have they learned from playing it very recently? We'll have to find out.
Wait.
Head over to Shift and
Epic
Uber for
pen.
Sunset.
Oh, I don't even know.
Thank you very much, Desk. Yes, the time has finally come to kick off this upper semi-final. The wait, I'm sure, folks, is going to be worth it. I'm Uber here in the booth with I Hold Shift for a rematch. The bookend to the group stages here. M80
Shift.
once more take on 2Game.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think the thing about it was this 2Game squad came out really firing on all cylinders at the beginning of the group stage. And I would say lucky for them because they found themselves a part of that major tiebreaker situation and they etched themselves into the playoffs, but with a rematch versus, of course, the #1 seed coming out of groups. The interesting thing about this is the immediate run back here on Sunset. It definitely felt like a game that was winnable for both sides. 8-4 halves on both sides until we eventually got to OT where M80 were just able to figure things out kind of as we got to triple overtime. The interesting thing about it, and the desk hit upon this a couple of different times, Spike needs to show up today. Last time around, especially on the offense, Spike was just a non-factor, only going 5-14 when they were on the offensive round. So when you look at 2Game, you look at the Neon, that's the power pick, that's the flex. You got to find a way to get some value out of that opening initiation.
I think that the draft here of maps is an interesting factor because 2Game, there are two maps that cause them problems against M80. Those are Haven and Lotus. Last time around, they banned Haven and they had to face M80's Lotus, which did not go well at all. Only two attacks.
Chat. Wait, I'll see.
I think between these two map pools, this is going to be our most interesting matchup. Both teams did good, like 8 defensive rounds last time they played it. But after this map shift, that's where things get concerning. M80 have a deep map pool, and basically, no matter what the draft looks like here, they're banning Abyss. So you know they're very, very happy with the conventional maps that remain.
Do we got a Pred up?
Especially when Icebox is on the table. I mean, there is no better team when it comes to having a bread and butter map
very M80
than seeing M80
okay,
play
same
on Icebox.
comps.
They have been dominant on both sides of the spike. They have a 92% win rate dating back to the beginning of the Challenger season. So it definitely feels like to kick things off, it's
I agree. Huge map for 2G.
For 2G. Having to
Given
find
how
a
dominant
bounce back
M80 are
and
in
a
Icebox.
revamp on this map, their selection, because this would have to go 3 in a lot of people's minds if 2G were to win this series.
Massive stack here.
Defense side, get a good start to this map.
They're afraid of like the quick, powerful Neon take
like
with the breach stun and shit like that.
Spike has already made his way into mid, clearing.
They play in the second layer
as they go. So now that part of the map is dark.
Probably
as far
actually
as
third
M80
layer.
concerned, and they're trending back to top mid just to see if there's going to be a push up.
And I like this already. It's early to kind of say this for certain, but I like this idea for 2G. Show pressure somewhere
protecting
first
his
instead of
lane
just
if
diving
he
when the
jiggles.
barriers drop. That's what they did last time, and Spike did not have a good time. So now you've got a little bit of split focus on the pistol round where M80 need to find out where this hit is, and Xander's going to retreat back into the depths of the site while the rest of the team comes over through tiles.
Time is of the essence. Xander smokes himself to get back towards
really good.
The smoke in link. Nismo, decent time to come out with a fault line.
Ooh, they caught him through the smoke.
The shot could have been an issue, but Zap just sprays down through the cyber cage.
Flank is in.
Able to find one. The reinforcements are on their way for M80, and you'll see them wrap between short and
pick one.
Xander just has to stay alive.
Oh my God, they found him.
2G are close enough to still be able to see him. The reinforcements are here, though. Net
Yeah, they
finds
got
2,
it.
and that's all he'll have. 2G swarm this A side and have the numbers.
Very well played by 2G. They were just confident in their take. They took their time. And even though M80 had the read, the take was a bit too powerful. They had like everything thought through.
Way. You deny information at mid by taking care of the spy
Yeah,
cam.
very
That
good
already puts
reaction
that
to
into
take
play.
CT right
The
there, I
second thing
agree.
they struggled with was finding good isolation on the site. It was largely
Super good
just,
mid-round.
here's a fault line, Spike, just go run through that. This time they control the space at the back of the site. They get elbow,
GG?
they
Oh,
get
yeah,
that
of
front mid
course.
connector.
Yeah,
and
I would
then
say 0-1 for M80 right now.
that is something that did not do well versus
Like,
M80.
not
so far, it's
scoring the
already looking
game,
like a very
but
cognitive
maps.
effort in this
They've
reprise
lost
map.
the map after that.
2G already looking to push up on another extremity. This time, though, it is that B side. One which M80 have stacked. 4 players set up here for M80 with Koala Noob in the position. Notice there's no gate crash set up here, so M80 are effectively committed to this. Cypher cam again towards top mid, but 2G have made no efforts to take control of that part of the map. It's going to be 2 cameras staring each other down.
Participant.
And 2G are waiting on a timing here.
Can I get an audio
Not
check,
gonna get
chat?
anything for free out
It
of
changes
M80.
every day, so I'm
They're
at
gonna have to make
37
the
right
move.
now. Give me a number.
Yeah, and I think this is one of those things
Relative
that,
to
again,
me,
you just have to kind of
like that.
tilt towards leaning on the direction of 2G, making the right adjustments. You know, let there be a long lurk first, especially with a weapon advantage. At worst, you lose a ghost here. So Silence is going to make the call that I've got full elbow control. I haven't seen anything, no smokes, no
Maybe people
Gecko
sit down a
utility,
little.
nothing of the nature. So come join me. Let's get ourselves a full setup, and this should be an easy post plant hold, considering they haven't used any utility at all until that dark
read.
cover and recon bolt
Good
combo
job
comes
prodding
out.
out the site by the
All
Cypher.
Silence walking up.
Yep.
Silence has
Through
been a
walls.
star of this tournament.
Ready to
So.
take contact. He was a ghost player, so very extendable as far as
He's
2G
playing
is
very
concerned
loose
this
early
round.
on.
Yep. Stone cold nothing. So now M80 the awkward and unenviable position of having to rotate into this
He's gonna
site.
go too loud.
with weaker weaponry.
Yeah,
Still
before in
putting
the
their
other
own
stage,
utility
it
to
was
work with.
at
Obviously,
like
they got some
20.
flashes here
So it
between
just shows
Gecko
you how,
and
like,
Galorys.
what production. Ooh, what a flash!
Flashes being expended twice.
That's a good
Now
lineup.
slide in to the fault line and is caught out. That's at least one for M80, but it'll be tough to find any
Still,
more
though.
here. Net decides to swing that one way and it's clapped.
Yeah, just keep a note on that.
I think what we need to pay attention to right now is how well 2G are doing right now, scouting out these setups, not falling into any traps. And yeah, even though M80 had that read on pistol guys, they probably are aware of all the things M80 likes to do, and they took it into account, right? Like, hey, M80 sometimes will play a guy in front of a Cypher setup. So even if this guy spots us elbow over here, still be careful. Do not hit those fucking trips. Be super careful. They also like playing super aggressive with the one way and the your flash and the, you know, like the breach stun, all this shit. Like, be careful of that. So like once they go through the checklist like one by one, they're probably like, okay, they must be flanking because there's no one anywhere. And then they push spawn. Like I'm pretty sure they have everything thought through right now. We'll keep an eye on it though.
They've even got the gate crash.
M80 might need to have a
Spawn
timeout
by
and make
to
some
give them
big
somewhat
adjustments.
faster rotate off the site, not necessarily to another though. It's mid being taken up
So
here
they
by
set
2G.
Koala
And I
up
love
on a
it. Again, this is
super
not
aggressive
something we
line
saw
on A.
last time these two teams played. 2G was just hitting the
These guys are
outsides of
going
the map
up through
offensively.
mid.
Now you've
Fast
got a fast
split.
line
That's
to
the blind
separate
cutting
over
through
the middle,
spawn.
And this is going to cause a ton of issues.
Oh,
Good
good
paranoia to
adjustment.
counter, but this leaves B main wide open, plus Market still in control for 2 game. They can still do this 4v5.
And has a sixth sense about it there. LZ able to duck those shots, but now he's going to be on the corner and he gets
I'm
so
feeling
close.
antis here,
Moves
Chad.
back into the smoke. Then he's going to be waiting inside. Market sees a gun barrel and deals.
That's
with
silly
the
by
assailant.
Silence, so.
Dual theft already.
Can't believe it.
Up here
Oh,
for
yuck,
now, thanks to
yuck.
this brace of kills in that first round and following it up after
All
the fact.
spawn, all
They're in the
boba.
post plant now with all of M80. All of them committed
Nice
to boba.
shot.
They've got to get away out. Dizzy does his job. Nismo's at least able to get the kill off of that, but now we have a 2 versus 2. And Pricey gets swung on. The Bulldog is
Fuck,
actually
bro.
able to get the job done, and this leaves it up to Nismo. He just got his fault line back online, but suffers one from Zap. And that means this is a tall order indeed. There's a flash available, but the timing's not there. Zap needs to play the post plant to perfection. Flash pushes Nismo off the spike.
played,
Hold on.
Zap.
Couple seconds
Very
left, and I
well
think
played
Zap
by
has
Zap.
got this. There's not a thing
Damn.
Nismo can do except take the kill and walk
Good
away.
micro
That's
adjustment
3
by
straight
Nismo,
rounds
but
of 2 game getting.
guys, I think this. Who ran? This is the playoff of Dante's play. This is the Dante strat, right? I'm pretty sure this is the Dante
Staves
strat.
off M80's setup, and then you all of a sudden have Luis who's just holding on to Market safely behind
So here's what I think they just. Oh, dude, I can't wait to show you guys what I think
a
they
couple
did.
of days ago when these two teams had played this map. So again, that focus for 2G after looking through the VOD seems to be pretty clear cut. Get deep,
Oh,
do not
fuck.
allow M80 to
I'll find
flood
it.
us or hit for multiple points of ingress on their retake. Let's put the pressure on them early, and now all of a sudden you got
Ooh, he
back up
dinked
to
him.
A limited buy situation.
What?
Defense, and they're trying to get aggressive. It does
Nismo
work
at
for at least a
6.
1-for-1 opening though.
Weaponry a little bit dodgy though here for M80. So they're happy to take that kill inside B main. Nismo has not yet moved in to recover it. It might have been picked up by 2G instead. They are well equipped for this. Koala Noob can get off the site in a pinch as long as that gate crash is available. He's going to have to hear this walk up through halls because it's not particularly subtle, not particularly quiet. He's going to get slapped down to 4 HP. Has the TP across and in fact takes the commitment angle here. To play a double face with Nismo through this
Good
one.
flash.
Flash for Koala
That's a
Noob.
sick flash, but
Not
fuck.
enough.
It's a good idea. I think that's something that M80 are going to have to look at and say, this is how we play this, is we have to be more contest heavy on site itself. We can't just default for playing for retake. So yes, we're just in a limited buy situation, but I think the idea of M80 keeping themselves on site,
they're
getting a little
perfect
bit of
right now,
pressure,
man.
allows a little bit of an opportunity here for this team.
That forces a double swing with no
again,
util.
the rifle's just too strong.
What the fuck, dude? He had a paranoia still. That was just goated. Neither got past it.
And again, it's a trade of players on that aggressive pop towards the B side.
Really good
where they go
early
1 for
rounds
1,
here
but then they
from
overwhelm a
2G.
site that is just Koala Noob. And Xander taking so much damage there just on the swing out of holes puts him way behind.
No, it's really good. And okay, this is going to be an important round to keep our eye on here, because my guess would be that M80 are going to try to use this Yoru to challenge one of the outsides of the map, likely over towards A before they go over towards B. But if they can get aggressive and control A main, that may allow them a chance to stack up. Thing about it is, you just never know when two
they
games
break
gonna
the
hit
dart.
the trigger
3,
and just
2,
go.
1
green
on the
light
cam.
and just hit
Nope,
one of these
cam
sites
clears.
aggressively. So
All right,
this has
now
to
we
be
go.
calculated for M80, and you can
Layers, chat, layers. This is crazy. So this dart got broken, so they're like, ooh. If it didn't get broken, they would know it's clear. They would go through. But since it got broken, they were like, let's use one more piece of util. So they throw the cam. Now they go through. Like, they are thinking through everything right now. They're playing real well.
What's the contingency? I was going to say, if the gate crash, that
Like,
has just expired.
that style of like never overusing util and always like kind of trickling out a little more, like sprinkling out a little more to really get real info is the mark of like a really, really good team.
Just get the scout. Fault line will come through. No counter initially as another flash moves out, and that'll just respond to an easy teleport back. And the focus the whole time is
setting up breach over here simultaneously. I don't really know what they're cooking.
They're going to go one towards the B side, and it actually falls here. Xander tries to smoke towards B. Really good. Stop this momentum, and 2G will not be slowed.
Chat.
Now for M80, they've still got some pressure here over on the A side. Zap has made his way through.
Yeah,
this could be very disruptive.
You need to hit the shot if you're quality, and that is the end of the round. I'm loving it, man. Again,
What's
it just
going
feels
on?
like a totally different team from what 2Game was doing from a couple of days ago. I'll stop saying that same phrase over and over again, I promise you that. But look at where all the blue X's are. They're deep on site. Last time we had played this map, it was Spike just trying to slide out when the barriers dropped and hope he could go 1 for 1. That wasn't working. He went 4 for 14 on offensive rounds. Now all of a sudden, he's at least playing a bait and switch with his teammates where he can dive, kill the focus, have a teammate follow up to find a couple of eliminations backside of the site. It's been really, really well done by 2G, and I would figure after this round, we're going to get a timeout for M80 to talk over what they're going to do to put a stall to this more passive yet calculated approach for 2Game, because they need to either decide if we need to give up the site completely and just hold some of these corners over towards market, back halls, or at A main or A deep and towards the backside of the defensive spawn, give us 2 points of ingress on our retake, or we need to commit to playing more aggressively and contest the spike from being dropped in the first place. But this idea of we're going to sit back and then 5-man retake from one direction is not going to benefit M80, and there's the timeout to talk about it.
I could have misremembered, and it could be 2G's strat.
2G have been perfect. I mean, they make these little probes towards B main, sure, but they really involve any kills they did in that previous round. It's a standard setup for M82. It's the Omen over towards that B side.
Fuck.
Sometimes there's one way in A, but this time over.
What I'm looking for is a similar style of play from Dante and how M80 reacted. And I was looking at a different VOD, actually. So I haven't actually looked through this VOD. I don't know why. I should have looked through this VOD first, to be honest. But, oh, yeah, that's right. There's a fuck ton of text. This is it. Okay. This is exactly what I'm looking for. So how M80 reacts in this round is countered by 2Game on their opening bonus. Like, they are countering how M80 reacts, I guarantee you, in this round. Like, it looks all similar, but the difference is there's a third down here, and how they path through market is different. So they realized the incorrect play was to send the second through market, and they made a slight adjustment. I'm telling you, this is like a very complex counter we're seeing. And I recognize that strat and the slight adjustment they made to it from a different team playing M80. That's so smart. M80 is in big trouble right now, chat. Like, the plays are really masked, you know what I mean? Like, it's hard for them to know what's happening. They have to play their own game.
And silence will be brought down. A dirty thrifty for M80 gets them into the game.
Are those right?
They have to play their own game, but their own game has to be slightly different than what they normally do. You know, like they might have a different look, different style, like net playing the opposite side or shit like that.
That is just simply put.
Huge eco though, nonetheless. They needed this.
That doesn't work. But a couple of right clicks just hit them all in the face. I mean, that's 2 eyes and a mouth for those right clicks coming through, and that's enough to at least turn the tides and get that early contest. So now we're going to find out. This is the important round in this half. Are we going to get the same thing from in these main locations, whether it be a B or A? Or are we going to try to get the operator back into play? Are we going to play for initial contact and then back off, but not too much to a point where we're forced to have to 5-man flood through one direction? Are we still going to be able to contest some of the inner angles through middle? Again, talking about things like market, talking about things like A main over towards A mid, over on the A side of the map. That's the real question here. But
Nismo's
if there was ever an argument to be made about that last round, why you should buy a Ascend
Jesus
bottle,
Christ.
I think we just got it. Those right clicks were nasty.
You fried my brain with that. Nismo daddy, Xander mommy.
The problem for M80 is that
wow, that's really good
rolling thunder
artwork.
every
Holy
round.
shit, man.
That was obviously a huge part of what allows them
That looks
to
really good. Wait, can you guys
just
see?
stagger, you know,
Could you guys see
2G
that?
as they try and hit that B side. They tried an operator at the extremities. We saw Koala go towards A long. He was forced off.
He had a lion tat on his forearm, and it was like so detailed. I'll pull it up one sec.
Can he play up inside B main? That's
so you guys
also
can see
being
what I'm
cleared
talking
with an early
about, even though it
fault
doesn't
line.
really
both
matter.
Extremities are being controlled by 2Game. Basically every single round, they're willing to expend some util against that because they know that M80 are trying to counter their contact walking up A long, or into lobby.
Yeah, and I think that's one of those situations like
the
if you're looking at
right
that
now,
from the
what
perspective of Koala Noob,
that
I think he's fine getting pushed off the angle. He's just hoping he can get some really contact.
The detail is
into a
very
free
nice,
first
like the
blood.
shading
That's not
right
win
there.
condition for what he tries to do. It's definitely a factor though that does again pause 2 games esports' tempo, but over the course of the last couple of days we've seen them play, they've stepped away from the match that they played versus All Knights, which was just all 5 of us are flooding at you. We'll just see who's better. This is more calculated. We're not getting the, I'm just going to use a fault line, Spike's going to slide through, see if we can get first blood. They're playing a little bit more reserved in the first 45
Chair coming back up. Are we
and then
ready?
using that burst later in the round because they know M80's not going to force
Really?
utility early. So it is a battle, like you mentioned, of
not too
all
long.
we're spending is a fault line. We'll get it back. Not the end of the world. It just slows down their eventual approach, but it comes at the benefit of them controlling the map the way that they want to keep M80 from being able to stack early because they do get picked early. So it definitely feels like a calculated assessment towards what went wrong last time and what's going right this time. As how about this? A little gut check call. It's immediately into market, and this is going to put a lot of stress on M80's defense to rotate over.
Few sources used by M80.
All 1 and 6 right now.
Completely fresh look thrown out by 2G. That M80 have to react.
Great play. Got his 2. Got neural theft out. We take those.
Both teams, in fact, have it. BCJ pinged down.
Xander, no.
In the line of sight. LZ holding the line. BCJ not expecting that, but still having
Good kill. That was a hard kill to get by BCJ. Running forward, stopping. Oh, he thought he had slide.
Yeah, the dimensional drift is everything. I mean, Luis does his job. I mean, he gets completely isolated over towards market. He's able to find one elimination, then hold his ground a little while longer. But the problem was the dimensional drift pushed the entire play through B main all the way back almost to spawn. You just can't stay on site when market's under threat and you forget to clear a corner. So you can see it right here in the minimap. I mean, the dimensional drift pushes a player all the way deep over towards market. They can't even stay at all onto the site itself. So that's just an ultimate difference, again, coming through, plus an impressive quick shot out of Koala Noob. Also beyond that, just good isolation to make sure they get market back, which is, again, one of the things that I was focusing on is can M80 make sure they keep themselves 2 points of ingress on these retakes instead of being forced to flood. That time it comes through by re-winning over towards market.
5 round wins in a row for 2G. Finally, that economy has run dry. It's time for the period of austerity, and Koala Noob happy
I forgot.
to punctuate that. LZ takes one to the guts as he tries to take control of mid. And you'll note that M80 not playing forward here, not trying to play off a fault line trap.
Yeah.
Doubled up here in halls.
And I think the thing here for 2G is there are tools to
I had
win
to
this round. if you get a couple of
I had to
the problem
publicly
here is
thank
for M80,
Plat Chat and Sideshow
you
for my
don't wanna
Wyatt
find
Weekly
yourself
award. That was
culprit to
literally
being hit by
the highlight
War
of my
Thunder,
day
which is why I think
yesterday.
they're backing off. At worst, they can spend the Thrash. That's not the end of the world in terms of ultimate usage to secure a very needed round here. And more importantly, they may not even need it as BCJ just spams through the fast lane and finds one. So they may give up the plant, but this should be a round win for M80 as soon as everyone gets here.
Spike planted.
Big responses so far after this timeout.
It's likely M80 just look to fight this. They do send the Thresh team first. Sees 2 players in hall. Spike's trying to take a fight.
What?
Towards Lincoln. Somehow
What the
fight
fuck?
lasting, but there's more work to do. Zap was caught by that. Clearly detained by the Thrash, and now Silence has to back away from this aftershock. Defuse should come in the meantime, as Silence has no choice but to face the guns.
He's fumbling the movement, but his aim is
Yeah,
crazy.
good for BCJ. Again, I think there may be some hindsight of did we need the Thrash or not, but regardless, the round is won, so we don't even have to go down that conversation.
That was
especially
nuts.
BCJ finding a follow-up plus the defuse, so not bad overall in terms of them being able to put themselves in position to kind of re-earn that Thrash before the end of this half again. But, you know, the thing about it is, as we go into this next round, this is going to be 2-game talking about
pause,
what do we want to spend in terms of our all.
So the attack pause from Happy ended up being very, very valuable. So I actually think this attack pause, he's probably making an adjustment ahead of time. And you can see he's being very active on the comms. It's not enough to, because he knows this was hard countering. To get this chain of 3 required some adjustments, right? Like some adjustments, changing play style. And he's predicting what's about to happen. I'm curious what he thinks they're going to do right now. I would say they're either going to do like something similar to the pistol where it's like a slow siege on the A site, or they're going to use top mid in a similar way to what they did on bonus, pull or rotate, and just use that to open an area, right? Because it looks like they're scared of M80's traps, and so they're kind of like doing a lot to make M80 perceive the trap play being needed somewhere else on the map. I don't know. I think they might use top mid right now, actually. Like go like through top left mid or top right mid, but only as like a fake with one player.
They need to decide here now, are we going to play aggressive, see if we can
That's the first sign that I think they're going to go top mid.
Because if we don't,
right,
trying to deal with both of those and retaking with an operator
they
is
shocked
not gonna
where a
feel
top
good.
mid trip would
we'll
be.
see what they have in store as
smoked
your
top
grenade
mid.
quality once again is lurking up towards A long.
Bro, I would be so bought in on a top mid hit if I was IGLing right now with what I just said.
But I figure that neither player would overpeak this, but they do, and it's a huge punish. And all of a
That's a
sudden,
big
2Game have the door wide
overextend.
open to
That's
try
a
to
big
hit A.
overextend. Now they can do anything. Now I don't know what they do.
Too much.
Now they're faking
Seen
like
it
they're using top
happen before.
mid with this
That
smoke.
operator looks tantalizing, I'm sure, but for 2G, what's even more exciting is the prospect.
So
of
they
the
know
player
this
advantage.
trip's not here.
Yes.
They know that the two people
Because
here
essentially
can't
this
see
guarantees
this
that
side of the
Spike can be our
smoke.
entry man.
So that would
He can
pull
just dive
someone
on in with
over,
high gear,
leave the
slide on
site
corner.
weak.
We don't need the op.
And it doesn't
You
really
can
matter
deny
what's
it by
going
tossing
on
a little
because
further
that's
back if
two
you want to,
people,
but they're not gonna
and
want it. They're
that
gonna
makes
wanna
this
try to
site
play
very
with
weak.
aggression here, and they
So
will
here's
get
that slow
forward
siege
over
on
towards
A.
this elbow area. So pressure on. I do like the fact that BCJ is sitting in sight. This is something different for M80. They will have good support from Nismo, who still has a flash, and aftershock, and a fault line.
Preemptive flash there from
30
Nismo. Here
seconds
comes
left.
the moves, the rolling thunder, but he's playing off the site.
Ooh,
here.
I hit him.
He's
What?
able to spray 2 down instantly. BCJ
Dude.
could have been an issue embedded in the side, playing from the smoke, but prized him out. And now it's down to net.
Spike's mechanics this map have been unreal. I am
may have caught
shook.
onto B.
I'm shook, dude. I'm shook right now. I don't, because like 2G are playing a really, really good game, and I'm not saying M80 aren't or that M80 can't beat them, but this is the exact situation that I worried about. Is a team not really making too many mistakes in playoffs for M80 to capitalize on, because that's how they were winning all those close games. And also they'll have footage of M80, and they'll still have these shooters. And M80 has the experience to pivot their whole strats, pivot their comps, like make adjustments and make it look good. That's where M80's strengths are. So hopefully attack side goes a lot better. That's the cope here.
An overdrive. available for Spike here in just a moment. Although he seems to be doing plenty well with just the Phantom. Unreal spray control.
Yeah,
More
the
than
neon
happy just
stunned
to
the area
pull
of the
up
breach ult missed.
on
Correct,
M80.
yeah. Very
go
good
for
play.
broke.
That's what I'm saying. They're not making mistakes right now.
Round total already.
They look
for 2G
very,
on this
very
attack side.
good.
It bodes extremely well, folks. And we're jumping now into round number 10.
Not
where M80 still
necessarily
have
run
plenty
at
of
you.
work weapon-wise. Ultimates are still a little ways away.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And a different look here. Qualanoob gets aggressive through mid with support from BCJ. So this is, again, M80 changing up their defensive strategy just a touch.
So they have that one way down there, so no one's going to want to peek him from this
Problem is
side.
he can't stay here. It's just there's too many variables for 2G. If they want to take space, they will get it. There's just so many utility abilities that they can use to freely clear. So
this,
it's going to have to just be
no pun
shorter
intended,
checks,
but they
and as
silent
BCJ
take mid with like
responds
no
and says,
abilities.
If there is a threat at mid, he has to back off even
That's
deeper.
powerful
Again, this is
because
good map manipulation for
now the other
2G
team doesn't
to
know if they can
eventually hit a
mid-round
little
push
bit
the
safer when
extremities,
they
right?
eventually decide which side
M80
they
didn't
wanna
make
go to.
these plays
No
because of how
scaling into
quiet
mid,
it was in mid.
Where M80 are allowing that
So
to quite a
all
great
of this
degree.
info
They're
was
trying to
gained
activate
back,
towards
and now
B.
M80 is doing the
Crucial
same in
information.
reverse over here. The
And we'll
3-2-1 in the
probably
smoke,
eliminate B
probably
as
with
an
a
option.
Yoru flash.
Which of course means
Yeah,
there's only one
and now
out.
they're going to realize they need to
2G are
rotate.
going to be hitting
But
it
they're
awfully
already out of the
quick.
play.
Recon thrown out here. And as soon as the trip is clear onto the side, Cybercage is thrown up here, so
Yeah,
not a ton
this
of
is a
information
hard
about Halls
anti.
just yet, but Silence has got in there for 2G.
Wow.
They have a feeling that it is safe. And Zap's there to cut off the rotate. That's big. Now, three players for M80 called out the side have to contest with this one way to get in.
And they have to go through alley. They can't hit through mid anymore because of that.
What
pressure
the
from Luis,
fuck,
who now
man?
finds
How does
himself
M80
on
not
the
get that
site.
kill?
It's just, this is clear cut, a night and day difference for what 2G was offering us on offense before. They're really taking to account that M80 want to try to full retake and save their utility for it. So you don't let them do that. You don't let them get their comfortable setup. You don't let them hit from multiple points at the same time. It's all going to have to be from one direction or the other. And 2G have done a really good job at just isolating the map and turning it into their offensive favor. The question will be, especially as we start to wrap up this first half, is what do they decide to do with the defensive side? Because again, they did win 8 from the defense, but there were moments in overtime where that faltered. It definitely felt like at moments 2G were bailed out by ultimates when they played this last weekend on the defensive side. So that's going to be a conversation as we start to run down this first half.
Man, I definitely don't think 3 is enough, chat. I don't think 3 is enough. It's just whether they can get 4. Like, even it's whether if 4 is even enough. Like 5 is enough, but I don't have any hope in them getting to 5.
Feel pretty upbeat. 7-3 here heading to the 11th round. And M80, this is disastrous compared to their last showing on defense against this very team recently. And that is a dirty recon in a fault line. Kuala Noob again forced off an early line.
So chat, remember that early round we saw before where that same dart was thrown, it was broken, this was smoked, they 3-2-1 it, they camera over here. This is like, this feels and looks like that, except it's not that. It's not that at all. There's 3 people right here. And
gate crash starts to fade, so no commitment
again, like
yet
these are all
in terms of
signs
them
of a
making the
very
move
well
towards
prepped
one side or
team.
the other, but they're
I'm
working on it
scared.
where they know for a fact Kuala Noob cannot be. So again, I just
they're doing
love
a
the
lot of
idea
things really
and the
well
awareness
right
that
now.
2G are putting together in the mid round.
Only 2 people on B. Blind cutting across market.
Can't intervene here.
Just jiggling. Finding out if there's anyone in sight. Sticks it. Wow.
3 players.
This is so well
More up
played,
on the
dude.
site now for 2G. And M80 once more need to find a way to extricate
Layering
them.
util to stop the rotate, stop the
Kuala Noob has
flood.
to hold this line entirely, and M80 going to try and
Big
use
fight
them
for
in.
silence.
Silence should
Gonna get
hear some
pinched.
footsteps. Doors closed. Fault line
Ooh,
will
barely
good
caught him.
isolation. Now M80 have 2
Good
points
fault
of
line though by
ingress. This is how the
Nismer.
retakes often start.
Blind back sight, doesn't catch anyone. Spike is the player. Right now, Spike.
Rechecks mid.
Oh my god. Dude.
All too easy to connect these shots. Nismo and Net now, the last two standing. Net utterly overwhelmed, and Nismo doesn't hold up under the pressure either. That is an 8-round attacking half
We're getting
already
cooked out here, chat.
for 2G.
We're getting fucking cooked out here. This is their map though, and I can blatantly see like multiple layers of anti-stratting, and I keep pointing them out. So like, while you should be like a little bit nervous about this map, just realize they can't do that for, well, they can predict that M80 would likely pick Icebox actually. That is a very high likelihood. But usually M80 mass stuff in such a way where you can't counter. this is a weak map for M80. I don't think they're this counterable on Icebox.
For 2G, because right now it's been perfect except for one Thrifty round.
M80 on a half buy. Move into mid and take it over. LD there knows that there's some presence. Probably pushed up pretty close. That M80 presence is about to now drift over towards Market and probably expand a couple over towards Boba as well. So they are in retake positions, but those retakes have been far from gainful so far.
And this is great. I mean, this is another way that 2G can clear space. It's a little bit of a flex pickup with the operator in hand now. A couple of spam shots for Kuala Noob, just a bit awry, but it does alert 2G that they're not as comfortable as they may think they are.
Didn't break anything.
And you saw the observers highlighting that trap wire. It did not get deleted by that opening shock dart. So this is still in play as they try to approach. These defenders are going to have to deal with the owl drone, which they don't even get revealed by fully.
I know.
Yeah, but you can see it again. Look at the
He
other side of the
pinged
map.
both spots,
Luis is already playing up and said,
think he
there's no one
hurt
here.
them.
Kuala Noob's not
Maybe
here, so we
somebody
can try to
already.
get aggressive towards A for free.
Yeah, it's almost like what we saw in the first
Good
round, in
work.
fact.
Absolutely.
Round 2 of the game. It was Silence who just walked up into elbow.
Oh, fuck.
Now the M80 have to hopefully quick enough for the punch here. It's going to be net.
Big
leading
kill.
out narrowly a duel in mid.
Was that 3 for
That
120?
is huge. It's a huge boon. Take away that anti-retake util. No breach on the board here for 2G. And once more, we're converging. Spike hasn't gone down quite yet. Paranoid's going to interrupt its plant. Faultline doesn't stop the
man.
plant, though.
That
This is about to
stun
get
is
messy.
amazing.
Silence deals with net. Both players hit with dizzies, though. And now Wingman trying to open this
Oh,
up.
he still
Xander,
got
more
it.
time to come alive.
No,
Spikes for
dude,
3. Again,
this
he
Neon.
decimates M80. And now it's up to Nismo. No chance of a rolling thunder here. It's the good old-fashioned honest Valorant to bail M80 out. That's good, but he takes a lot of damage. Spikes is also low and gets 4 on the round to send 2G into halftime with 9 attacking rounds.
That's 3.
I mean, dude, there was like 3-4 multi-kills from Spike that half where it was like transfers, you know? Going back from the Stinger round into this round, into the spawn round with the 2 people in spawn that he stunned. That's 3 I can think of off the top of my head. Like, that's crazy. This kid is just destroying them right now.
It's not just, I'm going to dive and see what I can create. Now it's playing off of the actual utility that comes through. And then
when like the spearhead of the hit is getting multi-frags at that kind of rate, like 3-4 times a half, it's over. Like, because those rounds are just gimmies at that point. Like, the rounds aren't even reaching like layer 2, 3, 4 for M80 because they're over on the first engagement. And he did that like all half. He did it like 4 times. And I feel like the one time that I can't think of that he didn't do it, Luis doubled them coming through that spawn smoke where I was like, what are they doing? Man. And then there was the ult round too. So yeah, there's 4 rounds off the top of my head. Just off the top of my head that I can think of that he had a lot of impact in. The Stinger round, the Breach ult round where he double killed them in spawn, that last round, and the Neon ult round. That's 4 fucking rounds, dude. That's a lot. That's a lot for like the front of the hit. Like, because what if that happens for the second guy in the hit or the third guy in the hit? What if that person has 4 impactful rounds like that?
still overall, and M80 has been
M80 are lucky to have 3, I
In
feel
fact,
like.
they've actually been just about as better than everybody else. They sit second behind Galorys.
Damn, that
in
handwriting
terms
is
of overall
goated.
pistol round win percentage. So, you know, their setups and their strategies around the first 3 rounds of a half have been solid. They're also one of the best teams at playing at an eco disadvantage as well.
Yeah, I mean, we have said this all tournament, and yeah, M80 might have won some of these games, guys, but like, I think it's been obvious to everyone in this stream that like the Neon versus Yoru here is not playing out how M80 wanted it to. And even if they are somehow winning, it's like, dude, look how close they are, you know? So
In the second half when they played last time.
they might need to redo this one.
The Yoru pick was something that Xander said was allowing
And I'm a
M80
Yoru
to
lover.
do things that other teams couldn't. But honestly, a lot of teams have gotten slapped by 2G. So that hasn't quite held so far. Can they?
Oh yeah, the classic round too. That 3-round
Good
stretch.
selection here on this attack side.
Oh man,
It's
don't
back
make me
in
remember how it
Q
started.
attack sided. Here it's going to be net though. Get absolutely pounded by Spikes, who is picking up where he
Good
left
play
off.
by
at 16
M80,
and
but
8.
And I like
great
this.
reaction.
There's no need to go back.
So their reaction in that scenario is, yeah, you're gonna flank us. You're gonna be there. We will double push into B main. We will hold this ground, and this is the hard fight, though. This is a very hard fight for these 3,
B5.
and a very well played situation from M80.
Kwame here.
This is great.
A lot of players waiting at these points of ingress. Farnoob actually checked top mid briefly and is able to get the drop on Zap, but here comes the pressure through market. Nismo gets one. That might be enough. Healthy as he is, still needs to deal with this pinch that's coming in. He gets his one. That's going to have to be enough. Xander with a quiet game today.
No way, bro.
And that continues as Spike finds 3 on the pistol and 2G.
What can you do to that? What can you do to that? What can you do to that? What can you do? I mean, like, the guy was way out of the play and he played his character perfect, got back in the play, and then did a double wide swing with a slide so he's accurate. Like, he's locked in, dude.
We want to make sure that we've got multiple points of ingress available on our retakes, and they do so by opening up space with all 5 players hitting it and then resetting to hit multiple points at the same time once they have numbers. So that time it's an isolation at market.
These like fucking Brazilian Latin neons are some of the best I've seen.
So it takes a little bit more time, but it's just as easily effective. And how about this? Spikes is doing Spikes thing, just dives out, paranoid to follow. That's a 2 for 1.
He was blinded. Bro,
he don't care.
Clearly the walls have eyes and they belong to Spikes as well because he sees it all coming.
I'm gonna put that back.
M80 here, not the start that we're looking for. That gun is not recoverable. Fuji going to be grouped up around this. They've at least dealt with defending Neon. Is that enough? There's plenty of depth in this squad. Step up where Spike departs, and that's 3 on the round for LZ. This is getting very scary for M80.
Yes. Yeah, very much so the case. This is a must-win round coming up, and then a must-win round after that. Just to kind of keep yourselves in some sort of an economical foothold. So not the ideal start here, but Spike is playing out of his mind. I mean, we could sit here and we can break down the macro game in terms of what adjustments
going miles. Made. Bro, the craziest thing, and I can't even believe I can say this out loud right now and actually believe the words coming out of my mouth. This guy ain't even the best Neon in playoffs. Like,
time they met. That's not good. Now
he's not the best Neon in playoffs under 18 years old. Let me even like further like boil this down. Like,
Silence is going to hear all this information, try to translate.
Bro, that's kind of crazy.
On this retake happen, it's not going to be from one side or the other. It'll be by 2 sides at once.
That crash is there by Kawanobi. He got spotted.
Both of them VCT ready, I
Would have been an
think.
easy target for Silence had he not extracted himself. So full post plant setup here with no market presence to speak of for M80. And weapons that would make the devil look away in disgust.
Careful.
This is a great dark cover. They can follow up with a flashpoint or paranoia. Now you can flood together. That's exactly what's happening. The slide through. Spikes denied.
Oh,
no ball gets 2 somehow.
Wait.
Beautiful. They run
Fnatic, anyone?
Fuji don't really have a protocol nailed down to try and clear through this. That gets good damage, but will be caught by the heal as he tries to get out.
11-3 believe?
Plant.
Wait.
Sink themselves around.
That's value too in terms of what they spent and versus what they got. I think impressively, and we didn't see it because
are we back?
Quality somehow gets 2 while all of this action is coming by way of flash and paranoia and dark cover to separate. It looked like 2G was going to hold an advantage with the weapons and the ability to push with utility favoring them in the fight. It just doesn't happen because Noob.
11-3. Brazilians do lose these. Brazilian teams do lose 11-3s. Attack positive every time. M80 wins a round and the fucking UI can't even handle it.
Battered a little bit in terms of Spike finding value. So there's going to be some interesting things to kind of evaluate immediately if you're M80. Whatever the playbook is, better find success. Otherwise, you're going to go straight to attack pause and have to readjust based on a limited amount of information that you found, just because the sample size of full-on defensive rounds will be 1 or 2 at that point.
In the crowd already, the 9-3 curse has been invoked. Great to see
that dude looks so smart. Like, just the way he's standing with, like, he just looks like he's like learning, actually. Looks like fucking B-roll footage from a college or something. like, that looks like some shit I would see like in some shit that's gonna sell me something.
Their closest matches have been played
He's
on.
Like locked in.
With Icebox and Haven remaining in the series.
Clean cut.
That is something to hang your hat on. That is something to look forward to, even if his first map goes badly. Now that I've detached the Cope tank, the 2 game look like a completely different team today. We've seen this, though, throughout Ascension, just not against M80. They got pretty manhandled by them. This was a very close game on Sunset in the end, but the rest of the series, that Lotus game really didn't exactly spark joy or confidence in this team.
Yeah,
This
I
is
mean,
the time to peak.
I'm Lunar. I kind of thought they were changing venue, but I'm not sure if this is a different. I don't know what that says. I don't know if this is a different venue because they still have those same like vertical panels for both teams. So it looks like the same venue. It just looks like they allowed a crowd in. So yeah, I'm kind of surprised if it is the same venue, but I'm not sure about that. So yeah.
Their follow-up, 8 of the rounds on defense were versus 2 game when they played just a couple of days ago. Their offensive side has been
Return
successful
2
for them,
points
but
is
when they
the Viper, it's
win
hilarious.
this map, it's because their defense does better than expected. So that was not met. Now it has to be a blinding attack versus a 2-game squad that showed good presence on defense across a
child in the
multitude of
venue
different
where?
games that they've played on this map.
Right.
Again, that being their pick interregionally, they were great on it.
We're losing it already,
So far
chat.
through the group stage, they've been pretty darn solid on it as well.
The
Save
venue?
just the matchup they had versus
Pics of
M80
it?
and
I only got this.
TSM, the
Oh,
two North American representatives here. But it's just one of those things that you just don't feel good about.
Bro, what is going on in there right now? What is actually happening? What is it? What causes it, I wonder? Like, is it internet related, audio related, player related, gear related? Like, I have no idea. Audio problem? Fuck.
See him. He's been getting absolutely rolled. Koala Noob is, well, frankly, I mean, we could talk about the defense side. Couldn't do too much with the operator. So you hope that he moves on to the attack side and can have some more value. So far, not so much.
Well, I think the good news here and
Had
where you
11
find
forward
kind
would
of,
be crazy.
we'll call it free rounds, is
Kicking
one
the face.
M80 have a dimensional drift to play with. There's just
That's like a
not a lot of
drawing.
answers in the game
The
on
fuck?
this map
Wait a
for what you
second.
do to deal with that. And
I'm
that's
banned.
something that I'm sure 2Game have discussed because, honestly speaking, when they were on the defense and they dropped rounds, it was because the dimensional drift and rolling thunder were available on the side of M80. So I'm sure they talked about it. But when you swap sides after a convincing first half and you're going to your stronger side where you only have 1, maybe 2 things to kind of kumbaya and talk about after the last time you played the map, you're feeling pretty confident in your ability to close this map out. So, again, there's a lot of pressure here on the M80.
I think
to
I
try to
used this
find
break to
ways
go PP
beyond
real
just
quick.
the dimensional drift and the rolling
BRB.
thunder to actually get good success. And I'm actually kind of looking towards the get-go here. Can you provide enough space clearance for the wingman to get an early plant? And then can you possibly largely hold off of your initiators playing through some
back
things
to
like
post
B
plant.
main? Yeah, that's just playing off the post plant through B main. That seems like the best option, especially considering that 2Game defensively are so good at re-clearing market.
Well, we saw that, right? We saw that M80 had to play the post plant entirely from A main, which is fine, right?
Sure.
There is like forms of util that can clear them. Aftershock's very powerful. Also, we see some teams actually smoke not sort of main, but the left-hand side of that kiosk can sort of cut off one side and filter in that way. You have obviously, some of that util available to you in order to break this, but 2Game can also circumvent this whole process by playing a bit further forward up on the sides. That obviously is a more of a risk-laden style of play, but trying to deny a post-plant situation is actually something that M80 might have wanted to consider themselves because on their defense side, their post-plant, I mean, we'll see the stats at the end of the game, but their post-plant success rate was extremely low. If they let Spike just, inhabit a site and press up on you off of your util timing, even while he's still flashed or stunned or passed out or unconscious or sleeping or in a different postcode, or he's not in the sacred timeline and he's still fragging you. There are that is very difficult to deal with. There's a lot of variables that you introduce when you want to play that post plant. And M80 tried to play ahead of this, right? Sent Koala Noob. He wanted to play ahead of it so much that he just walked into a line that was being held by a Vandal and lost his operator at the start of one of those rounds. So
Sure.
M80 tried to avert that post-plant scenario. They've got good retake util, so it's not like they have to do that, but neither plan seemed to work for them.
And I think the thing about it for M80 is they don't have to force that same level of scaling that we saw from 2Game on their offensive side. I think at certain rates when you get kind of bullied out of positions like market or over towards like A elbow, for instance, if you were to throw the hypothetical out there, if they were to have a post plant set up at A, I just don't feel like you need to go an extra step because you have things like the Gecko and the Sova still behind you, on top of obviously having usually a Breach who's still alive, because often speaking, it's going to be Koala Noob, the first one in, first one out. So I feel like if you're M80, you should understand that and not just necessarily rely on the entry, but start to kind of lean a little bit towards these lockdown controller agents, and in particular, I think just the initiators that can hold on to utility and regain utility to stave off a retake and then retake the fight on your own terms rather than trying to force it initially and seeing if you catch good Valorant timing. So those are the things to keep an eye on. Tech pause, we're hearing, should be resolved here in a moment here, friends. So stick with us in our little vamping of the podcast. But the end all be all and what I'm kind of looking at broad strokes is that M80 have a lot of things to think about. And at the moment, 2-game, don't. You just stay alive to dimensional drift. Those are the only rounds that caused you problems last time. Trust the process from there on out. Win the map, go next.
Yeah, on this technical pause, we have an ETA of 2 minutes, about 2 minutes ago. So it shouldn't be too long from jumping back in. And yeah, I think if the extended yapping's not your style, folks, I suggest you put some ASMR on and just cry silently while you mute the stream. Because again, there's a lot to talk about in this game. I mean, we've discussed pretty, I think, extensively like M80 woes on that defense side. 2-game, you'll notice it won't often look to relegate themselves to post-plant if they can avoid it. And we're able to, and if they do, they can definitely play through from mid and you know, from Boba. And like if M80 are not, if they're all pulling off the site playing as 5, if they have had Boba re-cleared away from them, that is definitely harder to play that post-plant as an attacking side, but not impossible as we saw.
And the other thing about mid, which I think for M80 may not feel as enticing as what we saw from 2-game on offense, is the fact that Spike can just run up and clear it with high gear. You know, you throw him a smoke to block off one side of mid or one side of market, and Spike can just run and dive, and someone can be behind him. That's how you clear. You don't have to spend a lot of utility to get isolation of those particular areas. So I think if you're M80, it just doesn't feel maybe resource value worth it to spend a lot to have it be countered with so little. And that's why I think you're seeing them really stack a lot of their abilities and utility towards, when we're on defense, retaking from one side or the other. Or here on offense, it's going to be to get initial entry and then to try to hold off a retake from one particular area. Try to find value based on concentration rather than by trying to split the map and forcing 2-game to spend a lot to get a little. That's the power of Neon, is that they can just throw up a fast line or throw a relay bolt and just dive through it. And that's clearance. You know, at least gives you a 2v1 situation at worst, if not a 1v1 that Spike has won pretty much the entirety of the day. So there's a lot. There's a lot of things, I think, in terms of what they could possibly do to get clearance. And that's why I think for M80, you got to still stay with this more stacked mindset. And hopefully you find yourselves in 5v3s or 5v4s early to put a little bit of extra pressure on 2-game.
All right, well, those of you in chat with TikTok attention spans, your wishes have been granted. We're going to go to a quick break. Step aside. Let you soak in the ambience for a little bit, and we'll return once we can jump back into game. It's the first map of the series between 2-game and M80. Sunset is 11-4, favoring Brazil's number 2 seed.
What's going on? Wait.
We got some gameplay for you folks. Jumping in round 6.
They waited for me. They waited for me.
Crucial attacking rounds together after losing both pistols in this map.
What is going on?
This is gonna, interestingly enough, because of the way that they purchased, this is gonna feel like a bonus for M80.
Stop playing with me.
Outlaw and play though for Zap, so keep your eye on that.
Stop it.
It's gonna hit hard, especially with only a couple of listeners.
Oh, you kidding me? No! Turn it off!
No,
dude. I'm going to Monterey. I'm going to talk to these guys.
No.
I'm going to show them where to plug in the
There's
thing,
no way. There's
right
no
back,
way they baited me like that. They waited till I sat down, like the perfect time for me to sit down. They leave a countdown to show. That's crazy, actually. This is crazy behavior out of production.
My car is running. I'll be out there. One more tech pause from you Monterey people. And you're cooked.
Literally edged by production right there. That was insane.
Just someone to step up and get it.
What is going on?
I have worked in this industry for too long. Energy.
What is happening? Okay.
Back we are.
It's still moving. No, no, trust me. We're safe now. They can't hurt us anymore. We're actually in the round. They can't. They can't. Well, the other team can hurt us. But...
Takes an L.
God, I was so worried about beating production that I forgot we actually have to beat the other team too. That's crazy.
Not gonna happen. And now all of a sudden you've got a threat through mid. It's gonna make at least some rotation. Difficult with the overdrive.
That is insane, bro. That makes Neon look busted. What he just did, like the slide to avoid. Oh shit.
Paranoia out, but countered by relay.
Bro, Neon looks so busted.
Fast lane as well, by a bit of time. Occludes some vision for M80, but they seem confident in committing to this A push.
Like he looked fucked, and then he just was like, "Oh wait, I got like 3 slides. I'll just slide out of here," and like that completely changes my hitbox.
Here comes Thrash. He's going to see absolutely sweet Fanny Adams here. Nobody over at the site for 2G. They are trending back after hearing this though. And Spike's in a position to deal some death with this outlaw.
30 seconds left.
It's an outlaw and a Marshall here. That's the thing. This is not what you want for retake. So
Final boss out of the
old school
coil.
musketman riflery here to try to take this down 1v3.
For Silence. Especially peering in with a scope weapon. All right, another Thrash. Another fallback from Silence, but now he's running out of time. He's going to have to commit here. All right, well, not quite the connection he was looking for there.
Good patience from that. Even with full HP, you're still patient.
A couple of rounds together. There is a glimmer of
locked
hope
in,
here,
locked in.
but they're looking ragged even after that one.
Well, keep in mind that that was essentially a bonus for them, right? Because the purchase that they pulled in round 3 was not as significant as you would have guessed because of the force buys behind
Who do I have
it.
winning
So,
the second
yeah,
game?
there's going to be a couple.
Let me see this one play out first. I know it's an odd thing to say, but how the other team plays in your region in this scenario, like in playoffs, like somehow affects the other team, like in the region. I've seen it happen so many times.
2 Bulldogs, everyone else on Vandals.
I don't know why. It's like when one team in a region sucks, the other team steps up.
He pulls on out, though. It's going to be that full beat hit, but the dimensional drift essentially clears.
So I bet if 2G wins this,
It's gonna be a while before 2G can get
I bet the
there.
other Brazilian team loses, low key.
I think they'll just take the fight, but this time Net's going to be ready for it. It is a 5-gun salute. M80 stand their ground here. Silence is out a trend left and find one. M80 have to slow it down for now.
Good follow-up from Silence. This forces a repurchase, but this is going to be a save for the last 2. Interesting idea there from 2G. And again, I think this is their conversations around the dimensional drift. I don't think they often expect the dimensional drift to get popped out of and then gate crashed back to. I think 2G were figuring that at least Koala Noob plus 1 more were still in market. So they try to throw the smoke towards B main, and then they try to flash out and use Spike to clear the backside of sight to then eventually re-wrap and use market as kind of
Silence has kind of pivoted to Cypher quite a bit. He hasn't played Neon, but he plays Jet for them.
guess incorrectly and maybe kind of win the little mind chess game right there and put themselves in a position to try to string together a couple more rounds.
We talked about how this comp for M80 on the attack side can do some really interesting things. And you mentioned it, Kwanu, telegraphing that he was himself in market, which is either saying to 2G, you either avoid this part of the map or you spend all your util to clear it. Util that you could be using on the site itself.
This is silent stats over the last 30 days. So he's played Cypher, Jet, Raze for them.
Occupying it. Let's see what else M80 have up their sleeves here.
I mean, he's put up some really good performance on Cypher too.
Thunder's one away.
Just fucking good.
In the corner, dealt with
big kill.
Freebie. And that's just going to put so much existential pressure onto 2G's defense. In
Makes
fact,
this
he's
guy
going
want
to
to
force
push.
Luis to try to catch timing here, and he's going to get overwhelmed, and this should be a free round right here from the side of M80.
These type of rounds are great. You don't have to show anything.
See about their lack of information. Trapwire obviously confirmed. Here come M80. Silence out of 5-3 with the sheriff. And Pricey gets involved as well. Absolute filth. 2 for Pricey, 3 for Silence. And M80 in absolute shambles.
Dude, it's just, as soon as you take your attention away from Spike, Silence steps up. He did this versus All Knights. Sheriff in hand. 4 shots, 3 kills. Are we joking? Like, there's no world that he should have been able to pull this last one off in particular, but just clicking heads. Silence is legitimately one of the saving graces of this 2G team. It happened versus All Knights on this map, and all you can do is sit there and say, I don't know, I'm just out here clicking, boys. Impressive 3-piece, and that changes the whole dynamic of this map now all of a sudden, putting them on map point.
M80 have to pause for a moment when they come out of B main because the trapwire is in play. They know it because they checked it with a clone.
Yeah.
And that just causes them to stand around for a bunch and not end up taking the fight into the backside, which was where they were needed. And now they put 2Game on map point.
Yeah.
Now they put themselves in a position where at best
No, that's
they secure
criminal.
overtime
That's
here on
fucking
Sunset.
criminal.
That's not good enough.
And the thing about it
That
is, like, if
is
you're
fucking
M80, you're
criminal.
Just like, I guess we just tipped that. Like, we flashed him, we neuro thefted him.
What?
We had smoke deep. Like, he was as isolated as it gets.
What the
It's
fuck
just 3
was that?
players Don't swing it together, and it's just impressive shots.
Bro.
Like, there's just one of those things of happy.
What is that?
Well, we got beat.
Unreal.
It's just like, I don't really know what else to say. The only thing you could have possibly done better for M80
Just
is
take me
just
to
swing
ice
that together
balls.
since they knew
Get me
exactly
the
where he
fuck out
was.
of this
But
map.
I don't know. I just don't know. That's just different. That's all you can say right there. That's just flat out different.
And that might have been Zap talking about some of their retake strategy there.
It's crazy.
Basically, you come from the left, I come from the right, and we turn them into mincemeat. 1 round away for 2G. What a way to break momentum here. For the most part, it's a full buy.
This is just so sad,
and right
bro.
armor. And LZ will be caught here. Koala
Like
really
so
trying to
many
break forward off
multi
this
kills,
now.
like they're just getting
They disable
gunned the
LZ
fuck
gets back
down.
inside the dark
But
cover.
that was totally their
Step up yet
fault.
again. Clone hit first, so Koala Noob's happy to let that take the hit.
God.
And then he dishes one out. Now the player advantage in all of 2G.
What was that time? Was that a 2-1-5
Had to make the
eco?
pilgrimage back to
What was
market.
that?
Well, Luis has done well to get up top here. He will obviously be able to separate Koala Noob. It'll be unbeknownst to him immediately, but he does at least get the information on if there were players to be crossing. So now here comes the ISO. Dark cover down over towards B main again. This should be a little bit of a slide through play for Spike to try to see if there's anyone on site, and then the focus should go immediately back over towards main. But keep in mind, Xander's on a long lurk. This could be super beneficial for
Good
M80.
TP, good
The market
TP.
door's closed, so Xander can't go into there for a backstab. He would have liked to. Instead, he will pinch
Nice.
from Boba.
He was pinged for so
He may not
long.
even be
Perfect
needed.
timing.
There's nothing you can do about this.
Huge.
2G are about
Great
to get
round.
absolutely slammed.
Great round.
Yep, Zap won't see Xander coming, and Koala Noob takes his 3rd of the round. Here comes the Yoru play, and here come M80 trying to take this to OT.
Bro, if
The
they
other side of
didn't
this is
lose
not
that
just the fact
chat,
that-
this was doable. They were doing it. Like they were actually doing it. Fuck, man. That's so annoying. That's so annoying.
From the opposite site. Whether he gets into market or not doesn't make much of a difference. It's just
Yeah,
a
it
simple
really
fact
was
that,
a horrible
like we
round to
talked about,
lose. Look, I mean, look at their
are likely
ults.
going to default to on post plant stacking,
their ults are
likely in
sick.
towards B main. So if you can keep finding success with late lurks around the back, it just makes that post
like if
plant
they were
setup
chilling
that
right
much
now
more
at
confident that
11,
you can just keep sitting back, wait for help, know that you've got a natural pitch.
Man.
Dart will
Or
come through,
no, it'd be
ball
11-8.
runs
Sorry, it'd be
change,
11-8. What am I
early
doing?
battle still
I
ongoing
took a
for
round away
M80.
from M80. I'm
They
stupid.
throw the fault line from mid
11 to
there.
8,
So
if
there
they
was
just
a trap
close out that
fire.
round.
Timing's not really there. M80 actually going to stagger themselves a little bit. Okay,
With
priming
these
and opening.
ults, bro, they
Spikes,
would
though,
be
can't
sitting in
capitalize
such
off
a
that
good
play. Picked
spot.
off. No trade here for the
God.
defenders. Weaponry a little bit dodgy.
Fucking
Silence
grief.
the only player with a Vandal in hand, and he is on the other side of the map. He won't be able to play off this at all. So it ends up being a 1-for-1 because Spikes is incredible and still is able to find the kill. One shot here for Zap could take the wind out of M80's sails, but they don't give it to him.
And the thing about it is one tap can win the game here for 2G. Not only would that be a 3v3, but you have the ability to pop a rolling thunder.
No,
if
lucky
you
it
want
wasn't
to.
Ika, because
So
Silent 1d3
definitely
people.
concerning moments here for
It was
M80.
like
They
a
have
weird
the thrash
shit
and the
bug.
dimensional drift. I would not be surprised if they use one, if not both of them, just to guarantee this round and extend the map.
I'll handle this.
Dimensional drift and a gate crash position for Koala Noob to fall
Okay.
back to. Now we check the site.
Still only
No one's
5
embedded in
rounds
the box.
away. And M80, if anyone can do this, they
Stacked up
definitely
towards
can.
Spawn, and Koala Noob sees everything he needs to. Now they don't have Xander for one ways here. They do not have their Omen do M80. Have to get it done without him. Nismo takes a hit there, and here comes the thrash. Heading over towards Link here, and Net wants to
one?
push ahead. He gets the better of LZ. That is a big one.
Yep.
Koala's
Still a
very
middle in play
forward.
for 2G, but not much else.
Yeah, this is really good discipline from M80.
All
Good
right.
decision making as well. You know, you get the read from the dimensional drift.
Okay, 4 rounds away. Man, a lot has gone wrong, and still they're like within distance right now. But their big ults are all gone. So the next couple are going to be pretty hard, I'm not going to lie. And 2Game understand that this is like, if they're going to close out this game and make it feel good, it's going to come in the next 2 rounds with this breach ult that they just got. So this guy's basically like, do not fucking lose the breach ult, right? Like, he's cooking something up for the breach ult round. So that way they don't just waste it. Because it's the easiest way to win a round.
M80 will have full purchase, but 2Game get the benefit of pulling out a couple of the key ults.
Happy to spend it on a round like that.
I'm
Those
curious
trap
what
rounds. In fact,
M80 are
any
going
of
to
them can
cook
be,
here.
considering M80 just got thriftied into the 24th and a half dimension a couple of rounds ago.
I think since they have this breach ult, M80 is looking to probably like split. They could send Koala in a top mid and use like a gate crash to go back spawn. And the reason why I'm saying that is because, you know, you're negating the value of the breach ult. The more entrances you're kind of splitting through, and Yoru really allows that super well, right? Like imagine he's over here at the start of the round. I've seen him do this. He sends the clone forward. He leaves like a gate crash over here. He could even send it like here if he wants, but he's going up top mid, instead of like in B main or whatever. And he'll like prod around this area with maybe like say like Xander cutting through here, giving him an omen blind or some shit and a smoke top right mid. And then he can easily TP back, but the breach ult can't hit any particular area of this.
Immediately.
So let's just see if they like spread out
There
that
it is.
way.
Recon Bolt fault line. B main is completely taken.
Neon
And
takes
like
B
you said,
main.
the ultimate advantage is just so steep.
They're using
for 2G.
mid.
They've got so many bailout tools, and
Okay.
M80 are going to realize that. So they have to play over through mid and see if they can try to pull something out before they actually execute.
This is new. We have not seen this little variation for M80 before, but
Oh,
2G are
yeah.
Wow, they're prepared
absolutely
for
ready
this.
for it. Yeah, but they don't actually have the breach to play off we've got on the other side of LZ's.
Are they going to collapse mid? I'm waiting for
M80
it.
have seen enough.
Yep. All it takes is a shoulder. I mean, as long as no one's committed on that pass through, you don't have to spend the
Breach is
paranoia.
stay in B.
So,
They're kind of fortunate in
usage.
that regard.
B
But
main
there's a
is
cam for early
good.
info, so they're very slow. This cam is going to spot them at like 50. They're going to have to realize, okay, we got to speed up a little bit, and they got to kind of be sloppy in this area for a second or two.
kind of caution here for 2G. Not 100% confident this is going to be a hit towards A, and Silence is going to get called upon again. What can he find as he's about to get overwhelmed?
Do you think he has to play off these trips? I saw him push
Sent
up there and I
back.
wondered why, but he has so much of this cypher util in
absolutely.
place already.
Wingman planting.
Not
Oh,
revealed. Okay,
fuck.
gonna be
He's
quick
so
with the VCT,
lucky,
but he's gotta
bro.
get down the
Wow.
wall. Quick wingman plant. They plant very shallow here.
Christ.
Shift.
It's a great place. It's enough to avoid things
They're
like the
ready to
Hunter steering
push
the rolling
over
thunder.
by
They can play
stairs.
super deep off of this. This is a really good call. Now it's
So
just
they're
down to
playing
2G.
like in this
What do they
middle
wanna use
ground
first, try break
to
back into
avoid the
site?
breach ult.
Spikes
Very
out
good
here,
call,
rolling
'cause it
thunder gonna be
worked.
used. Now M80 going to have the hot foot. Dizzy thrown out. Wingman also deployed there. And they are embedded
Now
in
they
the site.
occupy the site again.
Here they come. He's going to
Oh,
take one of the way
no.
down, but Spice comes in from the off angle, and they're not waiting
It's
for
just
it.
too hard.
And get it, Spice. And the wheels fall off. The comeback fan for M80. 2G close it out, 13 to 8.
Brilliant. Brilliant map from 2G.
Oh, they're good.
Like they played it pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. Like they did a lot of things really well right there in that round to avoid like a disaster against the breach ult in the early round. But it's just a very difficult round to win. And 2Game played a great game. You know, like they didn't make the mistake on the big round. And they had some really impactful moments. So fuck. M80, it's time for M80 to do that on their map.
Mistake, but in terms of their scheme, absolutely perfect follow-up after the recent result that they had. It's hard to beat a team twice.
I agree.
and
That
that's exactly
eco
what
round,
2G's able to prove here in this first
I think M80 comes back.
Started to build some momentum.
I think M80 makes that game look like all of their other Sunset games without that eco round, you know? This is silent stats for the event. I think we were like on pace to see, watch what it looks like. So it's just like a bunch of like 16-14, 12-14, 13-11, 14-12. I think we were heading right towards that zone until that eco. And then that eco ruined everything. I think M80 could have even won the map at that point. Unfortunate. But yeah, they're going into Icebox now, which is probably their strongest map. You can see they're 14-1 all time. They are legit goated here. 7 straight. Really consistent with the comp too, so much familiarity with like protocols. They rarely make like key mistakes here. And it is very hard to anti-strat them. So I'm curious to see the approach right now coming out of 2Game. And I say that because I know 2Game expected this. They filtered the pick here on purpose. The first time they played right here, 2Game 2 Game banned Haven, and M80 picked Lotus, and they destroyed them on Lotus. So 2 Game know that if they ban Lotus, M80 are very, very likely to pick Icebox, which means they probably put a lot of prep into Icebox expecting this. And they probably could assume that Haven would be the 3rd map as well. Like, these are all things. So, like, there is the world where 2 Game is just super prepped for this best of 3. Like, the veto went exactly how they probably wanted it to. They might not have known which of these 2 maps M80 would choose between Abyss and Haven. But I think historically, like, M80 is super good on Haven. So I think 2 Game went into this veto like, we're going to give them Icebox and Haven and just know the exact 3 maps of the veto. I'm pretty sure they have a nuts Haven. Yeah. Look at M80's Haven, chat. Like, the last time they lost was last year. They haven't lost this year yet. So, yeah. Basically, 2 Game knew exactly where the veto is going. If you leave in maps that a team is 16-3 and 14-1, you're basically saying, okay, let's fucking go. Beat us on, make it 15-1, make it 17-3. Let's see if you can do it. That's literally what 2 Game is doing right now. It's insane. But they believe they probably could anti them better on these maps because M80 is like super confident. They know what they do. I'm scared. I don't know what the anti is going to look like, right? Like, I have no idea what 2 Game is capable of. Like, I'm sure I could find, like, holes in their game, and, like, I don't know what I would go for. Like, Icebox is a hard one. Haven, I could see them, like, I could see them tearing up M80's Haven, I'm not gonna lie. I think right now, obviously they're down to 0-1. I think the question everyone in chat should ask themselves is this. You know, like, coming into the series, chat was probably very M80 pilled. Like, you know, they went undefeated in groups. From this moment in the series, do you favor M80? Like, what are your odds of M80 winning 2 maps in a row versus, you know, losing 1 out of the next 2? You still favor M80 from like an 0-1? 50-50 from here? Yeah. Shit, dude. It's the best maps possible, but in my experience, when a team does something like this with the veto chat, it's for a reason. Like, it looks insane. It looks so stupid. Let me see what their record is on those 2 maps. But I guarantee you they have so much prep planned, and it's going to be so obvious. They don't even play Haven, and they put it in there. Okay. All right. What's going on? Okay. All right, and then Icebox. I guess they're probably pretty good here, but they're not like world beaters or anything, you know? Like, them banning this map is just, like, so interesting to me. So you're telling me they banned a map that before the M80 game they had won 6 straight on, but then they lost to 1 team, and instead of countering that team on that map, they think it's easier to completely pivot into the hardest maps?
Mean anything at all if one team's going to be coming into the server and shooting as they did. It's going to be 2 games.
That's what I'm saying. I think there's hard antis coming in. Like, this is a very odd veto from my perspective, and it makes me feel like there's hard anti-shrouding that could be going on, but I'm not too sure, and I don't even know what they would see. So I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, this really speaks to the resilience of 2G to be on a 3-loss streak in the group stage and to show up against the tournament favorites. And you saw them on the cameras, 2G getting up, talking smack after almost
Wait, there's an
every
evil
round, like,
Egglet?
starting off on such a
Where's the
strong
normal
foot.
Egglet?
And also economically, like it became an avalanche at the beginning for 2G, and you saw almost an M80 comeback, but at that point they needed to play pretty perfectly to make any kind of comeback. And at least M80 have said though that they have these slow starts, and Sunset is one of M80's worst maps, the ones that they've lost to the most.
I
when it
do
comes
think
to
the M80
Ascension
players
and
can hang with
Split
them
overall. So
yeah,
it's great to see the counter stratting, and also that 2G exploited and had a much improved offense against M80.
Yeah,
it was a team that
have we been heavy antis? I think what people think an anti-strat is so different from person to person that answering that question really doesn't do like anyone any, like, you know, like did I believe in heavy antis? Well, first of all, like you would have to define like what an anti is, and then you would have to define like what is heavy, like what's heavy antiing. Like, do you mean like designing a whole playbook around it? Do you mean baiting someone into a veto? Do you mean, I mean, I've done all of these things. You know, like I've changed comps to catch teams off guard. I have created strats that counter common spots from the other team. You know, like I have done fakes off of what we called the prior week. You know, like that, is that considered anti? Like, or is that building out a winning game plan? So like, what is an anti? I think people go overboard with calling shit anti. I'm winning the game is what I'm doing. I'm playing I'm winning today, and I'll do whatever is necessary, right? So like, if I played it, it depends is the true answer to this question, which is why like it depends if the other team has a lot of VODs. If they have like, what I really like to see is like if they have two VODs like closely spaced together. Is there a comp change recently? If so, then I can't trust that they're not going to change back. Like, there's so many variables to this answer. Is our base stuff very good? Have we shown our base stuff? Because we're obviously working on stuff day to day, right? So our game should be very good. And the first time you see a map, like week 1, like say like Sentinels versus 100 Thieves, week 1, you're seeing their game versus their game. By week 5, you're seeing all of the teams like they, you know, or I'm sorry, by week 2, you're seeing probably like, hopefully, you would see, say, like 100 Thieves showed their full playbook on week 1. So they might run like slight fakes off of their playbook on week 2. That would cause the team they're playing against to over rotate or bite. And then week 3, it might be like a fake off of that fake. Or they might just go back to doing the base strat because they've shown both ways. So they've shown they can do it in both directions by week 2. So, you know, like shit like that happens at the pro level. It's, you can't answer that question. Like in LCQ, we were running like Raze, like Austin on Raze all the time in our matches. And then we randomly had him play Neon. And I think people got really caught off guard because our last match on Fracture was like, pretty recently before that, you know, we had never shown the Neon in a match. So like, I was actually slightly against that change. It was like, I was on the fence with it. And Peter said he was comfortable with it. Mike said he was comfortable with it. Seller said he was comfortable with it. So we kind of just did it. But that was the first time I had done something like that on like because we only had like a day. Like we played the day before. So a comp change like that in one day is very impactful. And is that considered an anti-strat? Like we wouldn't do that on day 1, but here we are doing that on day 7 because the other team has like 4 VODs of us with the old comp. And we know that this new comp is suboptimal, but it's also better than running our old shit, which is in VODs. Do you get what I'm saying? Yeah, it's indirectly anti-stratting. It's like, So yeah, like there's a million forms of anti-shredding, but I'm doing, it doesn't matter how you define it. I'm doing whatever it takes to win the game. That's how I approach it. I hate when people put me in a box and call me like some kind of, I'm an anti-shatter, I'm this, or I'm that, or dude, I'm whatever. I'm whatever it takes to win. And, you know, like when Stellar was saying like, initially, like I was super structured and like rigid and I made the team do strats. You can talk to anyone from Counter-Strike and they will tell you the exact opposite. I call defaults. I play loose and I reel people in over many repetitions. And that requires a lot of time. That requires a lot of experience and game knowledge and teaching. And we needed to practice all 7 maps and have them down for the Challengers qualifier in 3 weeks. So all of that goes out the window. I have to tell you exactly what to do, when to do it. I have to sequence out entire rounds and playbooks and game plans, and freedoms go out the window because there's no time to teach those freedoms. You know, like, so again, like, am I that person normally? No, of course not. I would never be that person normally. I don't want to be that person that spoon feeds players. But I knew I was up against the clock, and I knew it was necessary to win because I've been in esports for fucking forever, right? That's why before LCQ, we changed 6 out of 7 comps. Like, do you think we actually thought we were off the meta on 6 out of 7 maps? No. It's just, there's only so many things you can do on a comp, and eventually it's like, it's so much more impactful to just switch the comp and catch people off guard. And so that's what we did. Yeah, we won. Yeah, we won. We changed 6 out of 7 comps for LCQ. We won. It was a lot of fucking work, a lot of practice, and it took a long time. Yeah. You know, like there's games like against FaZe where FaZe played like fucking idiots. And so my team has to play very drilled, and we have to punish every fucking error because they play like idiots. And they need to be fucking, that's how you beat them. You just punish them, and then they start playing smart, and then they're just bad. Just to put it bluntly, back then. And then there was teams like the Guard who were just significantly way more structured than us. Like, I watched their VOD before the finals, and I was like, we're fucked. Like, we're actually, like, we could be fucked here. But what I did know is that at that time, I think MCE, just like me, had to be very strict with those guys. And so when we played the Guard and I watched their VODs, I noticed they were very rigid in their patterns, their movement, their util, their timings. It was like someone was above them telling them exactly what to do at certain times. They weren't reacting. They were just being told what to do. And so in moments like that, I tell my players, have confidence and swing them. Swing them. You have my... like, I want you to know that they are scared of you, like aim-wise right now in duels. Like, they don't want to fight you. They want to win strategically. Like, and so in games like that, I'm a very different coach. Like, you know, like I'll fucking change it up real quick. So when people try to box me into like a certain philosophy or ideology, it's because they are naive. Like, they often are oblivious to like what's actually happening. I don't know. So like, that's why I often operate in the gray area for a lot of these answers. I never give like, yes, I heavy anti. Yes, like you should do this. Yes, you should do that. And I tell you guys over and over again, like, I think of pretty much everything as a bell curve. And like, yes, the majority of the time you should be doing the smart play, the default, blah, 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 blah. But, you know, like, say the other team has all ults, you might want to scrim the fuck out of, or I'm sorry, that would be on this side, loose as fuck. Just scrim the fuck out of them. But then there's other rounds where you might want to use like heavy as fuck util. You know, like,
cracking the code very
There's
difficult.
time and place for
And,
everything in this
you know,
game.
on the other side of
You
it, that
just
puts a
gotta be
little
the
bit of stress onto Silence.
experienced
in
and
terms
smart
of,
enough to think
can
about
he
it.
get good initiation from Zap and Spike to make his life a little bit easier
That's how I
as he
think about the
dives
game.
into the fray, which has often been the case. So that's something I think in particular to watch out for when the sides swap, because we will be starting on M80's offense. And 2G are going to look to get aggressive here at green. Love the idea of it. This is often where M80 punish teams in their own right. So it's kind of taking a page out of their book of showing some heavy force here over towards green.
M80 though.
Actual
I've
master
seen
green
this
apology.
plenty. A lot of teams have tried to play forward towards green to catch them. So Darkcover's going to break this up. 2G want to push through it. They do want this fight badly. And they'll get
God.
blood. That's for sure. LZ eating more of it than he could drink.
Dude, the timing on that mid-round aggression was too good.
Just counteracting the Dizzy throw. Dizzy gets thrown, we wait for it to fade, we hit. It's just easy protocol gameplay coming out for 2G in this pistol, who are now on the precipice of being flawless still in the pistols. So that's another kind of boon towards success for 2G in this series.
Net on your screen, that is not net. Get that sorted for you in just a moment. 39 paltry points of health and another pistol going by the wayside here for M80. Silence gets the job done here, and 2G start beautifully. They want the fight. They play inside the dark cover.
Yeah, they've been fucking up the cams for a minute.
It's great stuff. So keep a note on that. Again, this is something that, as mentioned, M80 love to do, where they will show aggression over towards green, force your opponents to throw a ton of different utility to re-clear it, and then it leaves you a little bit light in terms of your ability to approach over towards
Oh my
the
God,
site.
there's literally
And I think in particular, with M80
children
operating a
watching
duelist,
children.
A becomes a little bit more difficult to break down because you don't
Infant
have the
Osboss
ability
right there.
of updrafting to high ground. You have the ability of dashing
Infant
deep in
Osboss
towards A.
attending
so this is
to
gonna be
watch
likely
toddler
their
Osboss
preferred
later.
site of ingress. And now that you've got a scope in play, there's another way that you can try to contest this. So Silence is going to have his hands full for a moment, but there is a nanostorm that he can retreat back to if he does need it.
Watching that.
He's forced off though by just the dark cover, which is pretty cheap as far as that kind of play goes. Silence though wants to emerge. He free posts on the angle and takes a headshot.
That was so fast. They didn't even hit him.
This guy. Obviously the weapons don't favor M80, but that's still a risky play to make. He gets what he came for though. Now Zap's going to chime in over from Snowman. The Guardians start to go to work. And M80, well, they were there and then they weren't.
Yeah, Blacklight Flawless, and initially I say NT because I love
But
the
you need
idea
a Blacklight to find their remains.
Bro.
I initially say NT because I like the idea of the timing after the Dizzy gets thrown to try to pick one. I thought that was going to be it though. I did not anticipate Silence stepping back in to look for a second. That is the benefit though of playing up against what is largely always
the
just
battery on
classic,
this
especially if
mouse
M80 don't
is like
find many
outrageous
eliminations nor
actually.
spike plant on their opening pistol. They're
Like this red light is flashing right now. This shit's at like 25% still. I haven't plugged it in like fucking over a
long-range
week.
pressure could still be win condition for the bonus for 2G after the flawless. You upgrade a couple of weapons. You've got Spectres, 2 Marshals, and then you've got the Guardians in
No,
play.
it's not the
against
pulse
full
fire
rifle,
haste. It's
sure, but there
this
is
pulsar
some potency
mouse.
to this
I don't
bonus
know.
round.
That's like out from Micro Center.
They need to work with for 2G. Like you mentioned, armor at a premium. For
I do
M80.
not charge it very often.
Xander already.
If you want, I'll let this 25%
run
run till it
more than happy
dies,
just to stack
and
up here
you'll
on
know
A.
how long 25% lasts.
Get the most of these slightly weaker
It's
weapons.
still at 25 right now.
That early damage on Xander, not to be underestimated.
Oh, I
They've
love
also got
this.
cheeky little double face here. as
Yeah,
they
this
round through
little
pipes.
this team shoot
Yeah,
setup
the
that you've
V3
got
one.
for 2G
Yeah.
can not only lead to an early tag off of one of these scopes or guardians, but
It's
you
actually not an
follow up
ad,
a
but I'm actually
sector
not.
up
I
front
swear.
and just spray players down. Dizzy goes up first, decent flash, but Luis gets 2. Zap with the follow up, and the team shot is ridiculous. 3v5 situation, 2 of which come away with every single elim.
Nice gun round, bros. What happened to that? 2G had the perfect setup. The Dizzy came on in. I think it gave them pause for thought, but they were able to recover very quickly. And there's nothing
think it's over,
particularly
guys.
complicated about what we just saw from 2G. In fact, it's nothing particularly inventive about it. Just stack up and be ready to hit when they have to. Beautifully done. And that is a nice little buffer they've already built here.
It's playing good counter Dizzy setups, honestly, is what it is. That's the pistol plus the follow-up there on the bonus. that just counteracts Dizzy completely. You get a little bit of information off of it
Up
being thrown
behind
initially, but
or
outside of that, it's just too many
turret
members
holding
to
this
deal
walk
with.
through.
So M80 are going to go into a bit of a half-buy situation here.
They have 4 here
Does
already.
give them an
Chad.
opportunity to stay aggressive, but again, the
Oh my
presence of
God.
Luis and the rest of 2G on site is just as potent as ever with rifles in hand.
Qualoon's going to be forced out of that corner by the Nano Swarm here. And
At least
he does
Qual
get across
is.
at the very least, of course. He has the mobility in the TP. 3 players left for M80. They can put this together. The weapons are okay.
M80 playing up right now.
Problem is
Silence
you've
on
got
the flank,
Silence
Chad.
clearing the back, so they know this is going to
Oh,
be a stack
God.
up through Snowman and Yellow at least.
It's a quick flank as
Silence
well.
on the flank.
He's already made his way to the punch. And he lands a lethal blow.
1-on-1.
It's just BCJ. Yeah, I would go for this
Oh,
too.
wait.
Spike, though, has the ammunition.
Something got half.
He's going to start this up. BCJ need a big clutch here. That's a good mosh pit. Spikes can't quite stick it here. He's done. And that's what we call a big Colt Johnson, folks. Nicely enough for BCJ. 3 on the round and a salvage here in a half buy.
You did not just say that.
My pronunciation was absolutely perfect.
What did he say?
You have more trust in your linguistic abilities than me.
What did he
But
say?
that is
The accent covers it.
You've definitely
What
got
did
that
he
down for
say?
Sure. That's too funny, man. But that's just really good idea from.
What was the
Again,
middle
first buy
word he
situation,
chose?
Not really. It's a half buy situation.
No, he did not
That
say
turns
the word.
into
He said something
a
else.
really
What
good
was
look
it?
at being able to set
Colt.
yourself into a position of. Okay,
Is that what he
yeah,
said?
we can put ourselves in a fighting condition.
Cole?
Here.
I thought he said like
that
cold.
works out nicely, and more so, I think it is. You realize that
Bro.
you don't have the ability to go to a safer post plant. You have to hold your ground, and even though it was threatened, the weapons still come through nicely in those close quarters battles. So really well done.
It looked like a bit dicey for M80 at times there, especially with, Spike's able to find a flank and find 2 off the flank, no less. Great recovery. And again, a lot of it, and it's the same story as we saw in Sunset. If M80 can actually get to a post plant, that's when their odds of winning the round seem to get drastically
BCJ
better.
very active in the timeout.
BCJ already has the shades on here. That blue light, that's a real thing. homie be looking after his eyes long after these guys have moved on to greener pastures.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
the
think the thing
texts are
here
brutal.
for M80, that round provides.
I guess they're allowing the
I
players
mean,
to
really
talk in tech.
nothing on either side that can be like immediately counteracted or talked about.
I don't think
it's
the
just one of
coach
those
can
rounds that
talk,
just gets
though,
you into the
during
game a
the
little bit
tech.
faster than you would normally expect. The thrash in the first place being spent.
We played in
is
tournaments
gonna
where the
be,
players
I think,
could
the
talk in
win
tech, but
condition
not the
for
coach
that round in
to
the
the
first place. But moreover, it stalls the ability for 2Game to build a huge.
He just puts on the
economy,
sunglasses
not
for
just
these
in weapons,
timeouts.
but also
He's just trolling.
in potential ultimates as well. So really good stuff to keep yourself in the mix. But I would still say that, for M80, if they're going to keep being bullied over towards green off of these initial full round setups, which we're going to get our first one here in this next round, there will need to be some
He's been doing
conversations
it all
about how do we want to
event. He
approach
puts
this,
them
because
on
they don't
during
have
the
the
tech
ability of like a
pauses.
flash and dash type situation that we often see on this map. So it's going to be one of those things that the cost effectiveness of being able to even get a setup towards B
Make a conspiracy.
becomes that much more
Pepe
difficult, and
Sylvia.
that much more expensive overall. And
Let's-
without really much of
let's
an
do
ability
it.
to quickly
I'll be
burst
that
on the
guy.
A,
Give me a
they're gonna
fucking
figure out the
ball of
front green
yarn and
presence
a bunch
problem
of
earlier rather than later
like
if
one
they
of
want to
those
put together a
cameras
successful
that-
offensive half.
Polaroid cameras. That's what I need.
Yeah, getting ahead of that.
And
early
some
pressure
pins.
from 2Game is going to be crucial.
I'll solve the
It was on
conspiracy
both
with
sides, in
yarn,
fairness.
a Polaroid
Gun
camera,
round
and
for M80, They
pins.
run into a very
I've seen it on
similar look.
TV.
Maybe not quite as far advanced on the map, but still 3 or 4 players just stacked up. And of course, I know you guys have been asking for it in the chat. We did manage to squeeze in a tech pause for you.
Yes.
Woo!
I love Uber. Let's go, Uber. Let's go. Let's go, Uber. Love Uber for that.
The
Squeezing
gravity
that tech pause for
of
us.
this moment.
Mm-hmm.
So we're really here to heighten the experience.
I've been telling you guys this. Yeah.
Through some dramatic
Thank you, Uber.
pauses.
Thank you.
Notice how I'm
Is-
even slowing my voice down to try and add to that.
I mean, I
What?
benched a couple of extra steps forward on my seat here.
You've had me at the first couple of words there. I'm honest with you.
Yeah. Well, I'm just following up off of your
I did
wordplay or
super
just
like that that'll
pronunciation
win
from
this
before,
shit.
Mitch. That's all it is. Just try to keep the vibes.
We're going to be heading back in just a moment,
Wait.
folks. Here we go. 3-1 for 2G, heading into round number 5. A gun round
back?
M80 after that clutch from BCJ.
And Silence will bring the op out, which is, again, going to make this A approach that much more difficult.
He's
If you
super
use it
aggro on
towards B, again, that's
this
just extra
line.
pressure you can place over towards this green position. Nanoswarm deep and over actually takes care of the
Silva
sentry, so
holding
someone
ball.
defensively has to now cover mid. That's an opportunity
Not
to
going
open
back
up
to
a
A,
little bit of
though.
space, and
No
with
shot.
the knife confirming that, yep, we do have Luis here. Here comes the flood. This is a really good construction of a hit from M80.
LZ respects this. Plant those. That'll get dunked. Thanks, Wingman. Your work here is done. Now it's up to M80 to finish
Damn,
the
they
job.
just gave him the
They've got
plant.
eyes on a potential flank, of course, because the alarm bot is in place.
One off Sova ult.
That or a turret, depending on.
He would have to get
the
that very
site.
early.
Pixelated feed. Cast off.
What?
Santa goes down though. LZ decides to emerge here. There is still an Omen
Big
slot that
kills by
covers over
BCJ.
Snowman. That's a point for 2G. They have to try and push it with an operator, no less. But Price is going to help them hugely. Coming through mid.
3v3, chat.
Koalnoob now holds his ground over at
Ooh,
Yost.
nice
Nasty
shot.
dose. Nismo, Koalnoob, and Net.
Huge shot by
explode.
Nismo.
And M80 get a second on the board.
Now, here's the thing you get to remember about this M80
little
composition. As difficult as it
gremlin.
can be sometimes to break into sight because you have to
Yeah, we don't
use
like
so
that guy
much
here.
if there is
The little
forward pressure
gremlin
at the
guy.
barriers. Once they get control of sight, they have so many damn tools
See?
to throw at you. I mean, flashes,
That guy.
fragments.
This is the guy?
The ability to keep the
This is
dizzy
the guy,
going.
right? The
There's
gremlin
so
guy?
many things that are difficult to break through.
Fuck
And
that
on the
guy.
other side, because they are going into the jet, you get an extra smoke, sure, but you lose the ability of being able to get extra initiation besides whatever Spike throws and whatever may still be left for Zap. So that's the presence and the issue that 2G could have if they are unsuccessful.
Attack one
in
way.
stopping
This is
this
the
M80
attack
hit
smoke
that
right
have good
here. It
concentrated
allows them to
numbers
kind
on
of just
either
creep
side.
through, not get opt. Omen's just holding over here. Turret's
Right
holding
here,
mid.
pulling the spike out of the A side, maintains some degree of presence, and this should be to their credit. Actually, being spotted by the 0 point is probably part of the plan for them.
So they
Heading
just
over
get
to an
these two
undermanned
set
B
up
side.
in safe angs. It's a good like
Silence
base
is over there.
hold. They're gonna get some
Has the
control of
Bladestorm
B.
available, of course, to deal with any
They throw
would-be
this smoke,
interlopers, he
and then
has
they dizzy so that way no one
unsheathed
can
them.
see the dizzy. This
Now,
actually
the
is what got them killed on
for
pistol.
2G
Oh,
rather.
God.
Still two M80 players. They've left their options open, and now BCJ though rolls over Silence. This should be the go signal, but they are slowing it up even more. And then Pulled rotates out, planning to head.
That's a very impressive kill.
And I again,
Surprised he's
that's
aware.
just one of those moments that Silence is trusted to be the guy. Surprising. I mean, maybe he's just looking kind of at the minimap for a moment, but misses the shoulder, and that doesn't even pull to the trigger of the first knife to be thrown. The recon bolt doesn't reveal anything, so this moment of pause
Seems lately
may
it's
actually
been
impact
very
M80. They do have the
30
thrash
seconds left.
available. That likely will be sent here to open up space, but I'll say Quality nearly gets caught off guard. Knife to follow, Spike in the corner.
Ugh.
Stop this happen, Pricey now.
That was the guy that was
Galorys
transferring
already
people on
stepped up on the
Neon?
side.
Yeah, Neon's busted.
M80 so meticulous here, knowing they're
I just-
going up against predominantly a pistol round. Play it to the 11th
10
hour,
seconds left.
and they end up actually pushing into a
Spike
side that is
planted.
mostly stacked.
Oh,
again.
just kidding.
2G get wind of it, and they start to float back. And it'll be Xander for 3 on the round, and M80
No,
as long
no,
as they
no,
wins the
bro.
race, they get their third.
He does
Bounce back
anything
here
wrong
for
in
M80.
this game,
Okay,
it's because
so
Neon's
full gun round coming
busted.
back again here for 2 game. This is where we're going to start to see again what they want to do with this operator. First time around, it was a passive setup over towards.
Dude, I love this narrative that, like, this is Spike off Neon, dude. He just can't even aim. Like, his hand just falls off.
First, and then if they need to
Shit
rotate
just
through
doesn't
mid,
even
with
work
that Nanoswarm
anymore.
to take care of the sentry from a couple of rounds ago,
Oh
or
my
to just
God.
kind of have a lurk over towards the front steps at A.
Actual
that
Neon
could be part of
merchant.
the issue. And here we go again. Nanoswarm
We're
up
so
top,
back.
Put some pressure over the top.
Oh,
of
yeah,
the
we're
what?
so
Excuse
back.
me. They find Luis up top of 410 with the Viper's Pit going up. That is a huge first blood.
Wait.
Ready for that spam?
Wait.
Spike
Wait.
ready to stand and deliver. Make it 5.
I'm out.
What an ace for 2G. As their Viper's Pit contingency eroded, Spikes was there to face them all.
This guy's stupid, man. I mean, there's no way he stands on one angle and gets all 5. The Viper's Pit dropping feels like it's just that site's gone.
That's not right.
I know it. It feels like the site's just gone. I mean, there's so much utility being thrown behind that. And Spike is like, all right, cool. Like, I know I got to hold this spot. I got fragments in my face. I'm knifed. I
my
can't do
God,
anything besides just hit the
dude.
trigger. That's stupid. Just get this. No, put a leash on him. He's out of control.
I think I just realized how busted KO might be. Did you see what this guy is able to do on KO now? I think KO might be a little bit overpowered.
Truly developed that ultimate.
Let's hear if KO and Neon maybe.
Orbs like they're Skittles.
Oh
Good damage
my
on Bravo.
God.
Tried to cross and goes to
Why is my life like this now? What have I done?
Just a heat check.
When I ran out the door, I ran into
Because why
Jennifer,
not?
and I
Because
looked
Spike is just
probably
him
like I
there.
saw a ghost. Because I did. I
mercy.
actually saw a
What a nice story,
demon.
too.
A
Wow,
demon
yeah,
fucking
Hive
came
and
into
M80
the
coming out of
game,
groups.
and I ran out of my office terrified.
And here's the thing, Koala Noob.
Yeah.
Him being hit up is not
She
the
was-
worst case scenario, but it kind of puts.
I
him out of
saw
effect
a
from being able to
demon,
do too much in
a
terms of
childlike
lurking,
demon.
which he
What
often
is that
likes to be
movie
the guy
called
to
with
do
the
that.
kid
And
demon?
With the null command at the ready,
The Exorcist.
you would assume
I
that
saw
maybe
The
they're trying to
Exorcist.
fake out something. See if they can pull that null command early rather than later. But you can
The
see the
Grudge,
position
all-
for Spike.
yeah, it
He's
all
still just
works,
holding
honestly.
back over towards A with the ability to rotate. So they're going to play for retake. Null command comes out for the offensive side. Silence in trouble, but Prize steps up and he finds first blood.
They tried to
becomes
put down
unreal.
any killjoy util.
Kitchen, but that's being taken up by Nick right now. So it's a little risky. Now that's an off angle. That's two, but never expect the third. Apparently, Nismo also falls over on the side itself, and it's up to BCJ. The shades have been dispensed with.
Yeah, I have NVIDIA reflex
Oh,
on,
much
so I didn't
bit-
pick up
busy.
your screen.
Dosi though in a 1 versus 3 for BCJ. That one mate's going to be a problem. He gets a free spam. I guess that's not getting put back up. Silence finds him though. Before it dissipates and 2G start to stabilize, it's Pricey taking first contact with such an important kill on Xander.
Oh, yeah, and give credit. I think Silence, definitely you can kind of give him 4. He gets the collat onto the null command. Null command gets brought back, but, you know, regardless of the fact, he stops the play entirely. And more impressively, this little setup where you trust that Silences can cover one way, you got your Killjoy watching mid from tube.
I can't even believe he got that ace after. I can't even believe it, dude. Like, the comedic timing of some of the stuff that has happened lately is just stupid.
So, really good, important 1v1. Of course, the collat to follow.
Like,
is
how does
sufficient
that
on
even
the
make sense?
2 game are really giving it to M80 right now.
Like,
Yeah,
what?
he had the bounce back round strung into a couple for M80, but 2 game setup and their identity in terms of what they
God.
want to do on this map is really finding effectiveness.
That was a null command on the push. We saw Silence.
It
forced
feels
off
like
the
I
end
got
by
this
a
script,
smoke.
but
They
I
had
wouldn't
the
make it
site
this
dead
way,
to
I
rights,
swear.
essentially.
I'd
But they
send it
had
back
no
with some
mid-pressure.
edits.
That
I
dissipated
think.
pretty quickly. Net did manage to get into kitchen, up to port 2, but it was the action over at the B side that none of those people could really intervene in. And again, you don't necessarily expect to see a third player running the kitchen, so no surprises
No,
there.
you
Net,
don't, yeah.
Net put a great amount of work in. Unfortunately, it would have taken just a little bit more to give M80
Dude,
a round.
that was a
3 attack
nuts
side
ace,
rounds
man.
for M80.
Spike has
See what
2
their economy
crazy
looks like in the
aces.
next here.
The Neon one on
2G will
Lotus
have
and
to
now
build
this
up a
one.
buffer heading into their own
Those
attack
are
side.
ridiculous
And keep
aces.
in mind, you know, for all of the M80 fans that are out there, their
I'm
defensive side is where they
stressing.
really rip apart this map. I mean, they are usually good for 8+, it feels like. So there's lifelines, but establishing the identity of this map early for 2 game is super important to make sure that M80 just isn't feeling super comfortable. Put their backs against the wall a little bit, force them to have to play perfect. And they're doing that right now. Silence is not going to be here with the operator this time. Null command for Spike also not in the picture. So M80, if they were to breach onto this site, they would just be meeting a 5v2.
Pretty sizable ping there, I think. M80 see what they need to, and they emerge. Couple of Bulldogs in the mix here. They have a lockdown for that retake. Viper's Pit, of course, for Xander to try and set them up here. If they can ration out some of these crucial retake ultimates, they'll be very pleased. And that recon gets clear. That was the only tool that 2G really had to scout out the inside.
I
of the
like
pit
how
here.
layered right now the util is from M80. They're doing a
is
really
quite
good
happy
job
just
of
to see
not
through that
giving
paranoia.
2G
And
an
with the lockdown
opportunity.
behind this, I mean, this is the undefeatable post plan. Viper's Pit lockdown,
Why
time's
did
become an
you
issue.
say that?
Price is trying to toggle something, but he gets detained. Wall will go back up for the offense, providing him some leeway, but this is going to be a save here. They cannot afford to get the operator out of the hands of Silence, and everyone else is going to back off. That's just a guaranteed round thanks to the combination of Viper's Pit and
That was
lockdown.
weird. They
And
tapped
you can see
Spike.
that
Got
M80 are
the
taking no risks here, committing the lockdown on top of the Viper's Pit, from which
Sure.
they already had a pretty strong position.
Four-man
That first
save.
kill on LZ. But they wanted to make sure this round would go their way, and they do that, of course, without losing a gun.
Yeah, and just a difficult spot for Luis. He wants to contest.
Like the level of play 2G has brought today, they're like laser focused. To save here in a 5-on-4 when they have an extra buy in the tank, they have like 1 extra buy in the tank. Like they could have gone for that and then lost and bought again. Like to have the presence of mind to save there is interesting. Like, they know we're in a really good spot. All we need is like 1 to 2 more rounds. So let's not throw our econ right now.
They still hold on to this null command. They're working pretty close to a lockdown of their own, but there's a thrash available again for BCJ. Silence will be alerted as the knife will reveal him for a moment. Dizzy also followed up, so M80 will get some control towards the front end.
Really aggro Viper over here, allowing the stack.
Operator in play.
Yeah, post Dizzy, Silence actually gets up on Generator after that. So that early util designed to force Jet off the aggressive
He hears
angle
everything, chat.
was already used. I love this play. I love this. Oh, bye-bye Thrash still. Spike loose going to be recovered now. A 1-for-1 trade as
Dude,
M80
the
starts to
rotate's
make their way
all
towards
here,
the B
though.
side. Util is popped there by Prizey. But it's a little early for M80, who are just now arriving. Snell command for the post plan is going to be absolutely monumental.
Oh, wow, he
It's
stopped
gonna be Zap
planting.
falling here.
He thought the molly was coming. Oh, no.
One is good. This is going to stop. Yeah, this is really well done. You stopped the plant complete with the fragment behind. No command still saved. And no
Wow.
Silence. Huge shot.
Net punishes, but my goodness, 2G are very active. Getting involved in that retake. They do spend that null command at the end, so M80 essentially caught out in the open.
Did feel a bit like an outclassing. Damn, dude. They even tried to do like the super deep thrash. Like, they weren't trying to get greedy with like where BCJ ulted from. They were aware that there could have been a guy close B, but I think they took one too many angles for granted. Oh my gosh, that's so unfortunate. But also perfectly played around by 2G.
From your teammate, that 2G are going to deal with this huge push over towards B. Silence is there quicker than you would expect after just revealing him a moment ago, and that leads to a 6-4 count. These last 2 rounds, super important. This one in particular, as money's starting to begin a little bit shifted
doesn't
here.
hit, so they might let their guard down here.
This one pretty tight. Silence still able to find Nismo, though.
That was fast, bro.
Massive
That was
for 2G.
real fast.
At the start of
We
this
didn't
defensive
see
round.
because
Now they pull
the
back onto
observer,
side.
but
The
you saw it in
lockdown
free
should
look how
retake be
quick that
required.
was.
Yeah.
M80 are likely to go in numbers.
Yeah, and this is a brilliant call. You use the owl drone through mid just to kind of separate space, maybe catch someone rotating over if they are in rotation to B, but they don't see it.
They
So
got
now
4
again,
here
they
because
can
of
just
the
hold
swiper
here.
gun.
Stack their cards over towards A. If you if you feel a call coming your direction, you
And
use the lockdown
preemptive
which is exactly
lockdown.
what's coming through, and there's just no way that M80 can deal with this in this position. So they need to make a decision, and the answer is going to have to be to get out. And the problem is, Luis once again is holding a very front angle at B.
And what do they have now left to hit this side again? They lost the KO, so that's already a flash.
I don't know if M80 is
No
going to
smoke,
expect
Dizzy.
fucking 4 people here, chat. This Viper is so forward right now. Oh my
Just
god.
died.
This is just really good awareness to 2G. Knowing that every hit that M80 tries to put together is going to have to be expensive. So you force them to use utility. You have some of your own, and just to counteract it. I mean, that is one lockdown to counteract the entire utility belt of M80's offensive initiation. It's, again, really, really good stuff. They're forcing the issue exactly where they need to, which is early. Force M80 to make expensive decisions in terms of what they have to use to even see us.
They're like always aware of what M80 is going into. They feel so prepped, dude.
Choice. So you have the perfect antidote for that kind of play anyway.
Yeah.
That's such sick timing.
So ridiculous.
Huge lockdown. M80 obviously couldn't push up to take it down.
Okay, TP it up. Slightly different play. Like that. They're changing pace. They're breaking like their normal shit.
Play. You use 2 abilities that are freely recharged, but does it make a difference? Louise is still able to get 1 before dropping, and then Silence dashes back in towards sight. Zap gets the read that the pressure's on.
He just swings it.
Oh,
Caught. Here come the knives.
This hit's insane, bro. Oh my
To his
god.
name as he catches all of those shots, including that of the shorty. It's an 8-round defensive half for 2G.
It's one of them days. I mean, you've got Spike dominating in the first map.
Oh, dude.
Silence bails him out in that 3-piece with the Sheriff late in map 1, and now he's on his prized possession, which is the Jet. And moment of slop, but it actually turns into a clippable play. Just diving forward with the shorty for 4. Silence is now making his presence known. 8-4 half. And again, that is not the worst case scenario for M80, who often rely on their offensive or part of their defensive side here. The problem is the tone has been set. The identity of this map is trending all towards 2G, and now they get to play on their terms for
By
the
the
offense
way,
with the Jet.
for those of you that haven't watched the whole tournament, Silence has
Or
been
yourself, an ultimate
destroyed.
gaming chair there as well. You can check it
Like
out.
this
in chat,
is
of course.
not
We're giving
surprising.
away a black
This
light,
is
gaming chair.
actually
Link is
par for the
pinned
course
in
for
the
him.
chat, so you can
Like,
head
I'm
over
not gonna
there
lie.
and sign up. Halftime here and 8 defensive rounds. Very, very solid here for 2G. Not the kind of total that means that they are home
Dude,
free.
these duelists playing next game are gonna
But-
be insane.
M80, of course, with his duelist
Holy.
less composition. A comp that is very util heavy.
These two are
still finds
slightly
themselves
above quality.
running low on exactly that on a few of these rounds. And these retakes with just raw operator swings from silence have just undone them over and over again.
Yep. The idea of that, just to boil it down to the most elementarized version of that game plan, is make life difficult for M80 so they don't get a full man post plant. If that happens, you lose. Just there's too much utility. So that's a really good idea in terms of how 2Game we're building up the strategy for this particular map set. Now the question is, how do they want to approach their offense? Are you going to try to still bait out M80?
Do we need any chance, perhaps, maybe a lifeline or two right now, chat? Curse of Ra? I'm not above it. I'm not above it. Look, they need our help out there. They need our help. Fuck, they're dying. They're drowning. We need to throw them something.
Pistol round in this series?
Well, you got that too.
Hold them under.
It's absolutely going to be
Newborn Osboss, you won't curse
paramount
him.
importance here. Letting 2G get out
You
to
won't
10,
take candy
11
from the
rounds.
baby.
Will be devastating. So Louise back to the curry spot. Being chilling in spawn here. While 2G starts to apply some pressure. There's no early push up here from M80 though. They give a lot of space on B. Play for that retake.
Well, here's the thing that M80 are going to do almost every single round. They're going to have this wall set up over towards A. That
This
keeps
guy
them
is
safe on
1
the backside of the site.
centimeter
It also
from
allows
his
them to
monitor
retake at A. They're
where
going
he
to use
buys
Xander
guns.
as a chance to poke, find information. There's going to be an early knife that is often, if not every single round, thrown over towards that cubby outside of green. 2G
All right, triple
voluntarily
high-low right
have
here.
themselves revealed by all of that. Now it's just down to can they use this focus fire to actually
Gone.
hit through B. Keep in mind that Luis is watching the flank deep from inside of spawn.
Viper wall is down, and that's a smoke from M80 there to slow things up.
Okay, silence low.
Make the plant even more difficult. Remember, no gecko for this 2G composition, so they have to plant the spike the old-fashioned way.
Spike has this flash. I feel like they're going through the Viper wall.
Dissipate. If that's refreshed, it's going to become pretty annoying for them after a while.
Children
There's a one-way
love to
behind
push through
that.
Viper
Kind of
walls.
Splits off the players at yellow.
Watch this walk down at mid, though. This could be the round right here. Oh, Luis sees it up. He doesn't have to force this, and no. Instead, Net gets called out. Now you can get the rotation all the way back towards A because Net
Now
offers
I'm
the player to
children.
lurk. So
Me too.
now that you know that you have that player down, A
My
should be
palms
wide
are
open.
sweaty.
It's gonna be
Please
pretty
win
fast, though,
pistol.
from 2G. It's only going to be BCJ in position, and he needs to wait for the rest of his team. So either way, it's going to be a post plant. M80 though still have Xander, so that retake can be used.
10 on the clock.
Straight away. BCJ and Xander getting involved. They were fast enough in the end. Now that the prizing in silence. Silence only
4.
13
No
points
time,
of
no
help.
time,
It's
no
an
time.
unlucky number for M80. Or it could have been. And that's a pistol finally.
Okay.
Won by M80.
And again, that retake wall is going to be everything in terms of what M80 are going to set up. Their retake success rate across just about every map has been some of the highest in Valorant Challengers Americas. It did not work out for them on Sunset nearly as well as it had previously.
Right, everybody.
But
That's what I'm
this
talking
composition
about,
is
guys.
just
We made a great
different.
effort
Their
so far. Let's
ability
just
to
keep it
throw
up.
that wall
That's
up,
right.
flood
We can't have
utility
anyone
into it,
freak out out there,
separate
okay?
deep
We
post
gotta keep our
flanks,
composure.
fragments,
We've got too
air
far.
waves, they're all
There's too much to
over
lose.
the bit, and now all of a sudden,
That's me if I'm coaching the
with a little
fucking
bit
team
more
right now.
aggression with the weapon advantage, just trying to take away the map early from 2G.
Gotta keep our fucking composure.
He's of course spotted out.
Why are we choking?
What?
No.
Stop it.
Cannot
Stop
be doing that.
it.
No.
Cannot be doing that. He's the one way though. They're gonna run
No.
BCJ here,
Okay,
making it one
save
for
us,
one.
save us. Yes.
Koala
Yes, thank you,
beautifully done.
Koala.
Great spray transfer and 3-4 to his hand. Zap still has to deal with this one way. It's going to dissipate. He, I believe, had his knife out, so Net will claim him. Oh my God. M80 get their second of the half.
Was there a buff to right clicks on
That
classic?
classic, bro, that classic kill was crazy. He killed him so fast, first two,
Geneva
right?
Convention. Look it up.
What is this guy on about? Geneva Convention.
Okay.
Filthy.
Still the
That's stupid. What?
I feel like-
advantage, though, here, of course,
Yeah.
does a lot of heavy
Chat.
lifting for him.
Does it feel like the observer that does the replay thinks that like they can just get the one frame before like the frag. I feel like we get the one frame before the frag, and then like the clip starts.
So that's huge.
We need more than one
for
frame.
DG.
We
They
need
don't
a
get spammed through the smoke. They also
couple
are
dozen,
alerted
I
that
think.
there's a judge on the field.
Bro,
and this should be.
we're like
get here,
one
set
frame
up, throw
behind the
utility,
kill.
Get on A, get a post plant, knowing that this is going to be a 4v5.
It's like, oh, that was a
rest of the way
sick
out.
kill. It's like, dude, we need to see the action.
2G. At the side, they don't quite know it. Raptors hasn't been cleared yet. Oh, Silence priced himself into that fight. What? Okay.
He doesn't even know what he's
Bandit
doing.
takes a one tap. And Silence backs away with a sheepish grin.
What the fuck?
And enough health at least to carry on in this round. Koala Noob there, basically a solo swing. Nismo wasn't there to help him whatsoever, and multiple players were on the angle. One from screens, one from rafters. M80 here, if they want to keep this climb back, need to make some magic happen.
There may be some consideration here of saving this Phantom and Guardian, though. I mean, the money's not going to be particularly great since they had to purchase so much.
Silence is so different than the other zoomies here too, Chad. Don't you think his aim looks like
but they did some significant
it's like a
damage
more
to the
steady
repurchase, so
aimer?
yeah, we're gonna
Like
save-
he doesn't have the flicks, like his kills don't look as like flashy as Dante's kills, but he's very consistent. And when he's opping, I find like he gets multiple shots because of his positioning. That's the type of player he is. Sato is like Kong. Like he's going to be in like the forward line and he's very flicky. He's super fast. And then Dante is like kind of like Sato without opping and only Neon. Like all of these zoomies here are very different, even though they're all playing duelist.
Take over a game. 2G has two of them.
Oh, I missed it.
Spike here, steps aside, and Silence takes the spotlight. North of 20 kills now in round 16. And a slower round.
Yeah, Dante's Neon's like Jogg's Neon,
Sensitive
yeah.
about a potential
That's a good
push up
comparison.
on that B side of the map.
Not really an opper, from what I've seen, although he
Slow move out
can.
to A.
And again, it's the same situation. That's a difficult
Demon 1
you
is a
want.
good one too, because Demon 1 didn't
BCJ,
like
critical
opping.
win. That's onto your, again, aggressor
This is a
into
huge
silence.
round, by the
Also,
way, so
your
big.
carry right now.
BCJ
if we're being honest.
again
So
keeps
that
coming
should
up with
at
these
least
big
give M80
kills.
some confidence that they can hold this setup with the two-man play over towards B long. The retake wall is still available. You can play that 5v4 if you want to. And instead of 2G committing, they're going to try to see if they can pull the defense off just a touch, maybe catch BCJ out, but he's playing this very wisely, not committing to the fight, just waiting for his teammates to play the 5v4 retake.
Some big brains on this M80 squad. It's time to see them put to work now. Retake wall activated here. Pressure from M80, not fully committed. BCJ the only player that gets spotted out by that 0 point.
Okay, they still got the Omen blind.
And look what that does.
These are like
Mitch.
crazy.
It pulls the
PCs,
Sova
though, right?
way off the
Yeah, they
table
might be
here.
Omen
So,
blind
yeah, this
cuts
is
through
where,
this
again,
for
watch this
them.
wall. It's going to pop
Dizzy
back
can
up. The
sail
utility's going to be
over.
thrown back in.
Wingman
and this
on
is just down to
Spike.
how much can Spike hold on to. He's been revealed, but he still goes 1-for-1. That's decent.
Is a Dizzy.
Too shabby.
Oh, he TP'd
Here
off.
come M80, they're allowed to get onto the spike entirely. 2G pulls so many of the resources to the back of the side.
Wow.
Ferrari for Pricey. Big damage, and BCJ eventually falls.
Man,
Very
what a
workable
play,
here
dude.
for 2G. And now it's just Nismo left, and he's got no business being up here in Crow's Nest, and he's got no time either.
No
and
money,
a huge
bro.
round for 2G
They're
to
broke,
take just as
child.
M80's money starts to run dry.
Holy.
I mean, they're setting
knows that's
the
big.
game plan is just perfect. And they're reading M80 page for page, word for word, what they want to do, and they have every response for it. Even just the little things of planting up high,
Yeah,
because you
blind
know
is
that this
big.
retake wall is going to be your biggest opponent. So you have a couple of heroes
I think
that
they
stay
gave too much
deep.
ground
Everyone else
in
can
the
play on the
5-on-4.
backside of the site. You've got good post-plant utility that can deter anyone sitting inside the container. And legitimately, 2Game are outclassing M80 in every single step. And
I don't know what he's
this
calling
has got to
here.
be a lot of focus on what do you talk about here? Because whatever the
He has to call some kind of half buy strat, and then he's has to say like, yo, in the mid round they're gonna walk up places. They did that last map too. So in the mid round, instead of giving them the site like that, just off angle in like a high low or like a bait setup. Like do like a double setup, either a bait setup or a high low. And that way when they walk in around the corner, they're just gonna get slaughtered. You know, like stuff like that. BCJ was very quick to fall off of screens right there and stop playing for info. And I'm not saying it was only his fault, because it was actually probably the rest of the team's fault too for not getting info and rotating. But it gave up too much ground and space, and thus there's just too much variance, too much shit for them to like re-clear.
Chat loving it, I'm sure.
I'm sure they said, what? That word was more than 3 syllables long. I don't know what that means. I'm not gonna lie, I also don't know what that means, but you better believe I'm gonna look it up after this map.
Round 17 here. And 2G get to 10. No big ultimates for them to work with here. M80, of course, has a rush.
Yeah.
Dear. That's not what you want to see at all. Nismo eats the red shell. Spike's looking a little too clean with it.
Yeah, and you're just trying to do something weird if you're M80 because you're on Sheriffs and Stingers. I get it. But 2G, they've got... It feels like they have a copy of M80's playbook, including just this nano storm in the back of the site, forces BCJ to do something wild. He gets tagged, still makes the most of it, and now it's just down to how long can he survive for. Getting 2's decent, but again, the weapon advantage is too significant.
BCJ looking like a wild jaguar, but eventually gets caged amongst these 2G players. And chalk another one up for Brazil's number 2
His movement is really good. Like how he's aware that when he mollies that, this guy's going to move forward. He's not going to like extend into him. He's not going to peek into him. He's very aware.
Lockdown at the ready, no command at the ready. That's going to be good enough to try to counteract BCJ with the thrash. So, you know, they've got the right responses to get themselves on the map in series point. And M80 just have not had an answer. And I know there's going to be a lot of people like, what's wrong with M80 today?
This is this is actually the game.
They're being counterplayed. I mean, legitimately, the homework by 2G is perfect.
Triple setup,
A+,
close
100%. That's no problem. But you also got this happening, where Silence and Spike are just taking over.
He got that kill so fast, they're lucky it wasn't a second.
Get the opener, and also 2G spot 2 players over towards A still for M80.
Now they have KO and lockdown here for this take.
Out for the KO. They still have to deal with Xander, who is...
He's in lockdown for the post. Yeah, lockdown post.
The worst of times.
They'll probably use the lockdown like
those abilities here are going to be
5 seconds into the plant.
Away from him. Doesn't have much use. Maybe he had a one-way set up there, but that's been well and truly pushed past now. Post punch here for 2G. Still no ultimates really outside of that null command. And there's a thrash up still.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is the thrash has to be spent, and then a lockdown's going to come out right afterwards. So this thrash, it gets 1, but it's not going to be able to get deeper into the site like they want. Decent trades here, and 2G turning ties 2v1.
What is happening here? Lockdown also was developed there by 2G, so Net has to stand outside of it for now. In a 1 versus 2. Disastrous for M80. Zap checks. Throws a shock over. The Latin cast is singing. Okay, I'm not sure.
They're singing. The Latin cast are fucking singing.
That is ridiculous. Okay, yeah. And Net has to walk on away. Goodbye, he says to the Spike. And to round 18 as 2G get to match point.
Another brilliant individual round of strat calling from 2G. You get reveal on the knife. Match point. You put a little bit of pressure there.
In groups, man.
Then you flip the map. And you come back over, you hit another one. You hit the null command.
I didn't think it would happen this quickly,
defender and the
though.
Viper out of commission. You don't
I
have to
just
spend the
knew
lockdown
that
on
like the
initiation,
games
so
were
you can
so
use it to
close.
counteract the thrash. And yeah, you get a couple, but the trades are decent at range. That's just good individual 1v1s to make sure that M80 have to respect the lockdown. And then after that, it's just an impossible 1v2 situation. It's brilliant. It's been absolutely perfect game calling from 2G in every single round on both maps.
I want to be a Latin caster and be able to sing when my team wins.
To try to give some sort of defensive stance here.
Meanwhile, I'm toxic on the English cast, and the fucking English people are like,
on the B site.
Xander in the pit there with the judge. Not a tempting prospect, I think, for 2G, even on a good day, and this is...
Meanwhile, they're fucking singing when they beat us?
A weird weaponry here. Qualinoob with the Bulldog has to operate this pretty long sight line.
It's kind of hype, actually. I'm so jealous. I want to be able to have a fucking caster sing when we beat people. I'm so jealous.
That's true.
Okay, Koala gives up.
I'm fucking so butthurt right now.
Just want to stack up.
Love it.
Good take. This take's been so good for them all event.
And that's something that will hopefully inspire a defensive mentality shift after this point. I mean, it's easier to make this round, make that call in this round rather, because the Viper's Pit essentially guarantees you freedom and space over towards A, so you can put together that 3-man trio setup towards B. But that was more like what we've seen from M80 inside of the North American region, and what we've seen from them in the group stage when they've played this map. getting aggressive and finding ways to win green. We're not just fighting from yellow. We're fighting for
This
green.
guy's Phantom.
And if that happens, it becomes very difficult against this composition to break into A because of the amount of flashes and counter utility that can be spent. So that just has to be an inspiring moment for M80 in terms of what they need to continue to do if they want to try to bring this to an overtime.
Hey, that's the high-low.
Team ace there for M80.
But they waited till the
They
4-1.
get themselves one back, but again, much in the same vein as Sunset. This would have to be an overtime comeback if they're going to take the map and take us to Haven.
Nah, Andy, trust
is-
me, it ain't the Omen. I promise. It's a mixture of 2G playing really well.
That has to continue.
Probably having a lot of like set plays and antis up in here, which is what I was worried about. I mean, look at their icebox one. It's 14-1, and they're running Omen through this whole stretch. So it's not the Omen. It's
Different knife is going to be thrown here so Nismo can get the orb and get the null command. That
like
is
what's
the only
happening
reason
to
for why
them
that's thrown.
is
Of course, it does also get a reveal
incredible.
on both sides, but the null command being earned is massive towards hopefully shutting down Louise's ability to pop a Viper's Pit for a post-plant setup.
That 0 point also took down the L drone. So that never really got flying for Zap. Hunter's Fury. I feel like I haven't seen many of those this map. The Pipes is going to be smoked. Silence the kind of guy to push that, trust me. This round, though, a little bit more restrained. 2G would love to end the game here because their money is looking a little bit average.
Love it. I was about to say the Hunter's Fury would be a great tool to open up this space here, knowing that there's going to be a retake wall and knowing the null command's in play.
good
but
null
it
command
gets
right there
shut
from
down.
Nismo.
So
Really good
now
null
you can
command.
still stay on site if you're M80. The problem is
They
they've
kinda
already
fucked
used
that
their
up.
null. So you wait for this, and then if you're Louise, you pop the Viper's Pit as soon as you find a first blood, and that should be enough.
Dangerous here now for M80, losing BCJ playing forward in Silence. Chomping at the bit, he wants to get in there, and so he does. Dark cover here might force a push up from Koala Noob. He gets his one, but Nismo falls elsewhere.
No,
On the rafters is Ned, and
bro.
he's hung from them.
No.
They have to keep it alive for M80, but in a 1 versus 4 Xander, this has not been that guy today. Not gonna come down, pricing full Xander, has to go massive, that's 2, and that'll be all she wrote.
Dude, their first losses in playoffs. Oh, God.
7-0, undefeated M80 to the lower bracket.
It's very difficult to beat
Congrats
a team
for
twice,
2G,
especially
man.
within the span of 3 days. The homework was done, and they set the curve flat out. Counter shredded everything they needed to when it came down to the things that went wrong on Sunset. And then here's the other thing, we never really
You gotta give
mentioned
them
this.
credit. They played that so
M80,
well.
92% win rate on the season and challengers on this map. But what that means is there's tons
I don't
of film
think they're
out
Zap
there.
trash. Like,
You
I think-
know what you're going to get
I
from
think
M80.
they're,
And I'm
even
not
though
gonna sit
they're
here
like
and say that
competitors,
M80
like
came out
the rest of
reserved
the
to say,
teams
"We'll
are
just play
pretty
the same
close.
playbook that we did last time."
I don't think you're going
But
to see that. You might see
they
them
didn't make the
stand
same
up, talk
type of
shit, but after the
adjustments
game,
that
I don't think you're
needed
going to see
be
that.
made in understanding where their vulnerabilities were versus 2G squad. 2G did that.
Huge
They
win by
found
2G,
better,
though.
I think, overall participation from
Unreal.
both Spike and Silence in particular, which is super helpful. But this team was well prepared for this matchup today, and they deserve the win.
Man, at some point they just stopped talking trash because they realized
Yeah,
they
exactly.
were basically beating a dead horse. 2-game look incredible here. This is your number 2 seed out of Brazil. That's right, behind Galorys.
Yeah.
Who of course we're going to see very, very soon. That is just how deep the competition is, and this is what has been cooking up in Brazil. Silence there, well deserved. What a game, what a performance from him. Just incredible. I mean, allowing Spikes to take the headlines in that first map, but some of the stuff that he did was just as audacious as what we saw.
Yeah.
From that ridiculous neon play in map number 1. This team's the real deal. They got the aggression and they also know how to read their opponent. Feel like they had an M80 downloaded today, shit.
No, it really did. It did.
I mean, did you guys see this? This was insane. This was when All Knights beat TSM in that last game, I believe. This is when they come out of the room into the hole. That's Salto. Yeah. So that's 2-game hugging and embracing All Knights as All Knights comes out, because All Knights beating TSM or getting whatever, knocking TSM out is what got 2G even into the playoffs. So like as All Knights comes out of the room, 2G is there like going crazy. It's such a sick scene. And then like Sato is there, and then obviously Nismo's recording this shit. It's a pretty sick like site right here. You didn't even hear Koala at the start, like, I'm recording the AK team coming out.
Now Marky's recording the AK team coming out.
They're so passionate, bro. That's so awesome. And then, yeah, that's Sato right there. Who's on Galorys, who was also already qualified. That's so fucking sick, dude.
And you know, we looked at Sunset and we're like, okay, that's M80's worst map. Let's see what their best map looks like. And then 2G beat them down more. The most insane mechanics came out of 2G. Every post play in their favor, but we cannot talk enough about Silence with the Ace 2 and the support.
That shit, man. These guys are no joke. These guys are no fucking joke. The layers on the antis were pretty wild. I could see these guys were very, very prepped today. Like, they were super ready for the maps that were being played. They baited M80 into picking Icebox. And literally everything they did was just perfect on, like, both of the maps. I mean, even this play right here on Pistol is crazy. So you can see how well they've thought of like everything that M80 likes to do. Like the way they have the turret as contact, like deep behind a wall, Sova spotting mid, Killjoy can play over here. They have a Jet spotting this line in case there's like an early Dizzy, a KO ready to underhand flash, and a Viper hiding. But notice how they approach the thing that M80 does, which is M80 likes to smoke on top of this box right here, so that way they can throw Dizzy. No one breaks it in the deep lines, and that makes Dizzy clear all of the close shit. So you're getting like true info that all of these close lines are clear, which then means like you force rotates into B because you control long B. Now, if you understand this is what M80 is doing, then a really good counterplay is to wait until this smoke happens, wait until Dizzy, and then insert your counterplay because you know the pace that they move at. So watch this, like with all of that knowledge. So they're waiting, they're jiggling, this smoke comes in, instantaneous, dude. They don't even hesitate. They have talked this through. They know exactly what they're going to do. And they know exactly how they're going to avoid this Dizzy. They go right into the smoke. Zero hesitation. They underhand a KO flash. And even though it blinds Silence, they still destroy everyone. Like, this was absolutely like just a counter fiesta out there, bro. Like, they were countering the shit out of everything M80 was doing.
And Silence is going to be that nightmare fuel for M80 while they're thinking over the next couple of days. Getting ready, and now they have the lower bracket ahead of them. Of course, we are going to have the opportunity to talk to the victorious 2G on site. We're going to take a quick break.
Oh, it's definitely bad. It's definitely bad. You don't want to have losses in bracket play. This first map was just a bunch of multi-kills from Spike. Like, we're seeing them one by one right now, actually. I think he had like 5 in the first half alone. It's just, you can't have that. Crazy. Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. The veto is what cooked them. Wow. Oh, bro. I don't know, guys. I don't think. Can they ascend from here? I don't know. I don't know. Wait, what?
I have a little dog and a cat.
Damn.
The name of the dog is Nami, the One Piece character. I don't know if you know, but the other one is Audio. Audio. It's a black and white cat. So yeah.
Oh yeah, I want a cat. He's Clayton. It's a Brazil name.
I love my pets. 3 cats. Sol, Luna, y Meme, which would mean like sun, moon, and I don't know how to translate because it actually doesn't really mean anything. It's just referring to another cat that we had.
3 dogs.
That dog's super
Snow,
cute.
Ted, e Severino.
Those are cute
Yes,
dogs.
I have,
Like little
I have one
snowballs.
dog, and her name is Lupa.
Yeah, I used to have two dogs, 2 female dogs, and unfortunately one passed away while I was in Mexico. But yeah,
Wow, that's
I've had time
this.
to go back home and
Oh, that's sad.
to play with the other one, and I still have her with me. I'm really happy to have her.
Pomeranians. Yeah, I had a Pomeranian. They're so cute. R.I.P. Bear. He was the goodest of boys. I did not expect that to be so dominant and be over so quickly. Who would have thought? That might have been our quickest series. No, not our quickest, but close. Like, that is very close to our quickest series. Wow, Spike. Silence. 2-man show out there. 2-child show. It's like they didn't really dominate the first blood category too hard. But what they did dominate was probably multi-frags. Like they were always popping off. They came to play. Whereas I don't think this... Like M80 got shit on today, but even knowing that they got shit on, just like watching their mechanics and their mid-round movements, this wasn't their A game. I don't know really what I would call it. I don't think it was terrible. I think 2G actually played really well. By the way, this is our only head-to-head we've ever had between these two teams. All Knights 2-0ing them. First map, very close. Damn, dude. That is an unreal stat line, chat. Look at this. Look at this stat line for a series. Oh my god. I can't wait. I can't wait right now. This guy got a higher differential of first bloods than Binance ever had kills in a best of 3. That's crazy. His differential on first bloods was higher than your highest kill total. The stray. Go to any series on your VLR page. Yeah, hold up. Let me pull it up real quick. It's your image in the top left, and there's your stats in the middle. That's a sick... You took a good selfie on that one. That's a good selfie of you. I like that you did a full body shot for your selfie. That's pretty sick that you did a full body shot for the selfie, though. Most people, it's just like a face shot, but for you to get the full body, it's sick that they made an exception.
Hey guys, how you doing? I'm here with
what's up?
Ace. He just won his match against M80, and the first question, of course, that I want to ask him is how is he feeling? Então, como que vocês estão se sentindo depois de ganhar da M80?
Boa tarde, a gente está se sentindo muito feliz. Todo o trabalho que a gente se dedicou nos últimos tempos, a gente conseguiu colocar em prática hoje. A gente executou
Wait, is she wearing
100% do
chainmail?
que a gente apresentava nos treinos.
We're really happy. It was a lot of work that we put in this match. Yeah, and today we could demonstrate everything that we were working on. The second question that I want to ask him is that if he can talk about the preparation for this match. Então, como que vocês se prepararam para esse match?
A gente não está conseguindo achar screens para cá, então a gente se preparou somente vendo as VODs deles e estudando o jogo deles. A gente fez um antitático muito bom e foi isso.
We didn't have screams here to train, so yeah, basically we just watched VODs and just like better our game too. And yeah. The last question that I want to ask him is how is it playing for the first time with here the people that are here in Ascension? Então, como que foi jogar frente a toda essa galera torcendo para vocês?
Cara, é muito bom, muito mais emocionante, é muito legal ver você fazendo um round e a torcida comemorando e é isso, é muito legal.
It was really good. Yeah, like we made one round that was incredible, and yeah, everyone were just shouting, and yeah, it's really good. Muito obrigada. Thank you very much. Stay here because we have one more match. Thank you.
They say in life, there are no guarantees.
I don't know. I think if they pick Haven there. I think if M80 thought if they would pick Haven, then 2G would ban Icebox with their second phase. And that would force M80 further down their pool. I mean, M80 did get 2 maps that their record is insane on. Like, they thought probably they walked away from that veto like, holy fuck, dude. We just got a veto with Haven and Icebox. Like, Icebox our pick, Haven third. We're in a great spot. Like, I don't think they thought anything of it. I think typically in those scenarios you would want that. I mean, they hadn't run into any problems on those maps. Like, there's no reason for them, from their perspective, to preemptively pick a different map. Like, that makes no sense. They've been playing so well on those maps. So, you can see, like, Haven all time, they're 16-3. Icebox, they're now 14-2. That is their second loss as M80 ever. Their loss before that was down here to Blinn on week 2. I mean, like, that's just so long ago. I don't even know. They might have literally just picked up. Who was it that they picked up last? I don't even remember. Was it Ned again? When Nitro left? Like, they've been really dominant with this comp for a very long time. So, I don't know. I can't really fault them for picking it. Especially when they know they're going to get this map as their third, just because of how the veto works out. Yeah, just a very powerful pick. Their other great map would be Lotus, but that was banned. That was what they destroyed 2G on the first time. So this time, instead of banning Haven, they banned Lotus, which then they probably inferred that M80 would pick either Icebox or Haven. From 2G's perspective, they knew for a fact this series was going to be Sunset, Haven, and Icebox. And it didn't matter what order they were in. They were going to prep as hard as possible on those 3 maps. And they probably put in so much time on those 3 maps. And some of the other maps they might not have even had time to look at, like Ascent. Ascent was a possibility, but you could see what they were going for here. Yeah, M80 lost that. Ugh. Pain loss. BRB. I'm gonna go get this thing. Next game is All Knights versus Galorys, which last time, I'll show you what they had last time real quick. So here's the matchup. Here's our game last time. This is the one where Dante just like shit on them. It was a 2-0. Second map, Dante went 10-0. First Bloods. Just unreal series by him. So I don't know. I'm expecting it to go a little bit differently because this is a rare showing. Like, he's good, but this is like every star aligns for him for this to happen, you know? So we'll see what form he is in today. Yo, Farios. What is Tay on about, chat? What is...
Creo que mi rendimiento por ahora está siendo más bajo de lo que vengo acostumbrado. Creo que aún puedo mejorar mucho. Y lo que puedo mejorar es, creo que más confianza más que nada. Voy a tratar de llegar a los playoffs con más confianza que nunca. Creo que esos momentos son los que nuestro equipo más se emociona, donde más saltan a brillar nuestro hype, por así decirlo. Los gritos, la emoción. Y creo que eso nos ayuda también a jugar mejor. Nosotros vamos a jugar como siempre, ya le ganamos, pero ellos ahora están más fuertes que antes, sentimos que mejoraron mucho, así que nosotros también tenemos que mejorar en estos días que quedan para jugar para ganarles nuevamente. Que se preparen porque vamos a jugar mejor que nuestra última partida.
A equipe veio muito preparada para a gente precisar ter mais resiliência, porque a nossa preparação não foi muito boa, a gente não conseguiu ter um bootcamp, devido aos problemas para tirar visto para entrar no México. Então a gente sabia que muitos jogos eles iam ser decididos na força de vontade. Então a gente estava jogando jogos muito parelhos, indo para overtime. Então isso também era um bom sinal para a gente que a gente estava ali quase no caminho já de ganhar. Então eu acho que isso foi um diferencial, a gente jogar jogos muito parelhos, que por mais que a gente perdesse, ficasse triste na hora ali, no dia seguinte ele era um indicativo que a gente estava bem para poder ganhar os próximos jogos. Bom, falar deles é um pouco difícil porque eles foram o nosso maior parceiro de treino no Brasil. Então, ao mesmo tempo que a gente sabe que vai ser um jogo difícil, eu fico muito feliz de ver que nosso maior parceiro de treino, que é de uma outra região, mas treina com a gente, se classificou. Porque isso mostra que o nosso nível de região também ele é um nível muito forte. E eu acho que o primeiro jogo que a gente jogou contra eles, a partida estava na mão, e o segundo mapa, a parte mental da equipe tinha se esvaído. Então, o primeiro ponto para poder ganhar deles tem que estar com um mental muito forte, porque eles são um time que eles jogam um jogo muito agressivo. E a gente já treinou muito contra isso e entende como jogar contra eles. Eu acho que o trabalho dele é excelente. Ele tem uma equipe com características um pouco diferentes da minha, que é uma equipe mais agressiva. Eu sinto que eles trabalham bem o round, mas trabalham menos do que a gente. E eu acho que eles sabem aceitar isso, esse quesito agressivo. E eles têm muitas plays, então eles têm um time que eles têm um repertório de jogadas rápidas muito fortes. E isso às vezes assusta, porque você às vezes está jogando um round, você está meio paradão, marcando, e de repente o round vira um caos. E você precisa saber jogar contra esse tipo de estilo, é muito peculiar.
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT Ascension Americas, with already a big upset to be kicking off the day and the playoffs. Though if you weren't paying attention to the group stage, we knew we were up for a little bit of shenanigans once we got here. These teams, they are fighting fierce, and I cannot wait to get started with the next series of the day. With that last loss, M80 have been knocked down to the lower bracket, and it's now time to see who is going to be joining there, Jen, between All Knights and Galorys.
Ooh, this is going to be a good match. These two faced off already in the group stage. All Knights taking the 2-0. So a lot of rematches, but we already had one upset today. And I think this was the match that divided a lot of the analysts on where to predict. I think 3 of us went AK, 2 of us went Galorys, but it's going to be competitive. Who knows who's going to win?
It'll be a good one for sure, especially too when we're looking back at how we expected group stage to be going. This was a match that I think already had people a little divided, if not more so thinking that they were going to be a little bit more Galorys favored. But All Knights coming into this, well, they definitely had something to prove. This team hit the road, and they hit the road hard. And already here, Gompers, when we're talking about the team, there is a couple of individuals that already have made such a lasting impression here when we look back at their performances throughout groups.
Yeah, for me, when I look at certain individuals, I'm thinking Dante, right? I'm thinking Adverso. I know we've seen a couple of really good plays moving from group stage, and Dante in particular is a duelist that you would want, that you dream of, right? You wake up, Dante's in trials, and you're like, I want that guy, because he is probably the least afraid duelist I've ever seen in my life. And the situation with that is that Dante, I mean, there are occasions where, yeah, they go in, they go kill, and they end up dying. But they get 2, they get 3, and then all of a sudden, sights open, everyone's like, what the heck just happened, where's my team? And Dante's like, okay, whatever, I'm going 27 and 20, but we just 13-0'd you.
Yeah, Dante is an absolute unit, absolute weapon, as Psycho called him last week on the desk. And he's a really key part to this roster. And then you can't also discount what Adverso does as the IGL. And it's all about trading. And they played, actually, All Knights played very close to M80 and impressed a lot of us despite losing. All Knights is a team that can go toe-to-toe with everyone. And with Dante at the helm, like Gomper said, full commit, fast lane, run in, kill.
And I mean, with such a flashy duelist, it's easy for a lot of other people to kind of go a little unnoticed, but Adverso has had such an impact in the server as well. I feel like there's been multiple games where at the end of it, I see like how many kills each player's had gotten, and I see where Dante is, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's impressive. And then I see Adverso, and I'm like, wait, what? Wait a second. Like, this guy has been showing up huge, Jen.
Yeah, I mean, to be number 2 in KDA says a lot, and to be also an IGL for this team, his mid-rounding is also so intelligent. It's not even just like the fragging, it's how he maneuvers the map and gives himself an advantage in these duels just based on information and what they do as time goes by. So really excited for All Knights. They won 2-0 against Galorys last time, and there's a lot of threats on this team, and we can name them all, but Adverso, watch out for him.
Yeah, when you're naming threats, just literally list everybody from the team. It's pretty accurate, especially too when we were looking at the group stage. These two played a little earlier on, and that's when too you'd look at a matchup and be like, okay, well, All Knights was the number 2 seed coming on in, and they're going up against Galorys, the number 1 seed coming up from Brazil. They're the underdog here, surely, right? And Galorys definitely got to show a lot throughout their season that they were a top team. They could come out here and compete. But when we've been looking back at this stage of things here, Jen, it's been a little bit more difficult, I think, for them to find their footing. But we've been able to really see some players pop off. And I know that regardless of how it went last time, we could have a totally different result now.
Yeah, Galorys is a team that can be severely underestimated. Like, they barely made playoffs in their region, like in 8th place through the regular season. Then they go on to win playoffs and cash in their ticket to Ascension. They're a team that can punch very high. They gave 2G, who's in their league, they gave 2G one of their first losses, and 2G was number 1, Galorys was number 8. And for everyone on this roster, almost everyone on this roster, Galorys is their first team. And Evil Kick is the one who has the most amount of years of experience at around 4, and he's not even in the IGL, but there's a lot of maturity on this team. Like, Evil Kick pushing almost 30, Sato puts up the numbers. This is a team that doesn't get angry easily. They don't care if people underestimate them, but they show up. And Sato, his impact in these matches is what we have to watch out for. It's not about KDA, it's impact. Number 1 in ACS, number 1 in ulti kills. He provides for his team.
I agree. Sato is, again, like when you're talking ideal duelists, you go back to Dante. I actually think they both have very, very similar playstyles. Like, Sato and Dante are both probably one of the most unafraid duelists that you see come through within, honestly, the Ascension scene overall. And I've seen occasions where Sato's literally running up mid, and that's the idea. Everyone in Galorys is like, hey, all right, here you go. Here's a flash. Go kill. Do whatever you want. And then I literally saw him get 2 and just run it down with high gear. And so you're just sitting there like, this is absolutely impossible. But they do it anyway.
I love the duelist go kill type mentality. It's just so much fun to be watching. But someone else we need to be talking about on the side of Galorys here is Luke Show, because coming out here,
I think they always have a good
again
team
with the sometimes you get a little
I feel like
stifled
Xander's
out, a little
in their games.
a little ignored by the flashy go kill duelist. But what Luke Show's been able to do out here on the server has also been great. It's always good for 2.
Like,
it's just
BCJ
such a
had
backbone of the team.
Kills.
Yeah, I think Luke really shines on Sunset as their sentinel. He's rather a player that knows how to play his role. He's not flashy. He's not inconsistent. He just performs solo on the site and makes things difficult for the other team. Now, Omen, I find him to also be a great brawler. He excels especially on offense, and if they can really start off on their side on offense, that would be huge. He propels his team with really good team play and consideration in the mid rounds when it comes to these smokes on Omen, and he also puts up great damage. So watch out for Luke can do. Not going to be the flashiest, not in the spotlight, but he's selfless.
And I think that's a really understated part of the team too. It's so fun to get caught up in the fun duelist, but being able to support the team, be that selfless player, and I mean, you're talking about selfless player, but still what he's been able to do out here has just been incredible. So
Chat, who do we think is winning this one? I'm taking All Knights. I'm taking All Knights here. I know Dante had like a life game the first time, and that probably isn't going to happen again. But I'm still feeling good about All Knights.
last time, they were still the #1 seed coming into this for a reason, and I think they've gotten to show that throughout the rest of the group stages, even if the results aren't necessarily the most reflective of that.
Ooh, yeah, let's see if the video
I
is
mean,
on.
a 2-0 from All Knights last time, but again, it was in the grouping stage. I feel like when you're versing, you know, a new opponent, sometimes it takes time to get accustomed, and honestly, like, you read into it pretty quickly. I think they did great.
Haven
like,
is
15,
nice.
13
That's
going
where
on
Dante
Sunset,
dumped
13
on the
going
last
Haven for All
time.
Knights winning that out, and
Galorys
you know, we actually just saw it in the
bind.
last series, reversal just going through, and against M80. So it's like anything could realistically happen. Okay,
Trying
the
to remember
scores
their
are looking
bind right
very
now.
different the last time. It was super close game, but you still have a really good team. You still have really good players, and also
they were
it's a new
like
day. And some people
this
might just be
game.
feeling
Remember that shit?
I think
that
Galorys
comeback?
really need to control the pace and the tempo of these matches, because we just talked about how Dante runs in with the neon. Is really
I think
really,
that's a
really
good
fast
pick.
with it and makes his
I
team
think
aggressive.
Galorys
and
has him in
Galorys
a
can
good
learn how to
spot,
control that.
maybe.
They didn't do as good of a job of that
Abyss
last time,
third.
but that'll be a key for Galorys in this match.
100%. And
pretty
heading
good
into
Vita, I
the map
think.
select for today's series, I love that we've gotten to see all of these teams in the groups and kind of have a little inkling of how things can go down. So reminder, 2-0 for All Knights last time around, and they're going to be picking Haven. Funny enough, this was Galorys map pick last time.
Like,
We're running it
Dante's
since,
Jet
and neither
games
has had the
aren't
most
nearly
of
as good as
success
those
since
Neon
Vintage
games.
Yeah, this was a
I really fuck with this veto right now for Galorys. Like, I think this is a great pick ban for them. Like, this is... They're keeping Dante off of Neon. This is a fucking dub.
Omen. They took TSM to overtime. They won this against Galorys last time. So I think despite kind of the iffy record for All Knights, they've made the changes that they feel confident enough to take this map again.
Right, next up, Galorys, they'll be taking us to Bind, ending off on Abyss here, Gompers. How are we feeling about the map pool in general, especially too since they've gotten a lot of extra time under their belts and a little bit of tape?
The only change here is realistically Bind from what they kind of did last time. They didn't get to go to that Abyss pick. For some reason, everybody here really messes with Abyss. I don't know like what they're cooking, but that's what I'm excited to go to. If we
Let me
do,
see
'cause
Dante's
Haven
chat
right there
stats real quick.
for the AK pick. I mean, it makes sense, right? You win on a map against Haven. Obviously, Lotus gets banned out. Sunset gets banned out, so there really is no hope there. I feel like they're kind of just going back to what's the first.
Oh no, chat. That's a pretty big fall off, dude. Like 285 to 208. That's a pretty big fall off. Like getting him off of Neon is huge. Even I actually thought his ISO was kind of crazy, but I don't know.
Initiators like your Sova or your Breach, so it's very their style is around that. It's a very solid map that they've beaten like most teams on, so I think
if
Galorys
All
should be
Knights
very
lose
happy
map
to force
1,
that deciding map. Yes, they lost the TSM, but they really can stretch
GG?
out these rounds. And Icebox is technically Galorys' best map, but it got banned out first right out the gates from All Knights, so we'll see how Galorys does on Bind, which is their second best.
See, I'm still expecting more coming out from Galorys, but when I look at Bind, I see something that All Knights isn't necessarily the worst against. We saw the 2G that just took down M80. Well, 2G.
No, M80's not out, but lower bracket.
Bind, so it'll be
14 playoffs though, so it's
interesting
not
with
like
this entire series, but
they're
time
too
for
far out of
walkouts
it, you know?
and to get to hear from the stadium itself.
Go in
the
one,
announcers.
go lower finals, win this, grand finals, boom. There's still 3 games off. They're good. What's happening? We're not synced. Nailed it. Nailed it. Ole. Ole.
All Knights coming into this #2 seed from Latin America, and I feel like how they've showed up in the server, as said elsewise. I mean, Hunte, the most explosive duelist we have out here.
Holy
Jen,
fuck, the
this
coach
team,
smiling.
all
We're
about the
going
firepower.
crazy.
They're flashy. There's a lot to be done here.
This is going to be such a fun matchup because Dante and Sato, they went toe-to-toe on Neon on Sunset the last time they matched up. Very, very
Disco
close. Dante
dance
can
emojis?
convert more first kills. And he's
Dude,
such a
I'm pretty sure we have
headstrong,
emojis
head-first
for
type of
everything.
player.
There
Sato
has
can
to
go
be
pretty
one,
even
but I'm
with
gonna
the
get
kills, but
disco
we'll
ones
see
right now.
how this will fare in this
What is
next
happening
matchup.
in this shit?
São os atuais campeões do Challengers Brasil. Faz barulho pra Galorys!
Dude, rave time.
The #1 seed from Brazil, Galorys. I feel like we didn't get to see what they've shown throughout their season. This is a team with so much potential. Gomps, they made it through the group stage. Now
Wait.
can they show up when it matters most to try
Rainbow
and take down the
Torque?
one who took them down
What is
before?
this?
Team that had a rough start to the group stage in the beginning.
Bro,
made
what
it
is
all
on
the
my
way through to
screen, bro?
playoffs,
This is
and
all
they
kind
are,
of
in fact,
colorful
looking
shit.
To play it off very, very smoothly. Listen, Americas, they can taste it, but they can also
What?
taste the
Duck
rematch
it!
against All Knights, and I think it's going to be brilliant.
I'm excited to get into the maps too because they look, I mean, Galorys looks so locked in. They're a team that don't show
Wait,
a lot
it's
of emotion.
actually
like, even
50-50
from the tweets from their
or-
losses is we let it slip. Like we showed this on broadcast
Chat,
last time.
I have a question. Do you think production just threw up like a 50-50 graphic, like the default graphic, or do you think it's actually 50-50? Because it could be either way. We've seen a lot of production errors, but also the series is actually 50-50. So it could literally be either one. That's kind of a weird jump. I feel like it was a production. What is happening?
And I think
Do we
that
only move in
general
like
is just
weird increments?
Honestly, the reason why
like
they might
2/3
be
and
able to
1/3.
flourish here.
Going into this, make sure to get your votes in as well. Who's going to be taking it? Maybe a little juice.
Fucking why does
considering
it
how we saw
only
that go
work
down
in like
last time.
perfect fractions? Like what is going on?
That a lot of these expectations have
They're
been
like,
lit.
all right.
But with so
It looks like it's getting closer to us. There's no 1s, 2s. They showed me they could do it at the last second.
I'm expecting
Wait a
Standard stuff,
second.
and that's going to include.
They're like, we
a
didn't
Dante
show.
Neon.
Yeah, and against the Sato Jet, I was really wondering if Sato was going to match the Neon here. Sato is more flexible where he can sport the Jet, but Dante, you're going to see him run Neon as much as he can everywhere he can, because that just suits his playstyle. Gets to run and kill, and Sato will try to just kind of use that mobility to work around him instead of maybe just fight fire with fire.
So I think this game, by the way, hopefully Galorys is going to be significantly more prepped. And if I remember correctly, did they pivot to? No, they actually didn't. Oh, they did. No, their comp is slightly different. Yeah, they changed comps going into this Galorys game, and I think that could have maybe thrown them off slightly. It just seemed like Galorys quit in that game. Like, it was a very weird game. It was a very odd game. It was like a rollover type game.
We didn't perhaps feel like we saw the true potential of Galorys, but on the all-night side, on Haven especially, Dante Deus is 10-0. First kill, first death against Galorys in that matchup, and even on Sunset, he was 9-3. So 10-0 on Haven, pretty disgusting. This team also typically...
Chat, I think since M80 just lost, I have to root for my GOAT. I have to root for Dante, right? Otherwise, who the fuck am I? I'm a fraud. I'm a phony. He's the GOAT. Dante it is. And you know what? There's even a world where M80 never plays Dante, so I never have to root against him. Which is a sad world, but there is a world where that happens. He just wins, and M80 loses. They never play each other. So, Dante it is. Why not Sato? I don't know, man. Don't make me fucking praise two children. I can only pick one,
on this Neon,
and I'm picking Dante.
Like we saw in the last series with Spike, sometimes
he shoots
he's
good,
just different and just takes over.
Dante see people, he shoot good. That's just it. Watch how good he shoot. It is insane. The best shooter. Like, I'm not even joking. Dante is a shooter
of the map.
Let's see
We're
it.
underway here, folks, in our second upper semi-final. All Knights, number 2 from Latam versus Galorys, your number 1 from Brazil. We're on board with Team Shop here as the hit comes from Galorys onto the seaside.
Crazy exact. No util for the post shot. No util.
It's going to blind him for a moment, but the crossfire setup is here. It's
God, he's dead. No.
Not bad. Team Shop
No.
But he runs out of bullets. That gives Ziranga with second kill, but Sabando was pretty clean with a great transfer.
Why are we not double facing
there?
Why are we not double facing there? Why are we not double?
Jawline to break Everfrost. Nicely done. Galorys take the pistol.
That was a hell of a flick. Bang! I mean,
weird that. Like, why did he go that way? That was a huge mistake for him to swing right.
Deep on towards site, they were able to hold over the top of the spike site itself, and that was enough to at least catch a corner, catch a little bit of extra damage. But for a moment, on that reprise, that little bit of a retake attempt, Sabando nearly had done it himself after, again, the damage that was done in the corner by Tinchoff was solid, just could not quite finish because of the lack of ammunition, but not enough. So, an impressive opening pistol for both sides, advantage to Galorys, who now have 3 Bulldogs with a couple of other upgrades around it, where all Knights will have to default to just classics.
Again, there was a little pop there over towards the A side of the map. It was an early fault line, though, from Galorys. And Sato is waiting for it. This is how teams started to read into All Knights. He's already spent the first 40 seconds of this round waiting for some kind of push-up. That is going to be a really relevant approach once All Knights get some weapons in their hands and they're ready to go on the offense on this defense side of the map.
Good discipline here for
Dante
Galorys.
started the game pretty passive.
Anything lurking up through mid.
Maybe he has a feeling they're gonna play anti-push.
Something like a shorty purchase or something that could be.
He's playing back
so
both of these rounds.
Smoke will go down.
Keep an eye on him.
Owl drone to clear. Fault line to follow. Tinchoff actually avoids a lot of that, but Eco Machine is not able to stay alive.
Damn,
now the
nice
dash.
dash.
They know they've got Tinchoff somewhere in a corner. Just comes down to where, and that may be a little bit more difficult than initially promised as 2 kills come through, and now it's just down to Dante for 1v3.
One more gun for his troubles in this round, but that is going to be difficult. 3 up still for Galorys, 2 Bulldogs in the mix. A lot of the action this round going down in Garage. Dante caught. Luxo the quality of player that can stop Dante in his tracks.
Yeah,
all
and
good.
a really good follow-up there just to make sure that, okay, oh yeah, it got a little messy. Tinchov does what he can inside the corner, but the overall take of the site, plus the stretch out through mid, works out nicely to make sure that the defense can't concentrate their focus in any particular spot.
I'm seeing some A
That's
control in our
pretty,
future.
Evident just by the fact we're playing Haven. You're not going to see very many gamble stacks due to the fact that we have 3 sites, but really good just awareness overall. Did not get caught by surprise on the opening attack. You do get the Bulldog recovered by Rude, so this bonus will still feel like a pretty true bonus. In fact, they will actually
A lobby
upgrade it
control
into a
here.
Vandal Sheriff combination. Early pressure though with the fault line and Dante combination through sewer will give All Knights some
Dante gets a
control of
line,
weapons
falls
over towards
off.
A.
Ooh.
But again, Galorys
Second
give them
guessing.
nothing. Look at how little of the map they
Where are we
opted to
going?
take early in the round.
Are we doing a
This will
garage
force
split
All
right
Knights
now
to
through
make these
window to
aggressive pops
see?
happen a little later, and might
Is
force
Jet
them to
going
hit some
through?
utility to get a read on
Nico
where
Machine
Galorys
better
is
get
set
this
up.
kill. Nico Machine better get this kill. Please get the kill. I'm begging you.
Garage here. Sako does. No, this is going to be a tripwire. He's
No.
going to push this quickly. Nico Machine.
Oh my god, what is that dart? What is
Back around the
this?
corner, apparently. Sato takes him down, and elsewhere, Adverso falls. B-side open for Galorys to move in.
And this is tough decision making for Dante because you want to wait for the
Did
fight.
he
for Tinchov,
drone
but you don't have
tag him
the
or
time
did he
to.
dart?
And whoa, this is a lot of clearance for him, but a key 1v1 goes the way of Sato, and then Dante just gets pinched up. Too many players to deal with. Tinchov not going to see much more action in the reigning in this round. He's just going to try to hold the Vandal.
It was interesting timing, to be fair, that Dante tried to take into B. Almost got the drop on them, but Galorys had it covered entirely. Tinchov has no hope of holding this weapon through the round, folks.
It's looking like fucking Brazilian barbecues popping off today. Like green, spicy picanha all the way. Just fucking, they are eating right now. They are fucking taking our lunch money and they will ascend. Holy shit.
And I think the more important part about that most recent round was the fact that now
Brazil
you all of a
teams are
sudden
not fucking
got
around
Sato,
today.
who said, I'm going to push through window and challenge you. So if you're going to defend through mid window at garage,
I truly
you better
think
do so with some
that All
support,
Knights
because
need this
sitting
map,
inside of
by
a
the
dark
way.
cover deep is not going to be enough, especially if
Of
they are committing L
course.
drones to follow up through that window play. So really good convincing measures in terms of how you dominate the map early, just in unconventional ways. We don't often see that be the case. I think especially with a Sova Jet combo, you often see some sort of a recon dart be thrown into dash afterwards, especially towards C. You also have the ability to kind of more freely find space over towards A long. But the thing they're dealing with is this Neon. And so far, it looks like Galorys have done a really nice job of evaluating what they want to do with the Neon and how we could possibly counter that. And that's by playing through mid.
Yeah, so far so simple.
Dude, Busio,
You're right. I mean, AK are really giving up that part of the map
used to
entirely
play a lot of
in favor of trying to go for some
chamber,
early
Killjoy,
action, which
all kinds
Galorys
of
aren't
like
giving
that.
them. And then by the time
He would
they
challenge
maybe
a
make their way back to
lot
B,
back
if at all, it's usually in a retake or it's just Adverso who, quick rotates off A to try and get there. That is a feature of this map, not a bug. Haven is going to
I'm
stretch
not really
you
sure
very
about
thin.
luck.
That's why defenders want to go for these aggressive plays, because it's twofold. It can give you that
Or
player
look so.
advantage, shut down the enemy push, and also give you some information. Even if you don't find any kills off maybe a fault line play or a Neon pushing up, you at least can narrow things down a little bit early on in the round. So that's something that AK had to be aware of, because right now they just don't really know when the action's going to come. Its timing's being taken by Galorys. They should be used to, because Reta tried to do this to them extensively in the LATAM playoffs, and a lot of teams are reading into AK now as well. They say, we need to slow it down. We need to be ready for them to push up. There's a risk associated with that, because
absolutely
they
there
give
is.
up map control. Yeah. And they do need to re-clear that, or clear it at all, before getting in. So you may notice that it becomes a bit util intensive for Galorys to play this way, especially on short time, as they only start pushing it like, what, a minute 20 in the round?
Yeah, because the only other option that you have, if just flipping the conversation to
cosplay?
the perspective of All Knights, the only other thing you can really do is try to catch them off guard by playing aggressive with the Neon early. And so Galorys is saying, we're not going to give you the opportunity to do that, because we're going to show aggression of our own, and it's going to be in spots that we expect the Neon to not be. So it puts a lot of pressure onto your Sentinels in particular. I think the Cypher has been overwhelmed. Tinchov has done well, to be fair, to kind of at least go
they're
one
actually
for one,
playing.
if not maybe even better than that.
The
But
Viper's
playing
actually
by himself as
playing,
an
like
anchor
using the
is
Vandal
not
and
enough
everything.
to hold off against
There's
5 flooding members for Galorys.
fucking tryhard
The
in
Neon
over there.
needs support. You can't just play off of your own stuff, especially on the defensive side. So you're going to see combinations with a fault line fast lane, or something that comes out of the bow of Averso. you don't get that same kind of support for Tinchop. And it looks like for Galorys, that's the whole game plan. Make sure we're avoiding the stack up where we expect the Neon to be, put pressure elsewhere, and already, again, build up early financial benefits to where you can stretch the map on rounds where you have the advantage.
Aldrons for both sides here. There was even a recon invested by AK into sewers because they opted not to take that.
Stack is in, chat.
And they get ahead of the retake. They're trying to get into the site now. AK want to anchor this hard. Aftershock going to come in. Verso tries to swing
Where
the angle.
was
Luke
that?
is there on the approach. Savannah inside dark cover, but will emerge from sewers. It's an angle that they weren't ready for.
How do they
All
only
too
get
easy.
one?
Yeah. Down to Tinchop with just a stinger.
I mean, not an option there for All Knights, right? Like, you gamble correctly in terms of where the hit's going to come from. You don't want to retake with pistols and stingers, so you try to hold your ground best you possibly can. But,
Okay.
I mean, like you mentioned.
All Knights are insane. I refuse to believe what we just saw. Everyone look at the screen real quick. Everyone look at this. Wait, one more time. Okay. All right, we're good. All right.
Early on in the group stage, the only reason
All right, we're
that
back.
Galorys was winning was because
We're
those
back.
guys were popping off.
All
But
Knights
as the
are
group stage
insane.
has gone on, and now we see them sitting
All
as
Knights
a
are
major
insane.
threat here in the playoff portion of this Ascension tournament. The whole team is clicking. So it feels like
Dante
everyone
is
is
so
settled
sick.
into the LAN environment, getting together, making sure that we're on the same page, not just relying on individuals.
Oh, God, he's
now
back.
you're starting to see the complete Galorys team that we expected to have after their performance in the regional.
So far, this has been
He's
solid
like, I
fundamentals,
knew I
nothing
shouldn't have smiled
too
before the
flashy
game.
From Galorys, but they know they can make a hard hit over towards that A site, and it's probably, you know, if they, especially if they can hide information.
I don't-
There might only be one player there. I mean, All Knights were rushing to get through Link to get onto the site because you
I
had to
don't
play
know,
retake with
Collins.
stingers. I mean, just forget about it.
Do you not
push your
remember
abyss and you could just jump off the
singing
bloody map. There's just
Getting
no-
Jiggy with it
there's
or
no way
something
for you to
like
get
that?
into
You
that
did
round.
say that was your favorite
But
song.
they don't have any sewer control. I mean, I think Sabando just sat inside that dark cover and then just popped on out. So all Knights are playing from back of sight. They don't have good sort of anchor positions whatsoever.
Yeah, and I think part of that is, again, because if you're going to free the Neon up, who really wants to play more aggressively on these sites, you have to use utility to make sure that they can get into that position safely. Everything
Wow,
else on the
Wes.
defensive
Oh
side is
my
going to be
God, I
self-sufficient.
forgot about that Will Smith song. What are some other Will Smith songs? I can only think of the one, the Getting Jiggy with it one, but there's so many actually. There's actually so many. What are some more? Wild West. Oh my God. Wait, Miami, is that one? I think it is.
To see if there's going to be any early aggression with things like fault lines or owl drones or fast lanes, and then they're just going to go the
Oh
other
my
direction. Just
God.
avoid the Neon completely. It's just kind of one of those keep away moments, and here we go. Same idea. You got the smoke and the recon spark to get in Neon, but the hit's already over towards C.
They were up like against the barrier.
These
like,
C
there's
hits
a
are
bit of
pretty
candy store this
pacey
time, though.
and nice.
Waste no time in hitting this C side. I mean, All Knights definitely had more presence over an A. So Galorys
Yeah,
mixing it
what?
Up here, and All Knights just have no
I
idea
I
what to do. So
actually
they're
am
forced
questioning
to
whether
retake.
you
The
live in
upside
Miami
is
or if you're
they're trying to do
AI.
it with stingers at this round.
It might be both. Like, you might be AI outside of Miami. There's no way you didn't know
This
that.
is a plant that you're going to want to fight on site if you're Galorys, and that's exactly the case. First
My
one comes through,
goat.
you send out a reactionary Rolling Thunder.
My
Doesn't connect,
goat.
To be fair, maybe a chance to fight back, but the angles are already being locked down.
This is over.
Perfect amount of buys time. It forced Nika Machine and Adverso back from the C site. And by the time they collected themselves, they had no presence through Garage. Look at the blue X's there in Garage. I mean, Galorys do not let All Knights in onto the site. They have it covered, and they're watching every point of approach.
Like, clearly, Galorys looked at the VODs of All Knights and saw some kind of weakness on these C plows, right? Like, it's a very good hit. Don't get me wrong. It's probably like, hey, yeah, they do have a C hold, but look, if we do our exec like this at this pace, even when they do their C hold, we'll still run them over. And the majority of the time, they're at A anyway. So, like, this is going to work. Dude, this seems like they're just strolling on in right now. This is such a weird thing. It's a lot like that first game. Feels very countered, like they're countering what they saw previously.
And that's their whole call. So
All right,
we'll
fake
see.
cloud
Here's the
burst
same
on the
setup for
cross.
defense. Overdrive, not fully ready yet, but Dante does get forward.
Maybe, I don't know, in this scenario, maybe they notice like, hey, we don't have to go at A, but what we could do is cloud burst the ground right here. If Dante plays A, he'll use his stun. That's like a double value. We'll know he's there and he won't have it for the late round. It's like shit like that, you know? Ooh, good flood though. Very good flood here.
One with this thing already, and Adverso would already cleaned a player up with the Hunter's Fury. 2 players pinged outside. That's Tinchoff's neural theft now getting put to good use. Galorys down to just 3.
What?
Spike is loose. Somehow look to break in with 2.
2 on 3, winnable.
Evil kick here. Knows the
Old
Spike
school
is a little
Nico
more
crosshair.
polite.
What? I use this crosshair in CS, chat.
Waiting for the sound cue potentially.
Standing ahead.
All that expanded.
Recon's gonna spot this out. They're gonna go for a Diverso piece, so he knows what the play would have been, but can't do anything about it when he gets double swung.
Great idea.
My
in terms
crosshair
of
worked
what
better
Galorys
though,
are
on
doing, again,
God.
to respond to the neon pressure, but that time it just gets a little sloppy on the initial take. Some of that, I think, just granted to the fact that All Knight's made the quick rotation back. I think in particular the defenders at C.
What do you mean, what is it, Tay? It's one of the greatest songs of our
generation. In particular,
generation.
kind of goes up to that high angle. We saw him teleport late, but he was the main reason that no one got through the front door thanks to some dark covers and a paranoia that gets tossed. So, again, good counter utility from All Knights. It's very difficult with full weapons.
Shut up, Deal. What is happening to Dante right now?
Get back into a full purchase position with that. Hunter's Fury is also key for Adverso, but those tools are no longer there. Now they got to do it the hard way, and this time it's Dante getting aggressive at C.
Right, Evil Kickers don't know where to go. He can't move from that position, but Sato's Blade Storm yields him a kill. Dante able to dodge away from so many of those shots. Get a quiet start to the game for him.
Going kind of crazy, chat.
Sato's
He's
down to
9 and
3 knives
4.
and did not buy. Was able to pick up the Vandal from the fallen Evil Kick.
Lots of time to play with here for both of these two teams. Sentry turret will make some sort of an alarm system occur over through mid. That will keep Rude pretty planted for now, just to be avidly watching this flank. Owl Drone also still at the ready. If this scouts anything, it would be massive for All Knights, and it's going to see 2. So now they know they can rotate over at least Dante with an overdrive. It just
I like
comes
how
down
they
to
didn't
what
even
Adverso
try.
find to hold off this hit.
They didn't even try to like dodge it or anything like that.
Destroyed. Adverso plays off the sound cue of them being taken down to find a freebie. Beautifully
Nice.
Sato knows he's above him. He still gets a little shocky down onto the deck. Taking Sato to 79. Dante Deus wants to get in here, but they're going to have to wait. Fault line. Pause for thought now for AK required. Going to stack with 3 players and go in for it here. Overdrive at the ready, but Rude already found Adverso. Dante only able to find one, and Sato lays the smackdown, baby. Another Galorys round comes up.
It's great.
After things went a little wrong, right?
Yeah.
Getting caught by Adverso.
Yeah, just a touch. I mean, that's just, again, some days you're just blessed with the smoke spam. But this is a really good 3v4 post-plant setup. I mean, it also kind of gets to a point where, yeah, the shock dart hits and Sato's low, but that may actually benefit that post-plant because Sato wants to play aggressive, be the first point of contact, but because he's tagged up, he has to kind of hold back just a touch. He gets shrugged off of where the plant initially would have been, but him in that position after the fault line, the flashes, all the initial damage gets tallied. He's on a perfect angle and just goes completely.
I got nothing, bro. Toddler Ospas is tearing them up, actually. Like, Toddler Ospas, this guy is actually just diffing
down
them.
to some dire straits financially.
I got nothing.
Half by.
He's actually just
here.
locked the fuck in today. What is going on with these Brazilian teams?
A comfortable situation.
Wait, what skin is that? What skin was
The round
that?
is paramount, but also trying to keep some of these weapons.
That's not the
to
Reaver,
Vandals.
right? What is
3
that?
rather. So crucial. They're dealing with a Hunter's Fury here for Evil Kick. Also peeks this.
Oh, it's the same one from last time.
Yeah.
Dude, I need to get this skin. It's literally the same skin
Not
as last
ideal
time.
in terms
It's a sign.
of what the defense is spending, both health pool, utility
He's coming to my
resources,
shop.
and also just overall manpower. Has committed so much.
No one here,
Dante
of
waiting
course.
for the flash, takes one more peek, sees no one
see
home,
it.
and then he just
Shocker.
bails out. They know this is going over to Tinchoff's direction. His cyber traps and his trap wires are not set up for this site, so he's in trouble here as the Hunter's Fury comes in.
No ping, though, off the recon. So this is a blind Hunter's Fury. Pretty easy for Sabanu to sidestep now. Deals with Lucho on the way in.
What a hold.
And they're anchoring it beautifully here. Galorys, without information off the recon, still commit because time is short. And now they find themselves with only Rude to play.
Yeah, really, really well done. Again, that's just a difficult spot for Tinchoff to be in, but Sabando rotates into the site after initially kind of lingering toward the back where Nico currently is. The paranoia hits everybody. I mean, he's going to see the assists tallied after that paranoia lands. Makes that 2v5 way easier. And then, of course, with the overall speed that Dante has, he's able to, again, get that read off the flash towards Alon that no one's here. I got to make my way back to C. And in case things were to have gotten hairy, All Knights put themselves in a perfect defensive setup, largely thanks to what Sabando and Tinchoff were able to put together early.
That's what you took away.
It feels pretty
That's
dangerous.
Crazy.
Unless they pulled an extra player off that site. Just the early aggression here, even though for Dante Diaz, it's not creating any big kill opportunities. It's definitely warding them away from that part of the map.
The first time they played chat,
and of course, the anchoring was beautiful. Team
Galorys actually was
put it together with
stacking up these rounds. It was
especially when it comes to
the All Knight's attack
anchoring
half, by the
situations have
way.
been
So
Yeah, they really have to. I mean, again,
a little bit of cope.
This is interesting. This has been the same
Oh,
defensive
he even had a
setup
good
in
little
terms of aggression.
sidestep.
Fault line, dark cover, you sprint forward. This time,
Oh,
Galorys
fuck.
stepped
The
into it,
Valorant
and they
gods.
out-trade it. Sabando
They
does
blessed
at
his
least pull one
Phantom.
back, and it gets us to a 3v3 with the Aftershock denying entry to A.
Good defensive util there, though. That aftershock, like you said, makes it impossible for Galorys to move in. The C side, though, is like entirely empty.
Right,
And we're going to have a TP across to confirm this. And Galorys are going to get themselves a post plant in an even-handed scenario.
Yeah. Only bit of good news here is that you do have the trap still active.
So
in
they
mid, as
inserted
well
a
as
player.
over-
This is crazy because they inserted a player garage. They have a really good post setup. As long as Sova moves back soon, they're fine. There's a one-way spawn.
It's decision time. I would say,
Yeah.
Sabando, you probably
Oh,
would
shit.
like to use this from the shadows just to scout out part of the backside of the site. And yeah, he will see that Sova's playing in towards C-Long. This will be a 3v1.
Whoa! He will check, though, finds two. That's going to have to be
Damn.
enough. Sabando now has such limited recourse. May look to move in through garage there, but I was going to say, Rude would have been aware. There's just not enough time. Not nearly enough. That is a heavy blow to suffer there for All Knights.
Yeah.
Just looking to start to stabilize economically. Another one slips through their fingers.
Yeah, they should be fine to at least bring some significant purchase here into round number 9, though. It'll be a weird purchase, but they still will be able to provide at least some sort of a resilient arsenal. But another good moment here for Galorys. And again, I'm initially just surprised by the fact
I
that
think they need a couple
opt
more
to take
rounds.
that battle where they know
They're
the
fine.
Neons has
They're
been
fine
playing
with, like,
aggressive
a
behind this dark cover and fault line combination
not
at
winning
A-main,
the
but
half,
they
but
counter out with a little bit of utility of their own. They get the reveal that they
it's
need.
not gonna be 10-2
find the
like last
eliminations,
time.
put the pressure on. It's a late trade back to keep us 3v3, but the long lurk, that's the presence of having a Killjoy on offense on the map like Haven. Rude's just gonna lurk. Works something by himself. He says C's open, come join me, and that leads to a 7th round.
There's a fault
Dark
line over
pink
from the B side
boho.
again. Sato was pinged briefly by the looks. And Verso fancies a bit of this. Aldrone to re-clear now.
Dante's
A lot more
opping
we
here.
bargained for. Hedwig shot to pieces.
Trying to
Very
get
quickly,
over
Adverso has to
towards
fall
A
back
right
onto the
now.
side. Again, they want to avoid having to play a post plant, but Adverso doesn't have enough teammates in his vicinity.
Fairly sure
They will
Luxo
opt to
heard
give
him.
A. Even Dante Diaz.
They just got breach
someone who's
hold.
more than happy to jump into the fog. Or play back.
They really need this recon dart. That's what Dante's waiting for. Obviously, he's watching for the cross, but if they can get the recon in, that could be massive. First shot
Ooh.
lands right through the corner. Brilliant first blood for All Knights, but the site is still gone. You do have a Rolling Thunder to possibly
Good
cut
awareness,
this site
by
up.
the
It
way.
should lead to some sort of
Like-
fallout of heaven as soon as it gets popped.
To be just
Fast lane's
on
also
on
broken up
point
the
right
site
there.
here for time. Okay, don't do anything
Surprised
with it.
Evil
This is a
walked
nasty
across
little
that, though.
backstep angle from Rude. Decided
What a
to keep it
shot.
shot, though. He's got an up in hand. Beautifully done.
What the-
That
what
was
is this
handed over by
movement,
the looks
bro?
of things. And
Oh
now
my
from Heaven,
God.
they can try and drop down.
He ran out of
Rondo
juice,
goes
huh?
for it. Sato finds Tinchoff before.
Oh my
His
God.
Aftershock at least gets him something. It's Sabando. I've seen him win these. 1 versus 2. Sees Luxo gets the drop on him. Now Arango's not ready.
Oh!
And a finish off with the right click of the classic. It's Sabando.
Wow,
once
that's a
again,
huge
coming
round.
alive.
Oh, where do you start with that final fight? I don't even know. Sato gets a huge first blood. It stalls out the hit just a
That
little
is a
bit
massive
longer. Allows
round.
Nico Machine to rotate up
Like,
top
every
to
round they
to
can get
initially
on this
this rolling
defensive
thunder
half
across
is, like,
the site. But in that
ginormous.
moment, Urango finds elimination
Forward
and
would
sends
be
one
great.
back of his own. The only thing they miss is Sabando. Sneaks around the back, kind
Nice
of three-star
play.
cover backside of the site. Galorys did not know he got through. I missed it if he teleported or not to get into that dark cover, but regardless, he goes completely unguarded, and that leads to a massive 1v2. A little shot to the Radiant Knight boxes, leading to the right click. Absolutely perfect and exactly what All Knight needed to stay inside this map.
To me, he's like king. You know,
Oh,
from
thought we were
Leviathan.
gonna time
That's
out.
the
What is
kind of
this
player
dart?
Sabando
Oh, it's a
is. High
dart
impact,
place that we can drone
control
and dart
player,
simultaneously.
Incredible in the clutch.
This is such a sick play. Look, he's droning when this dart lands. They have it all synced. Oh my God, that's so sick.
Sato trying to make his way in through garage, but Arango will apply pressure immediately.
Oh, yeah.
Won't be ready for this.
I love
Push
shit
up,
like
though.
that.
Sabando eats him up. A shot kill on Tinchoff, though, clearly. He got battered down by some util and stray shots.
I like this idea to wrap
Both
away
duels down.
and move to A. You know that you have Dante down. He's been one of your main defensive presences over towards A long. Do you really think Adverso is going to stick on this A long corner?
Is Sabando going to give up
And interesting,
C?
if they
Looks
stick
like
to
it.
going C long here, the op was down in this position, and we've seen that A Knights will pull it up and drop it onto somebody else. Tinshoff found it from Dante in the last round, but they're going to try to take their risk over towards C. They only have a smoke and a recon to work with.
It's the last player of these three I'd want to face down if I'm Galorys, though.
They walked in
Sabando.
contact. That's smart.
The Sentinel. He's a controller player.
Just clear out back plat real quick.
Immovable object.
30 seconds left.
We'll be waiting here, but waiting indeed for those extra players
It's a
to
very,
drift across.
very clean
A
entry right
two-pronged
there.
retake attempt is what we're going to see. One through garage, one through backside.
And you've got
They're
Paranoid,
ready
you've
to
got two
swing off
shotguns and a
contact.
fault line. There are a lot of tools
Clouded
to break down
out
this
smoke.
site. It just comes down, does the Aldrin see
So
anything? It does
he's
not.
taking
so now you
this
gotta decide, how
contact,
do we use the paranoia?
this
How do we use the fault
crossfire.
line? Can
They're
we
playing
separate
very
this
forward.
site and allow an entry?
Planner for long. So we see Rude
Ooh.
fall back to that position. Wow, Lucha
Damn.
hit him. Evil kick stunned up. There's the spray. It's all up to Rude here. Can he stick the landing? Got dinked instantly, and Sabando absolutely
Holy.
demolishes him.
These support players are coming up
Four
massive.
on the board, heading to the last round of the half.
Yeah, and Adverso hits a recon dart that sticks into Evil Kick right on top of the site. He can do nothing but just say, please shoot at me. It's not my teammates. Problem is, they also find the player trying to
I know,
sneak the
right?
cover on the double
I can't
box
find this
inside the
Marv
site.
emote, by the way. I
And
don't know
that
how to
was,
look
I think,
for
the
it.
difference maker. The first point is that you don't have Evil Kick in a position to be able to take a fight. He's got to deal with the dart or hope his teammates can cover him. The Rude trying to play for the clutch up position deep was not part of the play either. So them losing the defender on top of the dart cover in the double boxes, massive towards making that retake happen. And Sabando, well, he's been unbelievable for his squad to this point. He continues to
find
provide
this,
some
though.
electricity here in round 11. Can he do the same in 12 and 7?
Marv?
Oh, just misses a freebie initially. Now the overdrive, a little bit of tags, but it just tickles at that range.
I mean, it tickles. Evil kicks at 6 HP. That guy got absolutely fried. Started with Evil kick so low. And All Knights absolutely want to push out for more.
Bruh.
Go, go, go.
Get a bit unlucky there not to find a kill or more. Galorys now will be back to their old tricks of playing slow.
Luke Show
Got
gets
the kill
one
on
through
B.
mid, back of B.
Yeah, that's a
gonna
bad
make
death.
things very difficult now.
Dude,
for
if
All
they
Knights. The
can
only bit of
get
good
this
news
fifth
is that
chat,
they've
that
got
would be
Sabando really
so
far forward,
big.
so they can just
A
isolate B
7-5
by playing through the
half
links, but they need to find
with
some
that
sort of
start
information
is like the
with
dream.
anything, and
Huge
there it
kill
is.
by
Dante with
Dante.
one. The recon also reveals Hunter
Shoot!
and everything's
Oh, he's back. He's back.
Well, that was a flick there from Dante. Asado took
Ew.
trying to put the relay bolts.
Ew. Oh, bro, he's so back. Oh, he's so back. Our goat has arrived. Oh, he's here.
Come alive. All Knights are back.
Yeah, that's a really good recovery to that defensive half, especially consider that again. The initial start of this whole
Wait,
half
these
was
emotes
about
are fire.
What can we get Dante early? The answer was nothing.
These
And
emotes
Galorys
go
just kept reading where the
crazy.
neon
Wait.
was, or at least guessed where the neon was based on
might
utility
add
that was
'em
thrown in the
all.
first 30 seconds, and then just went the opposite direction. That's a simplified version of what they were doing, but that was in effect what was happening. So you change up the defensive mindset a touch if you're All Knights. You don't necessarily get as aggressive with Dante, but you put him in a position to hold an op, lock down a site more as a neutral defender, and then everyone else can just use their utility
teabag one.
to
What's the
counteract whatever
teabag
they
one?
see coming their way from Galorys. So small
don't see
adjustment, but
the
it works
teabag
out
one.
nicely, just shifting the tempo to a more slow and kind of concise play. Works out well. So now you go to your offense. That's been another question for them. At times, their offense has been miserable, including a two
Who would I
offensive
rather
round
play?
half against TSM most recently, and that was
Oh.
before. Or
Oh,
maybe
if I'm
after they
M80.
played Random Esports, where they only won a single attacking round. So a lot of work to be done here for All Knights to get themselves back into the map.
That's a question.
Still very, very, very solid.
I think Galorys.
Start. And
maybe?
Pistol means a heck of a lot, of course, with the game score this close.
I think probably Galorys, just because I don't think I've seen anything like Dante. Whereas, like, yeah, Sato might be insane. Luxo might be insane. But, like, they're kind of like Osbos and less. That's why, like, I say that. They play kind of similarly. And their support players are just worse than that team. Than that old team. So M80 would much rather play something that they're at least like somewhat familiar with than what we just saw jump out of heaven. Like, what we just saw jump out of heaven, we don't see in pro play in Americas. Like, we just don't see that. Like, that kind of movement. And if he had, like, a second more of sprint, he would have slid. And that whole sequence would have looked a little bit different. Watch. Let's see what he looks like now when he can control the pace. This is a big pistol for Galorys. Like, if they win this, it'll be very nice. Now, they won last time. They got 10-2, so...
That would put them at a major advantage, being 9-5 up on a half that All Knights aren't particularly strong at, so it does feel more important here for All Knights to try to get this thing to 7-7 early.
Ooh, triple face front B.
It was, what, 10 attacking rounds in a row for All Knights?
Yeah.
There.
So he hears them all rotating.
Quite a few more
Walks
than they need
away.
here. Look at that seaside, completely covered with
God.
utility. Galorys very mindful of a potential flood onto C. But it's AK actually who take the pace back a little bit. A little pop mid now. With that camera paving the way inside sewer.
They're reading them.
Headed to A.
Holy 4 here, Chad.
Yeah, this is the dark cover to play defense.
But can you hold it versus Omen Blind, Breach Stun, Neon Stun, potentially Dart? Oh, my guy dinked him.
Opening shot lands for Evil
Insta
Kick.
dinked him.
Bit of a headshot, shock dart.
What the fuck?
And then it's just Durango.
They destroyed him.
High-low setup completely decimates this approach for All Knights.
Now, that's what Killjoy offers you. So much util at C, they can then go and stack the A side instead. Sabana very low here, just has to step up, face the music.
Holy
Sato,
fuck,
Tinchop.
Whoa! Wait, they might get it? Wait, flank. Oh, shit. Oh, no.
Tinchop is low, as is Nico. But if they play together here, it's going to be a big ask for Rude.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. If they go hell, the Cam will spot him first. That's crazy.
Creeping up on the site now. Both All Knights
he
players
got
set
past
up in
the
hell.
Cam. Oh, no.
Rude is going to have
Oh,
some
no.
pretty clean shots here.
Oh,
It's
shit.
Nico first. Formation the one player. Can surmise that they're playing together. Nice little strafes
Oh,
here, but
wow.
All Knights a problem, and here they come! It's one! It's two! Rude does not care for your tectonic activity! He brings the house down himself!
Talk about the
Wow.
patience from Rude on the second, by the way.
Oh, wow.
I mean,
Well,
like you said.
Yeah, why
he's
didn't
got-
Tinchop shoot?
I mean, just everything completely
end.
against him. That is a monster fault line.
Oh, he did
And then
shoot.
just to sit here
We
and
just
say,
couldn't hear it, so-
let me line you up
He
with a
was
little
shooting.
wiggles.
He was
Little
whipped.
shimmy, shimmy, yay, shimmy, yeah, shimmy, yam. Coming out of Tin Shop doesn't work out. And yeah, let him know about it. A massive Zippo 1v2 clutch.
Was Tinchop out of ammunition?
I don't know what that was.
He just strafe danced. I don't know what to make of that at all. It's, I mean, it's possible.
That's a bit
Found 3
rough.
kills in that round.
Man.
We may never know. Ooh,
missed
Shock
it.
Dart doesn't quite catch that alarm bot. A small thing, but maybe relevant later.
Oh, and to make matters
Damn,
worse, Sato's
bro.
gonna line him up through sewers. It's a gut check call here with just classics
Holy
again.
shit.
Flashes out, stepping into the cloud burst. Evil Kick gets one of his own, and Sato's not done. Give him 4. Send it to the next
Holy.
round.
Ah, that's right. The Outlaw, exactly as Leo Farrier intended when he allowed it into competitive play. Beautifully done for Sato.
Leo. Why is Leo
After
Farrier
those
catching a
first couple
shirt?
kills, knew that they'd best get this round done. Unfortunately, no parts of the map to just leap off on Haven, so you need to feed yourself into the wood chipper. That's tough. It's a big momentum breaker for All Knights, who really bounced back at the end of that first half. However, that first gun round here of their attack side is on horizon.
Oy. Okay, have to have
Must
this.
win.
I mean,
Must win. Must
All
win.
Knights drop this round. We could be looking at a very quick exit from
Ooh,
Haven.
both
Sato
miss.
missing, but doesn't take any damage. And look at the deep position here for Galorys.
Immediately take sight with that.
It's just down to what can they find defensively to hold off this hit towards C. And the answer is not much. Dante's good for first.
Yeah, he doubles back.
Dude,
here to
he's
take
so
the point.
good at like taking that
Inside.
space right away.
Garage, lest he pick off.
Like they heard the double outlaw shot. I'm pretty sure they saw the dash, so they just ran it down. Like they just knew they would get it.
Should be back soonish. No one in that corner. That one is too easily cleared by the aftershock. And there's everybody lined up C long for this retake.
Gotta hope and pray that you
Weird
can find some
situation here.
connection over the
That's an
top
attack
here. Noel
smoke, by
also
the
comes
way.
Through, but no pixels for Sato to look at. And yeah, there's so much post-plant utility. Ronco's gonna get this to half, though. Hold on a second. He may be able to
What
hold
the
this.
fuck are we doing? Okay.
Oh, stop just short. Only 2 players left.
Oh, wow, that was so close.
Nothing like a little post-plant spray down.
That got a little
All Knights
close.
get a hard 4 round.
And that got a little too close for comfort. And that was one of those get down, Mr. President situations. We'll play bodyguard, little cannon fodder, just to make sure we can body block out as much damage as possible. And it almost works. But again, the quick decision, and I think more importantly, the quick elimination to get on towards C after aggression was shown by the defense on the A side of the map, just leads to too many numbers to deal with in the retake.
Right.
Although again, it just got a little too close. You would think.
I think they got another buy in them.
Comfort,
so this is an econ round.
Survive,
Big econ round right here.
Purchasing coming through, but now we have our first full
Sato on
purchase
the
for
alt.
Galorys. It's going to include an operator for Sato. He's got that sewers.
Ice cage.
Tinchoff knows. No interest in taking the fight, but if he can contain Galorys there, if he can keep them interested, that is going to be huge for All Knights on other parts of the map. Aldron's going to clear this now.
Let's see if he hits this.
A little busy.
I'll say.
Neon's coming at him.
Aldron, we'll see him. Deletes it immediately, but has to back out of the play.
Dante,
Behind him is
Dante's
evil
playing
kick
back.
with no reveal utility. It's just shock darts. So this is going to be a very passive setup around A.
That makes someone to go see.
There's actually nothing to force him off an angle at A long if he chooses to post it. Sato,
But they need to get
outside
it
of the fact
back,
that
though.
Tinchoff is here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Young Crashies from.
Tinchoff is tucked here, so this recon doesn't see him. He can be activated later in the round to actually push into that site, but looks like we're going to be hitting C hard instead. Dante Dares takes the
Oh, he was on weird timing. He was on weird timing. That was one. Dude, he's caught some weird breaks with his util this time. This is the first time I've seen him fuck
One
up.
from backside seems to be the play. It's Sato still with an operator in hand, and Tinchoff is quickly trying to get back to the scene because there still needs to be a plan had.
Spike planted.
Nico gets it down.
2v2, big
I
cam.
know exactly where you are.
Oh,
Nico Machine extremely well, ready for
what
the
the
ping.
fuck? That was a
Evil
bad
Kick tried to
swing.
push up ahead of it, so we wouldn't be lit.
Whoa!
You gotta believe in everything.
How was that not a double?
But Nico Machine brings him down.
I'm not gonna lie, Sato just backs up a little bit, waits for that knife animation. He may have it. I thought he had it with the collat. I mean, I think my heart skipped a beat.
Dude,
right
I think
there.
he
Like,
thought he
They
collatted
lined
them.
up right on top of him, but just gets caught pulling the knives out. And initially, I was about to say, this is actually a really good rotation coming out of Galorys in the first place. You talked about that
Dude,
play through
one
A
sec,
long.
one sec.
Recon dart gets earned. That gets Sato back into position with the op, and that means that the breach can rotate over to C. And initially, the initial flash plus the fault line was enough for Luke Show to stay tucked in the corner and find a couple. And you think, whoa, hold on a second. That little play to guarantee the A defense means that this breach is now part of the defense at C from midway across the map. And with the help on the Luke Show, it looked like the defense was about to hold. There's just too many numbers, and I think a couple of nice quick trades that come through to eventually allow the plant to happen. And then, of course, Tinchoff, you know, the knife out, just getting his steps in, rotating all the way back from that cubby at A long, helps out just the nick of time with the neural theft.
The only LATAM team remaining here at Ascension in Mexico. Getting a much needed boost from the fans after a hard-fought round. And another close one here. Galorys, of course, looking to cause problems with a strong pistol out of that half-time, but hard-fought rounds for All Knights, left and right. We have attack pause now coming up for Galorys, because, yeah, obviously something has to change. I mean, they start that round well. Luke Show's able to get the drop on Dante Dares. Doesn't check that close corner as he rushes in onto that C site, but Adverso is a force to be reckoned with and very frightening when we are in the trenches fighting it out.
Yeah, big time. And this should be 8 on the table here for All Knights. You got 4 sheriffs and a classic, so huge advantage. Rolling Thunder at the ready. Hunter's Fury close by, and Galorys is going to try something crazy. Little walk down mid. They've done this before. This time, All Knights are very prepared for it, not going to allow themselves to get surprised.
Tinchoff might have thought of coming forward there, but the fault line makes him reconsider, and instead it's a Cyber Cage and fall off. Okay. They play it inside. Luke Show is here, ready to throw it down. Go! Whoa! Relay vault. Okay. Luke Show going to try and hold it down with the pistol.
The toddlers are alive, dude.
Galorys down by one player here, but still dangerous as ever. Now, though, they're facing entrenched positions. I like the dash into the cloudburst there from Sato, and it allows him to get one at least.
Oh my God, dude.
But All Knights will not be stopped, and you're right. That's their 8th round on the board.
A bit expensive, but they'll be fine for repurchases, especially with the plan on the backside of it. So All Knights cooking it up again. Like we said, it was 10
I love
offensive
mud.
rounds.
Nothing better than a coffee cup full of mud.
Week 2, or game 2 rather, I should say, in their round robin are still showing up here about a week later. So again, it just feels like Galorys defensively They're trying to get this operator into position, and there's been a lot of the same kind of forward focus that All Knights were showing on defense, but this time, of course, to get the Jet involved.
What a dart.
Doesn't necessarily work out for the early first blood. They're just trying to hope they can get him into position. Now look, you're gonna have a quick rotation.
If the Omen smoke was slightly quicker,
just saying, Sato,
the timing would be
you gotta
good.
do you.
Bit of free damage from Rude there. There was a nice little recon lineup, but the dark cover actually negates it. So
Oh, Zygarage. What are you doing there?
Takes Dante Deus down to 56.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, if he sneaks past this Owl drone, that would be huge. But
Did
Angle
they
again
throw like
gets
kind of like a
revealed.
one-way for the
Now,
drone?
Evil Kick does have a Hunter's Fury and an Owl
Surely
drone he
not.
could play from this position outside of A Link, but instead, again, wanting to get Sato deep on towards A Long. They're going to push forward, try to get this cleared again.
I think
from
they
the
just throw
shadow
it one way
spec
for the
towards A
fucking
main.
drone.
Nothing there. Fast lane, Rolling Thunder, all towards C. Defense is in trouble.
I don't think Rude saw the top of Tinchoff's head. As he made his way out from Garage, but it'll catch him on the way there anyway. Here's that Hunter's Fury.
Wow. That's a swing.
Also gets on tenderizing duty. Sato again has been forced off every angle this round, and the last few as well. Really hard to get this operator into the
Our
game.
goat moves so
Notoriously difficult
fast,
on this map
chat.
against a coordinated team, in fairness. Here's the defensive Hunter's Fury.
Really
this stops
good.
the plan entirely. 20 seconds left of the round. This lets Sato repost up back of side as well.
And they get the Sabando reveal too before he teleports. They know he's in this back corner. Just comes down to isolating it as the spike gets blind and resets the clock.
Oh shit, 33.
Rude gets him.
Shit!
Here comes the overdrive from
Bruh! Oh, get sit down, bro. No shot. They are not killing him. They're not killing him. There's no way. There's no way. In like open space in a 3-on-3 with no abilities, this guy is definitely killing them all. There's no chance for them, any of them. I guess he was low. That was their only chance.
It's enough for the overdrive to come through as soon as the contest is out. Yeah, a couple of
Slidey
spam shots are
agent
allowed to
goes
happen, but as soon as they
crazy.
commit to the site, the overdrive's right there, and that thing just melts, especially being that close up. So
Yeah, I don't think I've seen the one way for a drone before. That's kind of sick tech, actually. Because normally you can't really one way that too well. So I was like, wow, that's weird that they're throwing that smoke so high. But then from the drone's perspective, it's like, wow, this is kind of insane.
Rude does not want to give that part of the map up. He is open.
Like I didn't really think it through until the whole sequence
set up
played
in
out.
Suis here, or do Galorys overheat and overextend?
Oh, there's a fault line set up. If they want to choose to peek this, just comes down to do they hear anything to call for this? Because the whole A site will be left open in favor of playing this.
No,
in the sewer.
chat loves Neon.
They're not going to get the contact that
It's
they
like
want.
one of those
Tinchoff
weird
making some
love-hate
noise towards B is
relationships.
gonna
It's
pull
the same
everyone
thing
out.
that they do
Hold on
when
a second,
I tell a
timing here
dad
could be
joke and they
brilliant
say
if Sato
boo.
decides to go.
Nico was
That's
watching,
why
but
they're
he needs
here.
to use his util on this A side hit. It might be too late for Sato, and he might be caught by Tinchoff, but he's hurt him. Tinchoff low, pushes
Fuck.
back to fight. The spray
Unreal.
wild from the Vandal, but Tinchoff brings him down. He will kick, no chance to move up, take a gun. Adverso was going to be there to defend it anyway. Dante gets across the site, into hell. Adverso watching Rude come through on that late flank. All the eyes have been dotted. All the
He's
T's have
here.
been
He's
crossed
here.
for all nights.
Our
As they're
goat.
poised to get into the lead.
Honey on the go.
Nice. Yeah. Tinchoff has been so good in his individual gameplay. And we talked about him a number of times in the defense. He got more than I think you would have bargained for a number of different
Baby
times when they're on the
Keston.
defense. But here, this little lurking 1v1.
Put some
if
respect
he
on
loses
fucking
that,
Dante's
that
name right
entire
now.
site setup starts to get crippled. Sure, it is.
Don't compare our goat to a fucking Raze ever again. All right? We won't compare Kesnet to our goat, but you will never ever compare Dante to Kesnet ever again. This guy's Neon is unfucking real, man. I don't know how they're going to win the next two maps, but I'm pretty confident from this spot in the game that they're going to close out this one. And man, they looked dead. They looked so dead in the first half.
Over the last 8 rounds off of what they want, both defensively and now as they swap the sides to their attack.
You know what I want?
You don't want to give momentum to.
Yeah, I'll
He's all
say.
night. The one team here at Ascension.
I make you want to watch this guy play Neon.
Very
Neon?
dangerous.
Dude,
Galorys
hold
got a
up.
tactical pause here because something
Hold up.
has to change.
Yep.
They've now
Let
lost
me
the
show
lead for
you.
the first time this entire map.
Hold
Such
up.
a dominant first half, but
You know what I
hit by
wish
the
was on
Galorys
VLR?
have
I think in like
each round's
hltv.org, which is the clone off of,
And
there
they're
was like
feeling good.
clips
That's
right
dangerous.
here.
Don't
I
see
wish
a
there was
smile on their
clips
faces
here.
at all.
Like highlights. That would be insane.
Yeah, this is.
But
critical in terms of what do you want to do
Dude,
identity-wise.
these games, man.
A lot of this has been
he
early
was
abilities
insane.
focused on getting Sato
like,
on an angle. Hasn't
these
really made
games
much of a
where he was
difference,
locking Neon.
He's had the same problem.
Like here, look at this Haven game. 10-0
So
first
sure.
blood. This is the last time they played. It was wild.
And as soon as they force him off, they say,
like,
they're going to fight back for it
look
again.
at
They're
him.
not just going to give it up. So
Bro,
they
his
use their
movement
efforts
is the
elsewhere.
best I have ever seen.
So, I like this
and I've
idea
watched
for
a lot
Galorys.
of these
You're
like
gonna put
content
Sato
creator
in a position he
neons.
can get himself into.
I think
and
it's
get
like one of
out
those funny
and then you
games
can
to
stack the other
watch.
side of the map. So
This guy's the
it
goat.
works out. Again, it's still a lot of trust
He's
that Sato
the
will
truth.
hit.
I'm telling
And
you.
once more, it's just the battle
I said it
between
after watching
Sato
him
and
one
the
map.
Sova. Adverso once again pushes him off, and what does that do? It calls Evil Kick into sight to spend more utility.
Look at him.
And now
His
all
movement's
Knights are
perfect,
saying,
bro.
"It's time to go."
Here's the
Oh,
C hit.
fuck.
Rolling Thunder
Look
going to
at
be
that.
coming into the site pretty quickly given
No.
Luke Shaw in that same runny little spot.
They had the counter breach shot ready.
Standing somehow. Tintoff swings out to the open and is brought to heel, but Adverso
Doesn't
is there
matter.
with 2. Luke Shaw being the first. And Sato.
Bro, they literally feed Dante to the wolves, man. They like send him out there and they expect him to kill all 5. And honestly, it takes fucking 3 ults to take him down. And then the teammates just roll in with full util. Like, oh, thanks, Dante. Oh, man, this is so easy.
Ability to drop the
Holy
utility
fuck.
to help the hit towards C. They are playing a 5v3 because they keep
He's
Sato
so
out of the
good
picture,
at, like,
Evil has to keep
reacting.
helping him get back.
His strongest quality is how he's reacting on the fly. His second strongest quality is probably his movement. And then his third is probably just his aim. He's very skilled. Like, very skilled.
He wants, and he may not even have a chance to in the next round.
Sabando has the bullets for this. And he definitely has the gumption, folks. 4 line hits. I think Sato's in deep trouble. Jumps out, goes low.
Oh, they got
In
him.
hell, and there he will remain.
Ready to stretch your wings.
And now it's 12. I mean, you're on force buy situation, it feels like, with the current economy for Galorys. This has been a clinical offensive half for All Knights. What a turnaround after what was a first half that initially started, if you want to call it the first quarter, it was all Galorys. They were playing perfect Valorant. One timeout, All Knights changed their tempo. They stopped relying on the Neon to get first bloods. They stringed together 3 in a row at the end of the first half. And then since that point, it was just the pistol loss and one other. Otherwise, it's been
I think they're
long
feeling it right
defensive
now.
perfection.
I think they're feeling it, chat.
That operator for Sato is now gone. Not the Galorys can really make too much. He just better felt more like a lion.
Good thing fucking
I'll say.
Baby Les
KJ util
is
stacked over at 8
tiny.
this particular round. We've got Sato playing on a bit of an off angle here inside.
He's still
Galorys. His
22
line
and
is nasty.
16? The
He's not
hell?
committed yet.
It feels like he hasn't got a kill in like
Shoulders
ages.
for Evil. He'll back up to safety. I think probably after he sees his Aldrone. Yeah, he'll try to deal with it. Overstaying is welcome. Wow, that was an opportunity for Tintrop, who has been supremely accurate.
Baby Les is luck
But this is
show.
all just a bit of a fake. Paranoia out for Luke Show. He realizes that he is the only
This
one
guy is
trusted to hold
also
on
the
to see
truth.
if this
There's
ends up flipping
3
back his direction.
17-years old in his server that are
Been a hard
all
job. He's had to do
VCT
it a couple
players. I
times, take
promise
first
you.
contact, but how many more times
Luxo,
can he play back in that
Sato,
same
and
corner?
Dante. These guys are like star players. Get fucked. Oh my god, I wish we had his
That
POV.
container and that side is locked down, folks. That's a
In the
one-way
second
to
he
back
gets the
inside.
kill,
Just to give
nice
Galorys
space, mine
a
now.
bit of hope that they could make something happen.
Get the fuck out of my way.
Oh, buddy, this is brutal.
Bro, I
don't know
watched
if I've
Dante and
ever
I swear to
watched a
God,
game
I
of
get that
Haven
like, I did it earlier in the
dominated
tournament.
by one Aldrone more in my
I get like the toxic player energy. Like, bro, what the fuck are you guys doing? Like, what are you doing? I'm getting 3 kills. What the fuck are you doing? Like, they're using all their abilities. Like, what do you like? That's what it feels like when I watch Dante. I'm like, how the fuck are they not winning every round in blowout fashion? Like, that's the impact I see. Like, as like a coach. Like, this guy's insane.
Galorys said, you know what? We're going to die with these guns in our hands. We know what it's like. Let's see what we can get all the way out. And we'll keep the Vandal over the A side to bring
Like,
into the
his
next.
impact is
Map point coming out for All
unreal.
Knights.
What he
massive
takes from the
recovery
other
here on Haven.
teams.
Yeah, okay. Nico, you need an
Like, you take it for granted. Like, I'm going to keep this space and I'm going to play off this piece of util, or I'm going to do this. I'm going to stun off of your contact. And like, none of that works against him. Like, he is moving at an insane pace. And he's breaking like a lot of these like fundamental setups that top level pros would do. And so when I say like he's beyond impressive, like I really do mean it. Like, He is one of a
Team
kind.
manipulation wise. Knives are out, and how about this? A moment of progression for Galorys. Sato trying to
Like,
do himself.
why is this guy not trading this? Trade the fucking kill!
Position to do so much, but Adverso again, basically just taking the role of shutting down the opponent's star player every single round here on Haven.
Like
This way it's in a bit of a more circumspect manner, but the result is the same. Sato lies, beaten, battered on the ground.
What is going on in the Latin cast, bro? They are going
For the
crazy.
fences at 9-12.
Do you hear
Trying to do
this?
something wild. I mean, that is the definition of a curveball. But now things become, again, very, very difficult to manage. You've got the lockdown, so you really don't want to stay super on site, you would think. But Rude's tucked in a corner. They're looking to overwhelm and just guess correctly on where All Knights want to go. They're going to get their intentions.
I gotta
as
get the
outro comes
Latin
out
cast
late.
ready for the Dante round.
Deals with the first smoke down.
I am
Not
jinxing him
gonna
so
avoid
hard.
too much, but how about this? All Knights now know that both players are here, and they're just going to completely flip the script from the shadows. Perfect play.
Yeah, really nicely done there. Savannah with only one smoke, it's pretty scary to hit A like that. You basically, by default, have to smoke Heaven. And there was a player sat, you know, towards Sewer.
They got a really good open plant.
Now, Savato's still deliberating on where he wants to set up. Oh, there was the timing before it activates, and Mr. Tardy Boy never actually comes alive. And the Verso and Tinchoff, they spot him out. Hunter will chase him across the map, and he knows his goose is utterly cooked. 36 points of health and a dream to keep Galorys in the map. Evil kick pulls up short, and All Knights complete a disgusting comeback.
Unbelievable. I mean, that's legitimately all of the rounds in a row outside of the pistol.
The truth.
9 out of 11.
Dante do be the fucking truth. What can you say about it, chat? It was the same thing as the first time these guys played. Fucking PTSD. These guys won this pistol, and then they just got wrecked on these gun rounds. And even in the second half, dude, like both halves in the first time, look at it, look, and they still got 13-7. This time it was slightly better, actually. Oh no, it was actually this start kind of better. This is literally exactly this fucking same script. Script writers are actually dog shit. I'm just kidding. This is crazy though. They literally did the same thing all over again. Except this time they did it without Dante getting 10 first bloods. He only got 6. He lost 4 of them this time, but the same number of attempts. So there was that. Crazy, dude. It's crazy he took 10 opening engagements again. Look at this. It's like same outcome no matter what. Sheesh. Well, I guess that's the last time we'll see him play Neon this series. Because I don't think he's playing it on either of these two. Dude, chat, what if they play this old comp? I think it's Bind, right? Yeah. No, wait, it wasn't this team. No. I thought this team played the double duelist comp once, but I was thinking of someone else, I guess. Damn, man, we don't get any more Neon. We're starving. I'm going to literally die of hunger by the end of this series if it goes 3 maps without Dante playing Neon. I don't know how I'm going to make it. What will I eat? Yeah, guys, the way I'm talking about his jet is like, not like his jet's gonna be very good. It's very fucking good. It's just that his Neon is like, the agent is busted, and he is playing it to a level that I haven't seen it played at. So he can't do that on the other agents. Like there is gonna be a fall off. But he can still have like crazy highlights. Like his aim is still fucking unreal. So will get those moments, but the team, like his team, doesn't feel as good. Wait, let's actually watch. I want to watch what happened this first time. Let's like go back. These 10 First Blood game. I want to see what he did to them.
Fighting for their lives, Vans, to try to survive this grouping stage.
Definitely, and
the grouping
we
stage.
won't even have time to talk seed in the flank, and even potentially for a first pick from Luxo.
Not First Blood here. Oh yeah, they fall down to we don't care about these rounds. Here we go.
Out in the open. And it all came down to that post as far as plant and rotate.
Of course, we're going through the tech. Whoa. Okay.
I mean, it's okay. They're going for it. They're gonna go for a force fight once again. Else, it's just pistols, and that's where they're stacked towards to. This is a free
Get him, Dante. Get him. Get him.
This is gonna be good though. I'm surprised everybody's moving out forward so far. Literally holding no respects over to Galorys.
Bro, this is what I would tell if I was coaching Dante. I would be like, get him. Go get him, Dante.
They weren't able to keep inside of their pockets, but this time, AK, this might just be it. Of course.
He's like a fucking magician, man. He just runs at them and kills them.
Comes the push in. Slowly preparing themselves for something big. Everybody else watching left.
Yeah. NT, dude.
Shot, so there's not going to be tucked in. Don't give Sato a line of sight here with that outlaw, and you just let them flip back again.
Oh, this was insane. I think Sato kills him here. This was. Oh no, he doesn't. I'm thinking of something different. Wait. Bro, he melts people with that shit.
The fact guns were allow it around
time defensive rounds as they could here on this
the slide out, eh? One way at the corner.
They want to shots exchange site while inserting Brood into play.
You just say slid in and one bullet the guy's fault. If you look at the mini map, he slides into default and one bullet's this guy's. The guy got owned.
Making its way to lots of information gather right now. Though Sato has absolutely no idea what's going on. If anything, they can apply some pressure by pushing themselves in here. They're not going to do it just yet.
I'm just looking to see how he like enters these rounds. Just quick A play again. Damn, he's moving.
They're literally just letting Dante do his thing at this point. I feel like that's just the way things are gonna go from now.
Dude.
Okay, let me get one behind. Let's see what
Like I actually think he was cooking. Like if this guy doesn't 2-bullet him, he's sliding out of this shit and killing this guy. When the Evo killed him, I was like, wow. I couldn't believe it.
I feel like that's just the way things are gonna go from now.
Like he's checking the mini map right now on this like jump. He's just like spotting.
Okay, let me get one behind. Let's see what
And if that kill doesn't happen, he's sliding out.
I can do right here. Okay, JP doesn't necessarily work. Listen.
He's pretty body though.
Too good right now. Forward.
And when Dante has a question
on the X-Solos, the X-Fusion team
Quick
that
takes
was led
here.
by Kamikaze as a head coach in the past, that also tried to overcook with Verdi on the Neon in the past. So this is probably something that they saw the potential in, and with the Neon buffs, your time around, gonna hinder
Get
things
smoked
here.
off.
One quick kill here on Dante.
Falls to A.
On the round. Quickly makes this a very close game once again.
Alarm bot base set up.
When they're looking for an excuse to use this.
See what happens here.
Durango just
Okay, so breach ult. His neon stun literally probably negates this entire breach ult, doesn't it? His perfect fucking stun and run away. Literally, they're gonna get nothing off of this, probably, huh?
Excuse to use this.
Watch this. He has 5 HP too. That's insane. Look at the stun. He just stuns and runs. Wow. And then slides across with 5 HP to live to create space because the aftershock. That is insane.
And the tactic is great, but what is All Knight's going to do after this? I mean, at this point, they need to back off. Urango finding 2 of their...
That's what I mean. Like, he just gets value. Like, I don't even know. Like, even in a round like this, like, the amount of value that was, even though he got no kills, was crazy.
He was the type of person that's been coming down here for all nights. Expensive round though for them.
Through garage. Waits for the breach ult. Is really like trailing right behind it. Did he get hit by it or some shit? Slides backwards to get that. Slides towards spawn while breaking spawn. He's baiting for this guy who's flanking and shit. TP'd into that window smoke right before the ult. Smoke spawn. This guy's movement's disgusting.
It doesn't matter, right? Refrag's always coming down for all nights, and now it is what is going on. The next
towards the gong. Is he up? A meta composition that you currently see from Galorys is being
See hit again.
by all night so far with Dante at the point.
TP across, drone, stun, Sova ulted. He's dead as fuck.
Now they're back in it, though. They can't really escape from the death that awaits them, but of course,
Like, dude,
then you really
you can't multi-kill them.
Majority is getting taken down with Galorys. Instead, the rotation comes in.
That after the pick off, already the dash is activated, the aftershock pick with the lurk. Seen him, and this time yet such a great job avoiding the only at 7, but also because
Slides across short. Dude, he is there. Look at the minimap.
But also because
He slides into that right there with that dart.
in the very beginning, and you can also see the positioning you have from Sato. He can't really go down the line to opt down towards long A because there's a smoke being thrown, and if he tries to walk down towards sewers, where there's going
Love
to be
Joe?
and a fault line that
Fuck is
stuns him,
Joe?
and he can't really get anything unless he goes for the dash peek and run away. Maybe that has to be the type of win con to try to shut down Dante.
Spike planted. Bomb grenade out.
Possible.
Still has his
final moments
stun.
of all night.
Let's see what he's cooking.
Galorys has anything to say about it. This is huge potential. Okay,
Is this the time where he tried to push this shit?
this might have to be the round to do
He just
so.
like Giga. Oh, he kills the Sova.
Economic despair. They have to try to pick
Bro, imagine being that Sova. Imagine that. Like, is that his teammate's fault though? Like, I don't even know. Like, whose fault is this? I don't know. Bro. I'd be so tilted if I died to that. But, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, this guy's a difference maker. He's a fucking difference maker. Like, he's doing shit no one else is doing. He's running, sliding out wide into the open with, like, goated movement. They're smoking the corner, which is nice for him in this sequence.
Salvage some rounds on the defensive side. A push inside the window, and it just got spotted by an Aldro.
He just walked through that smoke.
Some of the blades. It's really hit, but the connection isn't making.
His teammates are telling him, like, all these people are pushing mid and shit. So he's assuming this is like a double or triple face in mid, and he's right. He knows they're playing retake on A, and he knows this is his smoke. So, like, I actually think it's a great play by him to just walk through this shit. In this type of scenario, when his teammates are making all these comms, he walks through, takes initiative, kills the guy heaven, takes the site, slides across to make sure no one's holding it, takes the line, tells his team to come in, the Omen ults in. Again, another round won by Dante. What do you know? This guy is just literally the fucking MVP of the fucking game every time I watch him on this map. Like, even when he's not getting kills, the dude is just doing a lot.
Set the nade down. Isn't gonna. They knew Sato to take care of. So huge off of. The timing is immense.
Okay, so they had a lurk in the site. The lurk calls everyone back, but this op gets a kill on the lurk.
They knew Sato to take care of it. What else? What more can they do other than?
Holy fuck.
Really try to push themselves.
Dude, he got fucking owned right there. I'm not gonna lie. That was the clip I thought we were seeing earlier. But his movement was pretty good. He just lost them in the cloudburst. He got owned.
Hunter's Fury TK on top of that when Sato finally survived. Again, first kill. came in doing such a... No, it's time for Galorys. They've seen this strat before, for sure. We've seen the dark now. You still swing
behind the speeches.
These trades to happen. TP across.
Having a good time. Might just be able to take away big point. Or
Oh, is this... This might be a nuts round.
For some sort of retake, some sort of victory. But Dante, he's been in this position before. He's been good with the shots. He might just be able to take away again, dude. The smokes just don't stand there, as the tip said before. Maybe don't stand there, you shall. All nights they see everything, and you are next in the lineup.
Dude, these guys had no fucking chance.
Knows how to get praising times like that. Towards,
In the round prior, chat. This is the round prior. He gets 2 and slides away. He fucking gets a kill through this crack. Just actually the GOAT. What can I say? It's just actually fucking him.
This is crazy.
What can you do at this point? Almost a win condition after this.
Telecom still, let's go.
Galorys has been doing this leverage, the lockdown, leveraging their ultimates to try to get possession of the round.
But at that man, underneath it,
Wait, oh dude, chat, look at this, oh, this is the fucking, dude, watch this movement, watch this, holy fuck, because this is like kind of where he can flex his movement, and you can kind of see it a little bit.
Oh, they're ready for it too. Who's gonna put it out?
He tries to time the breach ult, by the way, like to get past it. That's very smart. Immediate cloudburst towards heaven from Sato. That's also smart. The neon is literally right behind this breach ult. Like, couldn't be better timed. Watch this. Jumps to fucking like this. I don't even know how I would say. He's clearing literally like everything on minimap for them. See ya. Double slides, because he slides in and then he slides back out. Gets that kill. Like, his brain is operating so fast in these scenarios. Like, I don't know. He's just so good at reacting. Like, this guy is just reacting so fast in these moments. His decision making is incredible. Like, when he's using these like double slides. So, yeah, like when he can't do that on Neon, it doesn't look as good, but his mechanics are still fucking incredible. Like, you can see this kid's mechanics are ridiculous. Like, he's still going to be able to aim, and I'm sure he's going to be crazy on the other agents. It's just he makes Neon look real busted. Like, he's the one that makes Neon look busted.
Will advance them into
And
the upper
Concon.
final against
Concon was crazy with the slide
M80.
kills.
And in the past, they've actually played Nico Machine on Raze on this map and had Dante sort of play a different role. But because they moved over to Deadlock, they've had Dante now on Raze, and last time against 2G looked really good. So feels like a better fit for AK in general.
Yeah.
And again, on the attack side is where the Deadlock is going to be its strongest, making those retakes almost impossible for the defenders.
They were impossible. The interesting thing about the defense, and you know, Jen had kind of mentioned this a little bit, is that the Deadlock didn't find as much value, but that was because Silence was pushing them all over the map, and a lot of it came by way of winning out showers. He talked about that a ton, is that they were kept just allowing things to come through, and ooh, for a second I thought that was going to be enough for Galorys to get free entry to A. Not the case. Long flank is here already.
Pistol work there, but Sato's able to finish off Nico Machine and deal with Kinshop. Great job, Galorys. And a great recovery there as well. Yeah, again, like the Deadlock util, she is a sentinel. But on the defense side, her util kind of needs to be used as part of trap plays.
Yes.
It's not passive. Like, you have to deploy it when you want it to be effective, as opposed to putting, unless it's like a, you know, a sonic sensor.
Sure.
But especially the grab net, like, you have to throw it. You have to play off of that. So it can force you into being a bit more aggressive on the D side. And yeah, unless you can funnel your opponent somehow through all your util that is static, it can be hard to find value.
Yeah, kind of reflecting back on that two-game game in particular, that's not awkward to say, it came down to a point where Adversa was trying to stack all their utility inside the middle, whether it be in hookah or over towards A mid, and there was a lot of freedom given over to two-game through showers. In particular, Silence was earning all of that, and it's going to be one of those things that I think all nets are going to take and say, okay, we need to make sure we're at least putting some presence over towards showers. We can't let it happen for free. But it just also, again, also it comes to a point of Silence was unstoppable. Are we going to see the same thing from Dante here? You know, are we going to see the same thing on the other side with Sato? You know, are these races going to take over, or will this match be
These
determined by the
Bulldogs
deadlock?
are destroying them.
Third kill for the show now. And so far, very limited resistance being offered up by AK here. Versus position there in Hookah, he was visible to Sato before he walked in. I think he probably didn't want to be so wide if they were trying to stack that part of the map. But all of a sudden, that plan went south pretty quickly. Nico was like hiding in the corner with the shorty. Now he has to try and find a way out of vents with that same weapon. More likely to stay here, play for exits, and die to the spot.
Yeah, that's likely going to be the case. Unless Sabando, well, down you go. Does he expect the second? No. Maybe he finds two. There's an opportunity to flood from the front, but not going to happen. And you're absolutely right. This will be a back off for Galorys towards their spawn. Spike will be the ultimate being that takes care of the All Knights players in the front. And now we're going to start to see what are the adjustments for All Knights on this defense. Like, you're absolutely right. You know, Adverso outside of the sentry turrets is just going to be placing things in reactionary form. And often he would get caught in the spot where it's like, I don't know if we did the barrier mesh, so I'm just going to throw it. And then 2Game would wait for it to dissipate and then just run through it again. It's just, you have to have more than just the barrier mesh being tossed to control space in this map.
Yeah, maybe you can throw it midway through and execute, but you have to expose
the last time we saw them play Bind, by the way,
it might be done sometimes on like Lotus.
It was very similar. They got stomped on their defensive half, by the way, so
sort of split them up, but
I wouldn't expect much
you're
of
playing
them.
against a Raze as well, so Sato obviously has the ability to circumvent that via the satchels if he wants to make a fast play.
Find the fucking game.
AK have guns in hand now. This is where it gets real.
Here it is.
The Deadlock util going to be stacked with the Cypher util over the A site, and so 3 players will be a B for the defenders.
And I like this in terms of an early idea. It's sure the cyber cage is just a mere inconvenience.
That's a very early
Spike
break
and
on
being
that
placed to
particular
watch their
trip.
showers allows them to stack at halls like this around the
By
barrier
a
mesh, the
solo
other cyber
brand.
trap, and potentially things like barrier mesh and things of the nature like that. So there's a lot of opportunity to help out Adverso to be a true sentinel because of how this utility is placed. And then flip side, that allows All Knights to also stack a little bit more heavily on this B site, which was a problem for them when they were playing against 2Game.
Okay, Sabano's still able to post up here. There is a double play. Defenders, ugly. Only finds one. Looks one side elsewhere though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, found more than enough to work
Conte's
with
here.
here. It's been a little bit dodgy for All Knights. And again, even against 2G, they only managed 3 defense-sided rounds, and it had to be a very one-sided offense side to win the match.
Yeah.
Do we have to see that run back, a la?
Yeah, this is the last time we saw them unbind this event, by the way. So this was against the other Brazilian team, 2Game. And they only got 3 rounds on their defensive half, which is what we're watching. And then they ran it up on attack with the Deadlock comp. They would just like lock out the rotate. Their execs were really good. But I don't know if they're capable of doing that again. Like this is outrageous. You can't rely on that shit.
To All Knights now having to throw shoulders, look just for information off of contact rather than being able to use good utility. So it's one of those things like you don't want to play super restrictive and purely reactionary, but you kind of have to in a certain way if you're not winning these opening 1v1 contact battles.
They found my wire.
There's no reason why All Knights can't win those.
Yeah, their attack is very good.
To get information in contested zones. Sato here shows a little bit of leg and the barrel of the gun. That's enough.
Sato's on fire.
Crumble.
Has ult
The
too.
Galorys deal with that first buy round from AK. Pretty sequentially, pretty slowly. They move up, they clear util, they force it out. Right? They take a trapwire first, they force Sabando's molly inside Hookah. And
Yeah,
they
they
double
did. I
swings
mean, he
into
got
those positions.
And you can see it. I mean, you
real
could tally
low.
just off that mini-map where were the
It was a rough
defending
day.
eliminations at. They were contact play in
Super
Hookah,
strong
contact play at
performance
A
from
mid,
2Game.
contact play over towards the outside of A showers. That's everything. There's no way for them to actually utilize information gathering tools because they don't have any. I mean, unless they start to get aggressive to where you bury your mesh early, you try to take away a spot like showers, and then you can start to spend things like a trailblazer or a guiding light to sift out information through mid, whether that be at sewers or down A main. So lots of issues, but in this round, you don't expect there to be too much action.
7-0.
Will scout at least one, if not
Has
both
ult.
players out.
Prowler
And there's
detected
gonna be an
one
opportunity
Hookah.
to try to isolate for
Oh,
Galorys.
fuck. This
So
guy's.
easy to clear these guys with Sato.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. The grab net.
Nika machines are gonna flash them out.
Holy.
Kill there, and that's a couple of guns.
That was
recovered, surely.
insane.
Tinch off with the Vandal, Savannah with one as well.
The timing.
And all of a sudden, Galorys have to head back to A. What a crunch through the TP.
Yeah, love it. And some of that is look at the deep trap wire at B long. Look at the sensor over towards A Showers.
Yeah, I
It
like how
allows
they're
them a chance
slipping
to
these
stack
trips
up with
in.
their actual proactive members.
Just like this
I mean,
one,
it's
similar
a
to
great
like what they did
idea.
over here.
I think in
earlier.
particular, there was maybe a little bit too much finesse going on for Galorys, seeing like maybe we'll get a peek for someone with a Sheriff inside of Hookah, but now all of a sudden, shoes on the other foot, 4v3. 2 weapons have been collected. Spycam will scout out that this is going to be a play at B, and here comes the rotation over.
30 seconds. All that work done. All Knights have a player advantage.
Good
They have
read.
to play retake here.
4 on 3.
Galorys having not cleared any of this site. Luxo stepping up to do it now.
Longo will
putting a
have
poison
ult
orb
next
in the
round.
way. This is
Along with
gonna be
Sato, by the way.
frustrating.
So it's-
Have no one crossed yet. They're going to come straight out of it. Luxo flash. And Nico takes him down with the Sheriff. Only
Wow.
one left here. That's Irango. Having to try and hold out in the
Oh,
open. And so
shit.
far,
He
not so
could.
bad. That's 3.
Oh!
Make it 4. A chance to
Oh,
eight
fuck.
here. They stop AK from finding their first. Irango is
What if he
5
tapped?
points of health
What if
away
he
from
ran
doing
into
the
his
dirty.
ult, dude?
But
How,
Savannah,
dude?
where there's
Oh
the
my
storm and
god.
gets all Knights on the board.
Irango almost
I was
just
like,
completely
what if he tapped
puts
it?
All Knights under his foot and crushes him. The first 3 are impressive. He
super
has to
close.
swap to the pistol for the final. If he made that decision,
Man, if he could have gotten into elbow, he wins. That was such a good Brim ult in hindsight.
also had the thrash. He just runs out of ammunition and just takes a little bit too long to swap to the pistol. Otherwise,
Huge
he wins
round.
that 1v4. I mean, flat out. So a moment of reprieve for All Knights, if only just barely.
So yeah, All Knights, that will help them because now they'll be able to like have a kind of a throwaway round potentially and then be able to buy again, which is nice going against these ults.
For Galorys.
Yeah. But at least that would win around like that on a thrifty and not full buy shift. That definitely at least means they can do this. Whatever this is, we're about to find out. HL on the fallback here. Molly behind Dante. He's committed to the site now. And in comes Sato. Headbutts a bullet from Nico Machine. But Luxo is the second line of offense and gets in there. Tinchoff, I think he was trying to come out of, out of spawn direction.
That
Just
was not it.
immolates himself. Okay.
That was the thing that just happened.
Well,
and here's another
one
thing.
way to get a point across.
Well, here's the other thing about All Knights on this composition that struggles defensively. Again, you look at it on paper and you say, whoa.
I can't believe they tried to play the site like that, like open challenge against the double ult. I feel like they stood no chance with that play that they cooked up. I don't know what they were just like taking individual duels up front versus the ults.
On the site. You have to hope that you've got
Yeah,
the right
giga
setup.
aggro
And
against them.
That's why, I was really
That was
frustrated kind of
interesting.
watching over All Knights on defense when they were playing 2-game, was that they were giving up so much of the outside of the map that they never had a chance. And that's happening again. They're trying to get Adverso a little bit more presence in towards Showers, which I can appreciate, but they don't have the ability to stay at B long. To try to get aggressive with just one player in Hookah. There needs to be a second. There's just so many ways that Galorys can break down this map thanks to
Alright.
the ability of having a...
So winning that thrifty might have allowed them to, get another buy-in right here. That was the value of that. And then maybe they can go on a bit of a run. Dare I say? This is their chance, though. Like this round. And if they fuck up this round, it's Jover.
Struggles on the defense side here for All Knights in general.
Oh, they're
That
actually
broke
not
down into a
buying.
little bit of a mess.
I thought they'd be
But
able to
Galorys
buy.
really know how to find some pace when they
Never
have
mind.
to. Here again, they look to contest Showers, but it's not going to be a fast hit. So the Sonic Sensor, not sure where this is to find value. Let's see.
Well, the thing that's going to be here is the fact that Dante is watching this angle with Adverso, a little back and forth setup, plus the grab down Paint Shells combo, but that doesn't fully work out. Paint Shells forces the engagement, and it should have been one that AK should have taken, but
Yeah,
instead they lose every fight on the map, and
Grab
that's where
net
it just
whiffed.
becomes a bit inexcusable in terms of the setup. You've got a double focus at B long, a double focus at A Showers, which is exactly what you want, but you don't win any of the fights.
Okay, Nico lets himself get pinged out there. Yeah, these set plays for All Knights are a little out of
Yeah,
sync
I
here.
agree, Lucky.
Again,
They look
don't
way
really know
better
who's
when
around
he's on the
corner if they
neon.
caught them, but I mean, getting caught with that paint shell in hands, it's going to be pretty frustrating for Dante Deus. Another slow start to a map in this series, and it's about time
Okay.
for an All Knight tack pause.
And the problem
Remember how I said that last round was big? Well, they just moved it over one round. So this is the round. They lose this shit. I'm fully checked out till Abyss. I don't know. I feel like they're playing like they're not like faking pressure enough. Like when they are playing forward, they're fully playing forward. When they're playing back, they're fully playing back. Like they could have broken Thrash on that prior round and just like evacuated the site and then kind of bled out a lot of extra util and made the retake easier. But they just like don't look that great on this defensive half. Like they look like they need to win rounds based off skill or like an odd trap play. And they don't really have like a very good base. Like it's either like a gimmick or just a brawly fight.
Avoid you from being at a massive deficit heading into the second half and also, you know, basically forcing the pistol to be a must-win.
Like I don't see any like plant stall or anything like that.
Against the
like
best
any
pistol
shower
team
control.
so far in Ascension?
Yep.
I don't
It
want to
doesn't
be
look very good here.
Yeah, 66.6% win rate for them. Casual.
2 out of 3 ain't bad.
2 out of 3.
What they say.
It's a good ratio. Have to win this one. This is a must win. It's going to be curious because look at the setup. They've now congested the middle, and now they're going to have to play contact on the outside of the map again. Deadlock will rotate over, early guiding light to get B long control.
Dante
But
has a
the setup for
showstopper here.
Galorys is we've got Nightfall. We can just play
Does that
straight
break any
towards A.
trips? No trips broken.
They're going to Prowler all the way down.
Still no
He's
trips
gonna
broken.
Walk into a trap wire. Well, that'll definitely give Galorys a little bit of heads up about what is to come. All this util stacked on the A side. Definitely a feature of the double sentinel composition. And Galorys do need to find a way to start to clear this.
And I just don't love that the spy cam is going to read that, hey, there's a player in
Guy
showers.
should get info
but
right now.
Say, okay, so
Guy
what?
needs to get info right
That's
now.
not gonna
Yeah,
change
okay,
anything.
okay.
The barrier mesh is already down at
Lean one
Hookah.
over,
Trailblazers being
okay.
sent blindly
That's
towards
good.
B long.
I even think
And at least
Deadlock
they're
could
making
probably
the right
lean
call
over
for
a little
Sabano
bit.
to rotate over, but he has to play through heaven, and these players
Deadlock
outside
should
are
lean.
isolated by the Viper wall.
That's a bit of an overextension, Adante.
Better than he's had in half these
Could be out
rounds in
that wide.
fairness, but they definitely need more. He comes to hit properly for Galorys. Now Tinchof's got to be knocked aside. Briefly
Whoa.
by deception.
What?
But Savannah's going to get there. There was smoke there. I'm certain of it. Spike is planted now, but that neural theft is doing a heck of a lot of work. Durango trying to move in between these pings here. Try and stay mobile. Stay unpredictable. Here come the angry cabbages. Seekers came out now. All Night still playing with 4 players here and ends up just being a straight trade into that one. Evil King is in a position to disrupt. Spends it here.
Ooh.
Savannah might still look for
Used
a
the no
defuse
sound
and
really
immediately
well
Evil King
right
is
there.
wrapping around. He's got to have an idea
Oh,
of where these guys
shit.
are. Jump peek though reveals him. Now he still has to fight the 1 versus 2 and Nico Machine is sharp. Head goes rolling. And All Knights get their second.
I love the idea of the Nightfall, though, in that 1v2. Time's becoming an issue. All Knights have to make an aggressive call in terms of how they want to deal with it. And all of a sudden, they have to hit
He did
bombs
really good
because
with
they're
the
decayed
Nightfall.
so heavily. So it's a really good idea, but the separation of space was just a little bit too much. And then, of course, Nico puts himself on an
Like,
angle
he
where he just has to
ran
click one,
and got
hopefully he's
very
got the right lineup,
close.
and he does.
Like, he
But
cut a
things
lot
get
of
messy
space with the
again,
no sound.
and I still hold off on the simple fact that I just don't love
Soando
the fact
was
that
super aware.
AK are giving away space on the outsides of the map. I mean, effectively, the Sky hasn't done much. I mean, there hasn't been an opportunity for forward map progression to come their way. The Trailblazers and Guiding Lights haven't been available to be used on post-plant retakes. Like, this is just an orb play coming through here. Thrash is going to come out to clear the space needed through Hookah, and, well, at least they deleted it. I was going to say, this could be really punishing if they get detained by this Thrash.
Yeah, I mean, Mosh cleared Octagon here, so All
Weird
Knights
that
had
he,
to
like,
give that up and play
threw
back to the
Thrash
side.
out
I think they
there.
would have loved to have double stacked at top B.
Scout destroyed.
Well, no, that has been denied them. Trailblazer sees very little. Showstopper from Nico going for it. Maybe they're hoping to catch something there, but
Wow, how
something
did
just...
that get that?
Well, he sits there and lets his end come to him.
Is this an
Ultimate team
aim?
Galorys, plenty of them to use. Maybe a Thrash to salvage this. Arango's in a bit of a dangerous spot though.
Oh.
Again, the lead Octagon, and they walk into his line outside. Perfect setup. Savannah's able to salvage for now. Orbital of his own, but he's alone. And Lucio was able to pick him up and sleep away. Slink away into elbow. What could Verso do
Wow. I feel like they threw, dude. Everyone just took a duel and died.
Inside the poison orb, up and up that coat. Look at the setup here. We're going to have a player checking for the wrap. 2 sat in Octagon here, and Tinchov. Well, here's a Guardian. Here's a Guardian in light armor.
Yeah, good luck, have
Yeah,
fun. I think
pissed
that's
at
what
the
we
guy
say in this
holding the
moment.
off angle. That
Bam, how about that
allowed
one
that.
for you?
Yeah, that was
How about
weird.
them apples, Luke Show? Nice headshot for Tinchov, but now there's still another player here to clear.
Enemy remain.
Evil King, what was that? Make it 2. Now it's up to Rude. Can he swing this? And yes, Tinchov denied his sweet release. Rude will put him to bed.
Yeah,
I don't know about
another
that play by
moment, but
Rude.
that's
That
the
was
Sabano
scary.
misplay right there. and the orbital strike is used perfectly in combination of Yurango's position over through Hookah. I think he was maybe in a position to where, was he trying to pull out some smokes maybe? Like, hard to say, but he gives up the ledge at Hookah, and as soon as Yurango pushes up, the orbital strike pushes everyone out of that octagon position. It leads to a very easy double when everyone gets pushed through. Trying to recover with an orbital strike of his own, but it just felt like a misplay to give away that much space at Hookah, knowing that you've got players stuck over towards the backside of the octagon. So small miscue there. May have been because he was placing smoke, hard to say. But now we're back to pistols all of a sudden, and All Knights are once more in trouble here on their defense.
Barrier mesh is used over towards showers here, so that's
Good
going to deny
movement. I
that.
popped the wall and crossed
now,
and then dropped it down.
It at least means that All Knights
Like,
don't need
so
to worry about
quickly with
getting
the
wrapped up, and
pinch
also just getting completely unraveled in whatever.
I don't think
trap
Dante
play they try and
realized
make
once he
happen towards
crossed.
it.
Dante's still there.
But Galorys have made their way all the way up to the top of B-Long here. Looking at weapons for All Knights. Pretty dodgy stuff.
Yeah.
Bargain bin arsenal for the defenders.
God, why are we not giving Tinchoff a sheriff? Do we not remember what he did in map 1? Like, I feel like that seems like a pretty guaranteed at least one. He's hitting.
Yeah, Cypher players don't get to talk. They don't get to play. They buy gun
Good
for
smoke.
duelist. Duelist go unga bunga.
Yeah, true. That's very true.
Verso's in the right site with this deadlock
Sensors
ult.
are going to be
There's a
active
chance.
here. Dante does follow up off
nice
it.
shot.
Brilliant first. You still have an
Oh,
annihilation,
fuck!
mind you.
my
As
God.
Dante connects again. Maybe a
4 on
chance for
3,
the annihilation to be
doable.
pulled here if they
Yeah,
can get good
deadlock
intel.
ult's huge. Okay.
Durango's already pushed up so deep
Oh
on the
my
site.
God.
Wow, he is playing aim labs.
Okay.
Verso too late to the punch here. Stinger. I think he knows what to do with this. Take it and stick it back in his pocket. Because he's not using it this round. Got the Tinchoff here. Man denied the sheriff. Hello, econ player extraordinaire.
Tap.
It's dragged
See what
on
I mean?
down. Galorys post there.
Do you see what I mean by sometimes I'll watch Dante and I'll be like, where the fuck were his teammates? I don't know where that deadlock ult was, but before I was like zoned in on Dante, like right here, I was watching the deadlock rotate. So how the fuck does that ult not just like grab the third? Like, how do we end up even in a scenario where someone is swinging backside getting 2 like 5 seconds later? Like, I don't get what they're doing. Like, sometimes, like, he does so much. Like, where's the help right
Galorys
there?
can play around. This spy cam setup is just not enough.
That's
the
the
sonic
shit I'm
sensors
talking
have
about.
really not been a factor. And now a Prowler's going to scope this out, and Verso is going to have to make decisions on how he wants to use his utility to hold on to Hookah, while the rest of the team over towards A is just hoping that trap wires are enough to hold the mid, and they can just play a crossfire towards showers.
1 minute 14 to play here. That annihilation's still online for Adverso, but a little tough to find a good spots to use that. Dante here.
Oh, I think
position to turn a flash.
Is he an elbow?
Luke Show knows he's there.
What the hell? Bro, that was so insane.
Peeking out.
He reacted
Turn
so
away from that, maybe
fast.
not
How do you
turn
know
around.
they
Either way,
just...
Luke Show's seen that many times before, apparently. Very slow Prowler. Spending most of his game killing pets. Yeah, and Starter throws that in great util usage. So Galorys really just force themselves onto this A side. Put All Knights in a full retake scenario here, and oh, it's ugly. They really don't have the util to make this happen. The weaponry either, and they say no. Adverso, incredible on the first map. Haven. No kills.
Oh,
yet.
an 8.
It's just the deadlock is just not
Looking like you
finding
guys out
value
there, chat.
defensively. And
Chat Verso?
I don't know what they need to be doing to get him more active and involved, but like the barrier, have we even seen a barrier mesh on our POV yet? I don't even think we've seen a barrier.
Not on our POV, only on the minimap.
Yeah.
Down and out.
So it's just like, it's one of those situations
I'm like
where it's just
Dante.
like the deadlock value is null. The one time they had a good setup for it was the raised deadlock
Chat
combos towards
Verso.
showers. They just lost their gunfights and they didn't coordinate their abilities.
Shante.
Like, I want to see more of that.
Shante
Because we really
Deuce.
haven't even seen Dante do anything either. It's just been a quiet game for both of them. I mean, 0-8, of course, that's not good. But Dante, who was the X factor in map number 1, hasn't really provided much utility or presence here on the defensive side either. I think they just need to lock in on what they're doing with this duo.
It takes a long time to integrate deadlock into
What do you
your
mean,
strategy.
Kobe
I mean, let's
Overdose?
think back to like VCT Americas this year where it was Loud started playing deadlock on Lotus. Sarnak was on deadlock. And that first game, he was actively trolling. Like literally griefing the game. Like walling his teammates off into corners, like in the
That's
middle of an open
fine.
site. It was
Actively
so
trolling
bad. But the
himself.
next time we saw him, he was much better,
Whoa,
right?
bro.
All right, well, Okay, deciding to go for the old faithful aggressive play towards shower.
That's different.
15 and 4.
Raw, flat out, fly out, double peek it, wide swing. For a second, I was like, why are we doing this? We've got the ability to lock down showers with the spy cam, but now they've got a barrier match to lock it down, and they can take all their focus over towards Hookah.
Oh,
Savondo's stuck
Adverso
over
pop
towards
off
the backside
round.
of Garden, though. That's not going to work out, but Adverso is in play and has found 3.
Yep. His first 3 of the game. What a round to find them.
I'll agree.
Now that Annihilation starts to look a little more tempting.
I just don't know if you need it right now. 3v2 with good presence over towards A. And they're going to try to bait out a pull with the fake plant, but they're going to wait for Tinchoff here.
Pretty sure his
And that should
XD
be
ain't
hopefully enough
working
to
at this
surround
point.
this post plant. But the Viper's Pit makes things difficult, and you may have to try to Annihilation through this to see if you can blindly grab one.
The range is pretty good, at least.
What bro waiting for this ult for, actually? On God.
Long way away. Ooh, nasty. You might be forced out of this pit.
What are we cooking right now?
To be wary. Sato with 2 kills here in this round.
I don't know if he's aware, but his ult would clear a large portion of
No
this.
util left on any of the defenders.
He used everything at Octagon. Every piece of util went to Octagon. Are you kidding me?
For the ace here. It's Tinchoff to try and avert that disastrous situation, but the shorty claims him. And now his kidney's on sale in the black market. Beautiful ace from Sato.
Excuse
Just
me,
compounding
Uber?
the domination.
A kidney
by
on the
Galorys in
black
this round.
market?
Filthy. And
That's fucking
candidly,
crazy.
that took way too long.
That's
I
fucking-
mean, Tinchoff is taking his sweet time clearing out Hookah, which
Sato's
is fine. Viper's
nasty,
Pit
dude.
allows him a chance to try to isolate that, but if the whole play is to drop an annihilation,
Nah, man, that's crazy from Adverso. He literally has an ult that hits them off of, like, you could grab the planter immediately if you just shot it in the direction. You can clear all the tube. You could immediately grab the Viper when the Viper pops the pit. Like, there's so many things he could have done there. I don't get why he
individual
did.
clutch, but
That made
just
no
feels like
sense.
another round where AK are just so apprehensive of what they want to do defensively, and now we're on the final of the half, which is a showstopper to play with.
Sambro deadlock all pretty good.
Makes no sense to wait for your team, though, in a 2-on-3 when your
Sato gets
ult
a hot
takes
push
one
here.
of the players out of the equation.
Doesn't move up any further on the site. The barrier
Like,
match
if you
is
know where someone
not gonna be a
is,
factor too much
you make
longer.
it a
Fresh
1-on-3.
goes hunting invented. Dante is chomped. Tinchoff, so as close as you can get to Sato without him seeing you. Defenders look like
Oh,
the same
what?
thing here. Oh, Luke Show, that went between
Damn.
his legs. I'm certain of it. Still got brought down
Wait.
by Verso, though, and it's just rude. Oh,
Wait. Hold it, chat. Hold it. There's a world, I think. I think there might be a world now that we have the curse activated. There could be one potential world. I mean, they've already literally done the same thing twice on Haven. Why can't they just do this again to a different Brazilian team? Why can't they just do it again? I mean, we just watched them do this. Watch this. I mean, I showed you guys. Look. I think we've seen some of the scripts that we're seeing today. Look at this. We're just the halves are flipped. It's like copy my homework, just change a couple things type beat, you know? But it's literally the same thing. And I'm thinking we might have had some homework copied here, but just from a different team, so that way we don't expect it. Mm-hmm.
Because if otherwise, if the Cypher and the Deadlock are still alive in a post plant, the
cooking.
round's pretty much done, it feels like.
to 3 rounds. Is that going to be enough of a staging ground here for All Knights to run away with the game? I hate that we're doing this shift, but
do
we've got
actually.
to talk about this.
I'm
still.
slouching so hard.
The start of this game, it was Luke Shaw who just strode into showers and took 2
Incorrect.
headshots with the Sheriff.
What?
It got traded back pretty heavily, but Sato turns up and finds 3 of his own here. So this Galorys team so good at them. And it almost makes me forget about what happened in the last map, which was, I mean, a bit of a violation of its own.
Yeah.
Which means that Galorys take this map, we go to Ascent for our decider.
Yeah. Abyss for our decider. I think, right?
Ah, did I say Ascent? Sorry, Abyss it is, yes.
Yeah.
It will be Abyss.
My memory isn't so good, so you had me second guessing myself. Yeah, Abyss.
we're good.
Abyss is the 3rd. Should be an interesting one if we do get there.
I mean, I'm thinking back to that like, TSM Galorys game, that really long overtime one where
Yep.
Sato's just going absolutely mental.
Yep. That was the thing that happened. I was there. I watched it. he has the ability to do that sometimes. But this feels like the game in a way. Have to have this pistol if you're All Knights. And again, the success story is get a plant, keep your deadlock alive. I know Adverso did not have a great first half, but the deadlock abilities in their own
Cam
win
holding
games.
all the B push.
All right, fam, we once again invoke the deep magic of the 9-3 curse. So much hinges on this round here, and All Knights are in no hurry right now. I thought there was a Sky Smoke there over towards Showers, so this will be a slower take-up of that position by Adverso, who's really concerned about a push up.
Yep. Well, because you also have the toxic screen there too. I mean, it's going to be difficult for All Knights to
Just
contest
kind of
Showers without
absorbing
spending
pushes,
utility,
leaving
unless
these
they wait
green
for the Sky Smoke to
smokes.
fade and the toxic screen is down.
This
and then
Cam
they can
has
try to
held
mill
this
peak,
push
which
the
is
whole
what Adverso
round.
is trying to do here.
It's possible that AK are trying to bait a Showers crunch here out of Galorys and have Tinchoff watch the cross. So Adverso might want to make a little more happen here. I just don't think that, you see Galorys take that risk now with no info about B-Long.
And there's enough toxic integrity here for Luxio to slow this down, drop the wall, drop a snake bite. That stops the entire play. But, I was about to say, they're going to try to maybe teleport back over. Not going to happen, at least not comfortably, as Rude finds first blood onto Adverso.
Crunch.
Yeah.
That's not what that is.
These guys are in trouble.
They take the TP now, get over towards the A site. 18 seconds left and
where are we
counting down.
going?
Sabando there finds a nice little angle to catch a flank play, but this is about to get messy. The spike, they need 4 seconds for it. Luxio drops down, gets the literal drop on 2 players, and my goodness, this guy is accurate. But it's Savannah v Sato, 2 incredible players over the course of this series. With the fate of the pistol round in the balance, and Sabando. Well, Sato has nerves of steel. He does not test him.
Huge.
That is devastating for AK.
It's absolutely devastating. You called it perfectly. It's just they're trying to see if they could bait out some sort of a rotation over to B, hit the teleporter, come back, but the 1v1's lost. You know.
Who are the 17-year-olds? Luxio, Sato, and Dante. All 3 of the insane players you're watching. Everyone above 17, no hands. 17-year-old, real shit. That's what I've learned.
There's an extra second and a half. That Sky Smoke dissipates and Sato gets revealed, and maybe you can take that 1v1, but
I'm
Sabando
just
just
kidding.
has no idea where he's
it's
at.
a joke. But
definitely
honestly,
a sales
though,
moment for All Knights.
They're fucking insane.
Can they win the thrifty?
Have
Do
to
they
have
have
it.
a cute play? Because some of their set plays have been awkward. Luxio there, testing the corner. Flash, but doesn't get too much ground.
They'll be in VCT next year, don't worry.
Toxic screen thrown up, but hey, we're going to Showers again, folks. Did you miss us, Rude?
I feel like there's no way they
Here's
can
the
bring
thing,
this shit
though,
back.
Mitch. They're going to keep Dante at B-Long. Thing is, Galorys have taken mid-map away. So they're fine allowing Showers to go because they can just contest it the same way that they had. Shoulder seen. Sabando will get the information. He really wants to just get a one-tap here. Turn the tide.
Sato playing with
Sato
fire, bro.
feeling
What
the
the
battle. Takes him
fuck?
down to 70 HP. And now here comes
That's
the reflip back
crazy.
over to B. This will be a commitment on the B site.
Or what if, and stop me if you've heard this one before.
It's not going to happen.
They do have some A short presence. But if nothing gets going there,
Great molly. Bro, Luxio's really done a great job holding onto this molly.
they're going to go through the TP again.
There's no time.
They're doing it. 23 seconds left of the round, and we're
15
out and
kills
off to
on
the
Sato.
races. All Knights have to hit this side
16.
awful hard here, and instead
Good
they
satchel.
just get fed into the wood chipper. Well, everybody, meet back on the venue. And that'll be that. Another All Knights attack round attempt in shambles.
And that's
We
a
are-
moment where you just like...
We're going Abyss. We are definitely going Abyss. There's no way.
And I have to say, I love the way that they're playing with some proactive utility. Getting some space early, again, getting that double walk down through A main allows an opportunity for things like mollies and paint shells to be held out.
I mean, I think there was a chance, just like how on Haven, if they got the right rounds and kept it close enough, because I do think, like, if this were to drag on forever, I think they would win like 80% of their attack rounds. But unfortunately, we're at 311. So
Again, the information gathering
we're at
from
the
side
point
of Galorys has
where
been
we're
so much
it's
better
too far
attempting. Again,
gone.
this double initiator comp is allowing so much freedom.
Ooh.
Good trade back.
Can't believe we
kills
even
as
got
well.
that.
Someone else who does this, by the way, when they're like a round or two away from winning is TSM. They just like run at you down B long. And it almost always works. This time, no exception, apparently.
Overheat, dude.
In the game just a little bit more.
Fuck.
Okay, wow. So Lassie got more than she bargained for there. Rongo gets chomped here, and Rude is found through the corner. So All Knight's looking to pick up a consolation round here, or maybe begin a run back. It is long. It will be quite the climb. And now Luke Show is in the position to ruin AK's death.
Flash through spawn. Good timing on that.
He's shown that you can do this.
Oh,
and there's the first. Uh-oh.
Okay.
Oh, dear.
Pack it up.
Good
Dante,
swing.
great timing.
Good
Love
swing.
to see that. Just as that snake bite was coming out, All Knights get their 4th round of the game in round 15.
Okay. But I got to see something, some sign of life here that.
Yeah,
you know,
I kind of need to see them
All
get
Knights are
some
gonna keep trying to
rounds.
play around this. We're at B. No, we're at A. No, we're at B. No, we're at A. Like, the thing about it is, with this Viper wall, the defense of Galorys just does not care if you go between the teleporter, because they can just pop up the wall whenever they feel like they need it. You drop
Did
a snake
M80
bite towards
throw?
B.
I don't think they played their best day today, but I think 2Game like hard countered them, so I don't think they threw.
Wrong for All Knights.
I think 2Game
defense.
played
Now
real
they've got
well.
no mid-map pressure. Good opener. Luke Show just trying to find something deep towards B long.
Brick by brick,
Chat.
chat. Oh, shit.
Rude.
Okay, that's so
At
cringe.
least it's some sort of a trade back, just spamming through the smoke.
As the smoke clears, it's All Knights that player advantage. Map control, though, not something they have lots of, owing to that aggressive push-up by Galorys, so they're going to have to start to clear that now. 1 minute, 7 seconds in the round. This here is a little bit of an awful one for Galorys, losing this round. Definitely going to force them onto something that resembles a save. Seekers forward. No info to be gained from that here. As I
On
think Galorys
Sunset,
do
the
sneak
Neon
out
versus
this
Yoru matchup
impending
is like
approach
a
from AK down A
problem.
short.
Sato.
Bro, Yorongo literally, this is life game. He is fucking.
Check him, damn PC.
What the hell?
All right, Nico Machine, how's your monk pose feeling right now?
Wait, what?
Probably not great.
What?
Dizzy comes in, it's goo on the face. This time he gets the haunt though.
30 seconds left.
Harango's been incredible this map. That is absurd.
What is Yorongo at?
Yeah.
I saw 17, but I don't know if that was before or after the kill.
I mean, pending some sort of a miracle, but Galorys have done everything they needed to do to stop this deadlock effect of this. Don't let the spike go down. Contest through mid. Find ways to get early information.
10 seconds left.
It's really frustrating for All Knights seeing the same essential.
I'm not gonna lie, but I
occur
tripped
round
over my
after round
shoelaces
after
right
round.
there. He got me
And
too.
You got time out here. I mean, this has not at all been well constructed for All Knights in terms of how they're approaching the map. Not from the defensive side, and again, there's not a lot of lifeline here
19
to
and 8.
create
It was before
some
the
sort of a
kills.
trend
Damn.
on the offensive side.
Yeah.
So it's do or die.
So the weirdest thing about their team chat, and I mentioned this earlier, Yorongo is the IGL for them. He's like 19, but Rude and Evil are like booming. They're like older 20s, I think. According to VLR was pissed about this. When VLR found out about this, they were upset.
Filter through or to make it very obvious to come
They're like,
in
wait,
from
why the fuck is the 19-year-old IGL?
None.
Oh.
Dante here. Able to catch evil kick with that showstopper. That's a good opening here, but now Lucio is going to be waiting for him. Feels like the final boss on some occasions, and yep, he's going to be good for the first one. Backs away with 50.
Oh my
The
god.
follow-up's going to be there, and Lucio finds 2 in the round. Orbital strike, he's going to be skirted for the most part, but Sato now is getting involved. Sabando close angle with the stinger. Wild
Knife
spray
out.
doesn't catch enough, and
What
Adverso.
the fuck, dude?
Oh, a veteran.
That was a crazy round.
Ex-Leviathan player on that first roster. Just able to keep All Knights in the game.
Yeah. Here's the other thing that we haven't said yet,
Everyone was
but
just sending it.
I think is another kind of mentality shift that Galorys has brought into this defensive side is even if it costs us a 2-for-2 exchange, a 3-for-2 exchange, don't allow the post plant to be 4 or more players. We're fine trading out lives and then playing retake essentially if we have to in a 2v2. Because then things like barrier mesh, if adverse was even still up, just don't feel as effective.
We got the net for the shower exit.
That's the other side of it. I feel like a lot of teams who play against deadlock comps like this want
Got
to try
it.
to get super aggressive.
Oh my
or
god,
stay
he got
super
Sato
passive.
too. He got
This
the
has
best
been a bit of a
one.
hybrid of both. The Annihilation will be out for a moment as the hit towards A is on the way. Rude trying to hang on, but cannot save Sato, and that might be enough for a 4v2.
All right, with the Annihilation play. Tinch off in smoke, ready for Rude to step up.
Man.
And now Luke Shaw, if you
I swear, if they didn't just get actually fucked on like the pistols and everything, this could have been a game, because I think their attack half could win like 80% of the rounds, like I said.
LATAM seed in the tournament. And look,
But
in the grand
they have no
scheme of
cushion.
things, they look
They have no
amazing
chance
on
here.
Haven. Heading to Abyss for the final map. That one is really anyone's game.
And I just kind of building off the point, you know, for All Knights, how do you counteract the ability to be countered by
I don't
this
know
kind
if I
of
would call this a
forward
game
contest
yet.
that
I don't
Galorys is
believe
showing
that.
that they're primed to take? Hit them hard.
But
Hit
they've
'em
done it
fast.
before.
I'm fine with that tempo
So-
change. Drop your trap wires to guard against the flank. You've got a spy cam through mid. Just flood them from both sides at the same time. You know, try to get value out of Nico's machine's utility, because you're only breaching into one site. You're not trying to be
epic
cute
pen.
by trying to move this Galorys defense around. Just commit through this defensive utility, whether it be things like a haunt or a molly or some sort of a snake bite. Like, just push through it. Just get your numbers. Take your 5v2 or
They-
5v3 on
this is
site.
super
Get
hot.
the
I'm
spike
tired.
planted. And then when you're dealing with the 3v2 situation with your Sentinel still up, then you've got a little bit more security in your post plant. I'm fine with that as well. It's just, it's different from what they did versus 2-game. And now Galorys will talk about, okay, if this continues to be the case, how do we deal with it? Because you don't want to get overwhelmed and just blitz that, because you're trying to play through the outsides of the map a little bit more.
Like I said, I think the veto was really good for Galorys here. Just keeping this guy off of like the Neon, the ISO, all of these other agents, and making him play Raze and Jet seems like the play. I mean, you have to let him play one map because you can't just ban them all. But let's check their win rates, actually. I'll go back like a couple months. So, see like that. So their bind is like mid. Their Haven just recently. Like, actually, like their Haven apparently is only good against this team. Is their Ascent typically strong? Like, I don't know where these guys are really fucking... Oh, they're Lotus. And their Sunset's really good too, actually, from watching that. Okay, so their maps are like, what? Lotus, Sunset, and I don't even know.
Besides just the weapon, can you turn this game mentally back into your favor to make Galorys start to second guess what their setups are coming off this timeout?
I mean, it's going to be 4 gun rounds, including this one, that All Knights would have to fight against in theory.
So wait, no
Like,
shot.
we're gonna have
Sato has the
Soccer.
grippers
We're
out.
gonna
No
have
shot.
fractional tools for those rounds.
I did not see that, but that's crazy, dude. That's crazy.
Okay,
I
team
would
shot.
never. No shot.
Trading blows with the Rumka.
That's
Comes
crazy.
out to the bed. Doesn't really gain anything from that. Just probing, trying to keep those two players over at A interested while
dogs
this
are
happens
out.
at B. Evil Kick is removed here. That's pretty clean work now for All Knights. That's what they want. Again, the economy doesn't matter so much. If they lose one round, they're done. So it doesn't matter if they lose guns here. They want to try and keep rifles flowing as much as they can. And if they win, it won't be an issue.
Yes. Should be the round. Barrier mesh blocking off main. This is going to be Rude and Urango just trying to forfeit their lives to the spike. Should be fine to do that. And not
You
much
think
to
it's a
learn from
comeback?
that round in particular. Galorys just try to get some sort of a cheeky.
I mean, it could
try to
be.
play with timing with Evil Kick.
They've pulled this shit off once before, so it wouldn't be like out of the realm of possibilities. This is the stronger half for this comp. So I keep saying, like, you know, I'm sure they looked in. Oh, here it is. I'm sure they looked into this half right here. This attack half they pulled off. I mean, they ran, what is this, 8 rounds in this game. They could easily run it. I watched them, like, save their alt economy through this run, too. It was super impressive. Like, they didn't even get all of the first bloods, I feel like. Wasn't terrible, but they played such a good half. They're just really annoying at holding for pushes, and then they lock you out of the site. They spread out their ults perfectly.
Do have that hunt of rather the Viper's Pit, excuse me. The Nightfall available. Here comes
So
the
the
push
cam
out.
is...
Whoa. They tried to capture the grab net. Rude is in the
Wow, what a play. The grab
There you
net
go. No
fucking
free orbs.
Brimble.
You touch one of those
Cooking.
orbs, you're getting grab net orbital strike. Get off the map.
That's a big punish, and honestly, a worthwhile use of that orbital strike. At best, it's often speculative in value or to interrupt a plant from wingman or such.
Sato one off of ult.
Not that all knights have one of those.
They're going to go through the pit shot.
Here. This has definitely slowed things up for AK.
Are they going to use this
They
last
can
ult?
challenge this if they want to. I mean, with this position, you can start to break this down a touch.
No, Sky's
Try to force maybe some extra defensive consideration over towards A.
They might use the ult.
I'm actually a little
over here,
surprised
though.
they won't commit when a Sabando smokes to kind of block off half of it and keep the defense more interested and then eventually isolate over towards Hookah. But this will be one of those gut check, just kind of overall hits. And it's just going to flat out come down to, can you hit your shots if you're Galorys? It's a 2v4.
I've got your
They're out of time to get more information. Seekers
30
here.
seconds left.
Okay, so it's a lie. Evil Kick going to get spotted by that one first. Nightfall thrown, and the attack is coming through B main, but someone's gotten to elbow. Okay, pretty strong positioning for all Knights.
Big
Evil
play
Kick still
by
playing
Evil.
out in the open. Dante has to challenge it, and he's not ready for the play that stuck his way in.
Oh,
now playing on the side
fuck.
properly.
See what I mean? Now they're locked out.
Is that a post-plant deadlock wall?
Sure is.
Damn, bro.
Round win.
So, like, all they had to do was just win that 2-on-4. Win that 2-on-4 within, like, 15 seconds, and they were fucking good. And once they won it, it was fucking, it's over. The deadlock locks them out. The smoke spawn. GG.
You had to use the orbital strike. You had to use the Seekers. So again, their information gathering has not been necessarily strong, but you see more of the map.
No, it ain't
Not
happening.
going to be the greatest purchase coming up for Galorys, you would figure, especially with Durango on low overall count. But again, the thing is, and I talked about this once before in the group stage, if Galorys can just keep stacking up and playing for an ultimate win map, a round rather, you know, showstopper, orbital strike.
Well, they're so... What Shift is saying, they're far off of their ults now. This was a triple ult round. Last time, when on that comeback, they didn't do like a triple ult round like this. This was a very expensive round. And yeah, they won it, but Sato is still like one off. I think they have another ult, if I remember correctly. Like, it's going to be very difficult to get through these four. These last four are going to be quite difficult. By the last one, they'll have ults, but like getting their 9th, 10th, 11th, holy, I don't know. I think these next three are super hard.
Much smack. You know, in
Okay.
their LATAM game.
This is
I think it's
this
good
is
they
the
have
easy
bad
one,
level
actually.
pressure.
Next one will be the Brim ult Raze ult round, and they'll have nothing. Ooh.
Oh, they just ruined it. Oh, the show's coming. Dante over the top, and Sada still gets the better of him.
Oh, there was a world.
And now All Knights down to 3 for the game. Galorys here, prowl over towards Shower. They now know that Team Chop is playing up much closer than they thought. He will push the smoke most likely. And Verso for 2. Now the numbers favor All Knights.
And now they're locked out. Oh, no. They won the trades. Oh, no.
That was the craziest Raze interaction I've seen maybe ever. And now it's down to, you gotta break the barrier.
Wow,
it's not gonna happen.
dude.
Barrier
And
mesh
now,
wins round.
chat, and now their Raze ult's gone. Wow, that's like nightmare fuel. They don't get a single kill after that.
The initial 1v1, you turn it into a showstopper mishap. Durango's not done yet, by the way. Flashes out, now it's just down to what can he find off the Dizzy.
Nico shot Dizzy. 8 bullets left for Orango. That's all he had. And Nico says no. Takes another gun away. Galorys, yeah, sure enough, can buy, but this margin is closing up awfully quickly. And there's plenty of money for All Knights to go around.
Oh my god. This initially is
just a fake comeback. I'll be so mad.
I know it. That is bananas, though.
Bro, I couldn't believe it when Nico Machine threw that flash shot. Gave away his spot with that shit flash.
Sato by himself. The initial blast pack plays are crazy. You sidestep and showstoppers. Gets him off the no-fly zone. Unreal things. But now, orbital strike at the ready. Thrash nearby for Urango. Weapons in hand for Galorys.
Okay, so they know they're playing Shower with that break.
So again, another important round here in terms of
That's a good sensor for any TP play.
Urango a Thrash. Maybe you use it in
Recalls
combination with the orbital strike. Maybe you save it for what would be a 12-11 trying to avoid overtime situation. Hard to say.
Orbital strike here for Rude.
Launching smoke.
So far, it's just going to be that annoying one-way smoke over to short. AK want to take their time this round. Look at where the trap wires are.
Oh,
They're
shit.
deep anti-flank traps. It must have seemed that way, but they've actually sent someone through the TP. That's Nico. Going to rattle the cage over on the B side. Rile up the locals. And here it is. He's going to stop the plans
Wow,
of
horrible
Underground.
seas.
Did.
Listening.
And our time starts to become a concern.
Very much
Sonic
is-
Sensor deployed inside U-Haul here.
Yeah, very much is going to get avoided though with that orbital strike being placed. They can break
Bro
through it.
throws his shit, picks
So
it
there's
up,
an
throws it,
opportunity
picks
to
it
still
up.
work this back. If you are the defense of Galorys, they
Oh,
find the first blood on the
no.
retake.
They've got to go. They've got to make a move here. They're going to just try and take a fight. No, they leave Dante Deus behind. Dante pushes up. He's ready for it, but he had the shorty the whole time. Linko brings Luxo down, and now the player advantage all night.
No
They've got
way.
that B-side dead to rights, and Dante's not done. Janitor on duty, folks. And Rude has to try and find a way out of this one.
Hit him with the wide swing.
Dance with the devil.
He's too good. He's too good.
Stupid. How does he win that with the shorty? I mean, you
Oh,
gotta be feeling like if
dude.
you were to pause, you'd be like, oh no, I'm scared. I got no ammo left. All I got is a shorty. Take this, 2 in the chest. Later.
Dante has his showstopper now. Bro, they feel it. Oh, fuck, they feel it now. They feel it now. The Brimult's gone. The Razult's gone. It's all fucking gone. This guy is livid.
Pulling attack pause to order my IV for the next morning. Just to make sure I'm recovering. This is going to be wild. 2
Wow.
rounds away from forcing overtime. Our All Knights and Galorys have their last attack pause of regulation to figure this out. They've been all over the place.
Yeah.
All Knights placed those 2 deep anti-flank traps. Push Dante up to fight Sato in the most ridiculous anime battle I've seen.
Damn, his
Who's
eyes
out with
look
the
like
shorty?
bloodshot. Like he needs eye drops, bro.
Nuts
Probably
game.
staring at his
Absolutely
monitor with all
ridiculous.
these
This is
tech
the second
pauses.
map of the series.
Yep.
This is All Knights fighting to end it here.
Yeah, and here's the thing. Orbital Strike was used by the defense right there. So that's an ultimate off the table. They're not going to be in a good financial spot to purchase. We're going to be looking at what, again, should be a 12-11 count with
What did I
either
say?
you win it to avoid
did I
overtime
say?
and send us to a 3rd map, or we go OT with the potential of being sent to the lower bracket to beat M80, which is not going to feel good to have your lower round 1 matchup be versus M80. So, wow, to how things have changed so quickly. And the issue here is that you're obviously on limited buy.
Okay.
You just have the Thrash. There's nothing else.
Double
even
big
close.
ults
So,
here,
shows
chat.
us Annihilation.
Thrash online for
Possibility
your
with neural
Rungo.
of that for Tinchop. Maybe even
Nico.
another Seekers for Nico, depending on how the round goes.
Cage triggered.
Okay, so a little bit of a probe up there for Galorys. Yields nothing. And they left the A side pretty short-handed here. Rude
Heavy rotate coming
He's
in.
going to have to plant his feet here and dig in. He's going to allow the plant to happen.
He still has this
Someone
wall.
steps up, he gets stinger value. Maybe has the chance to find a timing and off angle.
There it
because
is. He just used
All Knights have
it.
not cleared this. They have not cleared this
Good
part of the
barrier.
map. Now they've done so.
Damn, he threw
Barrier to
that
block
shit
off.
so late,
Yeah,
man.
plus the grab net. This is looking good.
Wow, great timing on.
Respected.
Oh,
Secure
fuck.
this. Sabano down to 1 though.
Oh,
he needs to get out,
man.
try and hold on that gun if he can. And there's an annihilation available here for Everso. Pretty nice for the next round, if I'm honest with you. Okay. Little swing there from Rude and leaves Garungo. The last man standing.
That's
This
a
was
crazy wall, by the way,
an
guys.
unbelievably one-sided
He
game.
saved-
We were done. We were talking about the next map already, and now All Knights are 1 round away from forcing us into overtime on Bind.
There are so many things we have to consider for this round. The Annihilation, it gives you another thing for post-plant.
Chop. There's no way. There's no fucking way.
In terms of the retake. For Galorys, do you want to
Alright.
use the Thrash maybe early to take away
3A
the map
setup.
and
This is
force the hand
definitely
of All
going A.
Knights' offense to go one way or the other? But by the way, it's going A. They've got double traps that are down. So there might be
This
a battle right
a
here
C is
through the
coming
barrier
over,
shot
and
range.
again with this
Don't play for
ult,
retake, I think
could
you
go
gotta
either
against a
side.
deadlock comp. Here we go.
Does the net grab Rude? It does.
That's gonna be a grab net thrown down. Rude
Wait,
caught out inside.
what is that?
Looks like Claude onto Orongo. It's unclear. Sabano fighting tooth and nail there over on A short, and someone's still inside the annihilation. Orongo save him. Rude gets taken down, and Galorys are down to 2 players left. Just yet the last 2 defenders coming
These guys
out
are
here through bench, but they've
insane,
got to break
bro.
through the barrier mesh. It's up to Evil Kick and Luke Show to bail Galorys out of this situation. All Knights with 4. Luxo steps up, but he can't see a damn thing. He's got a player inside U-Haul. He can't trade off of them. He can't
They
crossfire them.
fucking
Everso
got a
waits
1v3 now.
and finds his moment to spring forth. And all the hopes for Galorys in regulation hang on Evil Kick's shoulders, but he's spotted out.
Oh my
Molly
god,
to
they
the
even
side,
got a
that's gonna
Molly
delay him.
lineup.
He's got to back away. And Verso dancing behind the
Holy.
boxes. And somehow now against the odds. All Knights have forced this to overtime.
Bro.
11-3 down. With the crowd behind them,
They did it again. The script writers actually fucking did a horrible job. They literally copied so much shit.
Are we fighting at Showers? It was kind of both at the same
What?
time. The Annihilation makes a mess.
What
of it.
is
Rongo
this?
doesn't know which direction to look.
I can't
He
believe
tries to
they've
force
done the
himself
same
over towards
thing
Showers,
twice
but
in this
there's not
tourney.
an entryway. He gets crunched on through mid. It's just kind of a moment where he's stuck in no man's land with really no certainty of which
Dude,
direction
these guys are
needs to help.
insane
Do I
on
help
attack.
my teammate in Annihilation, or do I forfeit him, try to play for some mid-map control, and then come back to Showers? He doesn't know, and he's caught between decisions, and that leads to All Knights with all eyes set towards A,
This is
breaking
amazing.
it down. But now we
They've gotta
swap
start
the
on
sides back
defense.
and forth again. What do they do on defense to try to catch an edge and keep the momentum in their favor?
In both maps, it felt like All Knights
I don't think Galorys are gonna
had
give them
lost
anything
the
there.
map in the first half. And in
Instead,
both
an angle
maps,
held inside hookah
they
by
fucking
Sabano.
obliterated their
Risky.
enemies in the second half.
Can be easily cleared. Team Shoff is following it as well. No adversity.
I don't
here to
think
be in a
Sabano's been
forward
playing
position
in
to give
here.
the game away.
Oh,
This is tense. There goes the
fuck.
spike loose. Simon Cage also
That's
popped
the
up, and
gecko
all that
too,
Sada can do
man.
is get the spike and get out for now.
It's the one round that
Chill,
Galorys
Dante. He's
decided
making so
instead
much
of playing on
noise.
the outsides of the map, which they've had for free, they get dissuaded by a early barrier mesh drop over towards Showers. They try to play through hookah, and that's the one time that there's a double crossfire setup. We have yet to see that from All Knights. And
Dante
for it to work
just
out,
swung short.
feels like a
cleared
bit
it.
of a blessing. Now 5v4. Galorys will have to make a decision.
rotating.
They're trying to avoid all of the Sentinel setup over towards A and take their 4v question mark here on the B side, where there's a spike game to read it
They
first.
might have seen the second.
Starting to clear the trap wire there with a satchel. A blast pack getting rid of that.
Grim, where's our smoke, Grim?
Team Shoff
Thank you,
sees
Grim.
Sato from below the ledge. Now Evil Kick has to step up and recover. Things favoring the defenders here. It's all night, all day, baby. And Evil Kick's got
Ole.
nothing to do. 10 health. And watching a tsunami about to crash upon him. Now we dot the I's, cross the T's.
Man.
And Evil Kick can sit and ponder. What exactly has befallen him and this team?
Unreal.
A nightmare.
Unreal. That is just
switching sides.
the perfect storm for a setup. And I won't call it a blind counter, but the spike is peeking
man.
first. It tries to just
They are
draw
so
contact through hookah,
boomed.
which, to be fair, is a position that they've had some contest in, not having any.
These guys are so sick, man. How is their mental so good?
Towards A, maybe they're stacking. We could just walk them to hookah.
Oh
but
my
you know,
god!
it's the
Remember
one
some
round
they had
that
8
all
rounds
have
in a
double
row on that
crossfire
Valo
and it
in that
turns into first
VLR
blood plus
game.
some with the spike
They have
and one
9
move
right now.
afterwards. And now they go to their stronger side.
These guys are
Could
nasty.
it possibly be the full bounce back after being down 11-3?
In between rounds, Adversa was trying to tell his team to stay calm. Keep that composure.
The timing is so
close
good.
here.
Wait.
Forced away by the blast pack. Evil Kick is isolated, but Nico is out in
Good
the open.
satchel.
They can try and clear this with a double swing.
Wow.
And they do.
That is so
Numbers
well
even
played
up
by
now. Luke Show
Dante.
also come off pretty poorly after that first
Those
engagement,
guys never
down
got a shot
42.
on him.
And this is difficult to read because you got the 1 kill, sure, but this 4v4 without any actual information inside of B main, oh, this could be interesting because Rude has not given up Showers. Smoke will come down. It's just a fake, but him being in that position at Showers reads that this is just one person. We don't have to flex the defense around. You still have a lot of molly action, plus things
didn't buy
like
it.
the Dizzy for Yorongo
Yeah,
over
they're not
towards
buying
B.
that.
The defense is set up to deal with it. It just comes down to the timing and if they hit their shots.
But again, playing 2-2 against Deadlock, not smart, chat.
comes right back
Because
around.
you're
Very
putting so much
elaborate
pressure
attempt at
on
setting a
these
fake,
2
and they still put
players
those
to
two
hold a
Galorys plays
2v4
at A.
hit.
This is the
And
time to
before
strike for all Knights.
their
This
teammates
is
get
the
locked
opening.
out. Like, it's literally a hard 2-on-4.
Jug
It
winner.
is no rotate.
Go signal here. Some spray. They're waiting for this wall
Like,
to
can
come
you
down,
hold a
then
side
they're gonna
2-on-4?
go, yes. They're already ready with
TP's
the stim
early
beacon.
is nice.
And they're off to it. There's a timing though. There's a clock. There's going to be a player pushing in from hookah behind them. It's going to be Sato.
wow.
Dangerous, but Adverso is ready for him.
They
Tries to
TP'd
take
off.
Orangu, but Orangu's been so
Holy
good over the
shit.
course of this map. It's tough to beat him.
He
10
hit a
seconds left.
trip.
They're going for a plan. Rude in a position to disrupt this, but they can plant safely behind this cover. Dante Deus. The plant goes down, and it's a 3v2 favoring the attackers.
Dante's
Now
one off
Sabando.
ult. Sabando's one off
out.
ult too. Bro,
Taronga
2
will
players,
show
1 off
the
ult.
latter down to 42 health.
This guy's not 1 off
And all
ult.
Knights
Oh.
up on the corner. Dirty stuff. Luxo goes down. Dante plays off the angle, and
Wait.
Rongo's caught in the middle of the site. And he has no choice but to step up. Baits a shot from Tinchoff. It's good. Urungu at 49. In the 1 versus 2, but time is of the essence. And he heads over to triple now. It's being covered from Shower, covered from Short. And all night with full plot armor.
The GOAT.
Come back from an 11-3 deficit.
Wow.
And make their way to the upper finals. What a story for this home region team.
Man.
I cannot.
Dante is him, man. Dante is the main character.
I mean, a 9-3 half.
Bro.
Followed up by a pistol and an anti-ego.
Dante is the fucking
All
main
Knights
character.
Win off the bonus, but lose the follow-up gun round, and you think it's over. There's just no way that Galorys find the lack of success that they ended up finding when they're playing from the defensive side. They were finding so
Our
much
stats,
success
chat.
contesting at the barrier point, not allowing the spike to go down. Time expired on a handful
Sato
of those
played a great
rounds.
series.
But then all of a sudden,
88
All
first
Knights
blood,
just say,
104.9.
you know, enough of us getting cute, finessing around the
Dante,
map.
175 damage
There's a
around.
spy cam behind us and
12 and 7
just
first
take a
bloods.
5v3. Deadlock will stay
Honestly,
alive. Toss the,
mid-series.
very much over the top of the truck. Get the point.
Mid-series.
Win it out.
Mid-series for Dante. Honestly, a little bit unlucky for AK that Dante had an off day today. Low key.
Gets avoided, but Sato still finds a second. You think that might be it.
Holy
But all of a
shit,
sudden, All
man.
Knights battle back a 3v5. The defense never gets back into position after they win those opening 2 gunfights. And at that point on,
Yeah, Adversa was 0 and 8, man.
trying to receive.
This team is so resilient. This team literally never fucking quits. Ever. They're kind of like M80. Like, honestly, M80 is a lot the same. Yeah. Both maps here, Jessica. Both maps were like ridiculous, like mental fortitude, I guess is the only way to describe it from All Knights. Like, look at the score lines. Like, they were getting rinsed in these first halves. Like, in both games, I thought they were fucking cooked. Like, inside, I was like, dude, they're so cooked. They're so cooked. And then in both games, in this one, dude, look, they even lost second pistol and like the round after the bonus. Like they lost all 4 pistols today. They lost all 4 pistols, and they lost 2 bonuses, and they still won 2-0. Bro, that is crazy. Actually, I don't know if I've seen a team survive a best of 3 like this, win 2-0. In like an even head-to-head game, despite losing all the pistols and a couple bonuses. Jeez. How did they do it? Honestly, how did they do it?
That we had predicted of All Knights with the double sentinel not really putting up much of a fight on defense. 9-3 half going to Galorys. All Knights really need more time, you know, to be honest, on the double senti defense. But for some reason, man, did they pull through on offense. Finally figuring out, going to the A site, throwing the barrier onto the other side, causing absolute chaos, confusion on Galorys. And we said, All Knights, they pulled through in the fragging department. They got Galorys nervous when they, you know, the game got really chokeable at some point for Galorys. And despite Galorys having so much more options for information with the fade, with the gecko, All Knights were operating blind, and they still were able to win their duels. I can't believe All Knights came back.
Oh man, I am still, my brain's still trying to catch up to what we got to see. I feel like when we saw that map too, it was a Galorys that once
Yo,
we got that
Megan
side swap,
Fox.
they were so far ahead, and
9
they did such a good job
years.
kind
The
of pushing
GOAT.
AK back through the first couple of rounds, and then AK they finally got cozy
The
with it. It
GOAT.
seems like they had fully warmed up into playing up against what Galorys wanted to do, and then as soon as that happened,
Thoughts
the
playing.
floodgates were completely open. It seemed like it was hard pressed to stop that onslaught.
Just, yeah, the double sentinels on post plant. The casters pointed out, if you could prevent All
That's
Knights
true.
from getting to a post plant, you're in a good position. You do not want that deadlock.
Yeah,
to
that
have
is
you
the real
till
Megan
once
Fox,
the
yeah.
spike was planted. And you saw in the stats just now, 12 out of 12 post plants succeeded for All Knights. Once they were in that position, they could not be stopped. And that's how they came back in the end.
Yeah, and honestly, like,
She was
I'm
mainly
not
a
gonna
big
lie,
fan of my
MVP
in-game
definitely
leading
deserved for
and
Uranga
my
because they
huge
were
fragging performances.
stepping it up in
Said
the
I was the
last
best
moments, and there
Counter-Strike player
were times where
ever,
genuinely
actually.
Galorys should have won it out. Should
Also,
have been
a big
able
fan of my
to
broadcast
really
how it
pull
worked.
through with this and stay in the upper bracket stage because of this player alone. And I
What
think
is that
definitely
message,
deserves a lot
Vinny?
more
I
than
should
just
ban
the
you.
MVP. Though all night, so being the better team, right? Resolve was there, patience, CP. Even though Uranga was pulling through, there was a lot more coming through from AK, right? With Dante obviously taking up that MVP spot, putting a lot of work in alongside Nico Machine. And I thought that was beautiful, right? The initiator duelist roles really making those entries come into fruition.
I mean, you're talking about Rengo being an MVP and, like, yeah, absolutely popping off, making things difficult for AK. But the desk talks through the lens of the victor, so we have to talk a little bit more about AK and the MVP over on that end, which is Dante. Because when I talk back to those moments of Galorys using this util constantly to push AK back, I mean, if they can't get on a site, they can never use this post-plant deadlock util they want to go for. But Dante was the key to pushing through that and highlighting a couple of rounds. We couldn't pull them all. There was a couple too many there at the end. But looking back here, Jen, on this round 20 and 22, and just kind of this impact that Dante was even able to make, even just looking at this site, look at him sneaking through the nightfall.
Yeah, like what the heck? Because this team, I was so worried they were about to all flood in through one doorway and get absolutely mowed down because that All Knights can sometimes stagger in and lose and just give up a lot of multi-kills. But Dante holding that off angle, getting that first pick,
Dante's
gave his
him.
team confidence to push in with him with all the smokes in the way. Dante just had to send it. He willed this team to a win. Even when he would run out of bullets, you kind of saw at the end of that clip, pulling out a shorty randomly and getting a kill.
What did I
and a
do to
very
grow?
crucial, impactful
I mean, I was
kill
a pro
at that.
player.
Dante,
I was a
I mean,
coach.
his back must hurt.
I was
We said it
broadcast
gonna be about
talent.
the duelist. I did not know Dante was going to
I was on
single-handedly turn
several
games and
orgs.
rounds away the way he did.
Oh no, I had a lot of exposure.
Wait, how you're saying that you didn't know that? I feel like I've only said Dante's name like a
different.
million times throughout this broadcast.
Looked pretty
Kid is
bad
correct.
at the beginning. Not on the
Okay,
individual,
that's true.
but like, man, a 9-3 half was not looking good for them, you know?
You're not wrong on there. You're not wrong.
I mean,
on
I was
that.
a
But
pro
when we talked
player
about the
in
fact that,
Counter-Strike for
okay,
years and
defensively,
years.
AK, they kind of struggled a little bit, and then we didn't get to see the post-plant deadlock util too much. They've really started ramping up with that deadlock, and Averso here,
broadcast
Gombers,
talent,
I think,
yeah.
deserves a lot of praise. Specifically, even calling back to
And then coach
24.
and
We're
IGM.
getting into the nitty-gritty of it, and this GravNet, this annihilation, and the flood that happens from the team after was amazing. Galorys couldn't do anything.
I think it was perfect too because
I still can't believe we witnessed this
now we're starting
comeback.
to see a little bit more of the deadlock.
No
util.
mistakes.
Now, you know, Galorys trying to fight back with a little bit of something.
It all started on that eco round, chat, where Sato got that kill and popped the showstopper. And then they just didn't get a single kill. That was the first sign that it was happening in my eyes. That was like, oh no. Sheesh.
Getting more into the situation and into the iterations that Galorys was putting in. Instead of
Yeah,
just
the no
placing
hero
things where they
rounds.
thought it might work.
It sucks when you end a game as like a pro player and you're like,
Yeah, and All Knights
it sounds so
operated again
stupid, but
with
man,
so
we're so
little
unlucky that one of
information.
us didn't
So
just get like
instead of
a
kind of
4K.
going in blind, although, you know, fragging
Like,
that way
how did
worked out
none
for
of
them
us
in
just
some
get like the
rounds,
pop-up
they would
round
actually
today?
draw Galorys towards them.
You
like
don't-
the annihilation. You're
Like as a
pulling
coach,
someone
you should never
from
say that.
the
IGL, you should never
towards
say
them,
that. But like,
funneling them into showers,
you might
forcing these
think that like
isolated
deep
duels
down.
in
You're
a
like,
very
dude, that's
narrow
just kind of
hallway.
unlucky. Like no
They
one
were
had a
good at
round,
drawing
you
the
know.
defense towards them, and in a spot where they didn't really need information, they just needed the opponent to come to them. And All Knights knew mechanically they were the better team, and that's once you know they got ramped up. There's no stopping them.
Oh man, they're a team that, yeah, that momentum that they're able to carry, they're dangerous. That is for sure. If
What was the
All
final
Knights
score?
start
A
getting
bind,
going,
14-12.
They're one to beat. So seeing them continue on to the upper bracket, that is going to be fun for sure. We'll have an opportunity to speak to them as well. We'll take a short break after that interview on location.
Damn. Dude, how the fuck did today end in a 2-0? How did the first series end up in like an upset 2-0 the way it was? And then how did the second series end up in a 2-0 based on how the map started? Like, weird day. Very weird. So tomorrow they do the upper and lower game, yeah? Yeah, tomorrow we do this upper game, this lower game. Nice. Yeah, I'm feeling kind of drained. I'm not gonna lie. Dude, M80 losing like that kind of took the wind out of the sails a little bit. I mean, they're still only 3 games away. Like, it honestly isn't that big of a deal in a 4-team bracket. In the champs bracket, I would be shitting. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, the lowers round 1 champ bracket, fuck that, you're cooked. But this is like, you're still only 3 games away. It's whatever. But yeah, I mean, I knew it was possible. Hopefully, it's a wake-up call. They play tomorrow, and they play the late game against these guys we just saw lose. So, one thing I'll say is Galorys, while they've looked amazing at times, and even like, I could probably say like literally the whole tournament, like even in their losses before today, they looked very good, right? Like all these games they lost down here, they weren't like terrible other than the second map against All Knights, but like they played M80 real close in these games. Look at this, chat. This was probably my favorite series I've watched in like months. This was such a good series. Both teams won both pistols on the other team's map pick. And then they split pistols on third. This series was fucking fire. I hope it lives up to this again. Oh, God. Really hoping M80 can take that. And then in uppers, these guys are going to be playing 2 game, which we saw here. Dude, that was this series, chat. Bro, look at these matchups last time. Okay, look at what we're getting tomorrow. Look at this game. 13-10 with this outcome. And then we went into Abyss, which was actually 2G's pick, by the way. Like, I didn't think this would happen just because I hadn't really seen Dante have great games on Jet. And then this was the comeback on Bind to close it out. Isn't that wild, dude? Some of these games have just been so insane. So now we get this rematch and the M80 one. Actual Neon Merchant, yeah. Dante is so insane, man. I want to find like a crazy ass fucking Dante round. Show you guys, but I can't remember any off the top. How did TSM do this to their attack? I wonder if it's because they had the Neon comp. Oh, dude, he was just doing whatever he wanted in that half. See the attack half. There's halves where it's literally like he just does whatever the fuck he wants. Like, there's no stopping him. Oh, shit.
They are a great team, so we'll try to do our best and beat them again.
Last question for you is that in case that you guys go to the finals, who would you like to confront in the finals?
That's a hard one. I'll say 2 game. I'd like to play 2 game in the finals because we are very close to them. We like them a lot. So yeah, get to the finals 2 game.
Thank you very much, Sebando. Guys, it's all for us today, but tomorrow we have more games, so thank you very much.
Chat, that's 2 game.
Oh, there she is. I was like, I know we're close to being done for the day, but not quite. You're stuck with us for a couple of minutes yet, go.
So they say they're close to 2 game. This is when All Knights come out in the hallway. I showed this at the start of my stream, but maybe people weren't here. This is when All Knights beat TSM, which allowed 2G to go to playoffs, and we just saw 2G win today against M80. So this is 2G just being stoked, and this is Sato from the team we just watched. Bro, I love this guy. That shit's so hype. That's so fucking hype, dude. That is an incredible fucking video.
Galorys, I mean, M80 getting
And
knocked
now we
down
see
this
these
early
two teams
is
playing each
not-
other. We see these two teams playing each other in the upper finals right now.
Banger of a
crazy.
season with an Ascension, like already coming in. Like this Ascension is exciting. It shows you that you don't really know what's gonna happen. Did I know a reversal was gonna happen on AK here coming 2-0? No, absolutely not. Did I know M80 was gonna get knocked down? No, absolutely not. But anything can happen. And now M80, the people who, or the team, yeah, the team that we thought was gonna win this whole thing is possibly actually gonna lose.
That's all going to be for tomorrow. The lower bracket is going to be a tough and heartbreaking journey. Both teams so deserving.
Dude, there's so much skill in this Ascension tourney. This is insane. No, I didn't do pick'ems for this event. I'm not gonna lie. I'm glad I didn't. I would have been very blindsided by a few of these teams. I could say that like from the first day I was nervous, and even throughout, like whenever M80 stayed undefeated, I was like, this is still scary. Like at any moment they can lose, even though they were winning all these like super close games. I don't know. I didn't do a pick'em though. I don't know who I'd have had in the playoffs. I think I would favor M80 in these playoffs. And honestly, I think they have a very good chance from the lowers, but no game is easy. And like, I don't have them as like heavy favorites or anything like that. I just look and I see, okay, they have a super strong Icebox. They have a super strong Lotus. And then they have a really good, what was that other fucking map? I really like their Ascent and their Haven. So like, they're close to being there, but this whole Sunset thing where they're just dropping it left and right is really fucking them up. That's like their weak spot right now. And all these Neon teams are really exploiting that, like real hard. They never play Ascent. They have their comp on Ascent. M80. I like M80's Ascent a lot. I think teams are avoiding it because they don't want to play it. It's this comp. This Yoru Deadlock Cypher comp that they run. They're like floating it. They're just floating. They're like, we dare you to pick this shit. But they don't want to be the ones that pick it. But their Haven's insane. Historically, 16-3. Before today, their Icebox was 14-1. It's still 14-2. It's still insane. Their Lotus is incredible, and they can pivot around like a few comps if they wanted to. And yeah, like they're just one of those teams where I feel like I trust them across several maps. And that's a good spot to be in the playoffs. I just, like I said, I don't think they have the most skill in some of these matchups. Like, I don't think they have the most skilled player in the server, but they have very skilled players. 5 very, very, very skilled players. They have 0 weak spots in their team. But some of these teams have weak spots, but they have incredible talents. And that's what's scary. Like, some of these zoomies on duelists on the other teams, they're playing with, like, so much freedom. And, like, there's no restrictions. They're getting fed so much initiator util. And they look very hard to stop in a lot of these scenarios. I'm not gonna lie, like some of the hits look pacey as fuck and very layered. Shit, there we go. Aight. All right, chat. I will end it here. I'll be back tomorrow. I was a little sleepy today. But yeah, see you guys tomorrow. Thank you guys for tuning in. And hopefully M80 can get this dub tomorrow. God damn, man. Doesn't feel good signing off today. Not gonna lie. One team left in the lowers. Oh, fuck. All good. All good. Tomorrow we got this. All right. See you guys tomorrow.